before, which I'm sure is going to be even bigger impact going forward. And so yesterday, the things we saw the most, I think, were C4 attempts, not as many successes. Blue chips were successful, but we weren't like bringing people back like multiple times in a row. I think we would have like max 5 total player recalls a game.
Yeah, there weren't too many.
Yeah. I think the fact you come back with nothing to show for it has definitely made people sort of think about, is it worth the risk? Is it worth bringing you back and giving up points potentially? There are some other changes that bear worth mentioning. In the old days, this would have been all of the talk. Is that like the AUG got a nerf 41 to 40? It has less aim. What's it called? Aim kick?
Aim punch, yeah.
Aim punch. Now that in the old days would have been like, do we see the AUG change? Do people stop using it? I didn't notice a massive change yesterday, but because there's so many other things that have come out, I think that this has sort of fallen to the wayside. Also worth noting, the muzzle brake is 8 to 10% increase in the recoil control, so I think some players have been definitely leaning a little more into that one. But the thing that we didn't see, Gosby, and I want to know if you think we're going to see it today, zipline guns. No.
Did we see one? And we saw one yesterday, I thought, didn't we?
Oh, did we? Okay. I didn't.
Yeah, we did. We saw it on, I thought, Rondo. One of the players was using it in Yulin to get up on one of the roofs, if I'm not mistaken.
Smart.
Pretty sure we did.
I missed it.
It's one of those things that we only briefly saw, and a lot of people have talked about it and said, well, it's not very useful, and I would argue it's more useful in TPP because the ability to like get onto the roofs in Rondo and things like that can be significantly more advantageous and allow additional pushes into buildings that are controlled. So I think it's going to be interesting to see as these new items continue to be added to the game, we're going to see them continue to become more and more popular. I would say yesterday, bar none, disagree if you like, the most impactful change was probably the BRDM. We saw those regularly, it felt like, and in the final circles, or at least close to it pretty often. Do you feel like the players adapted throughout the day, though, Godspeed, and are like dealing with it better now?
We saw players try to adapt not only to the BRDM, we saw players trying to go for like C4 runs where they'd send the car into the team, which resulted in some unfortunate self-kills. But overall, I do think teams are trying to incorporate these new elements into the game, and quite frankly, because they have to, right? Like, this is now comp, so this is what they have to do. They have to learn how to use it and use it effectively.
Yeah.
Now, we did not see, Cameron, any, I don't think, EMT kits or tac bags used. Do you think that's going to continue? Is there a world where EMT kits... I remember when it first came out, there was this like weird little behind-the-scenes conversations like, you could heal through the blue forever. You could tank all kinds of crazy stuff. It doesn't seem like anybody's really doing that, though.
Yeah, not so much. And I think, again, that has to do with the fact that placement points aren't really a thing.
Yeah, they're very point.
So maybe we would have seen more of it if these two updates with the scoring system and the game tools and game stuff happen separately. But you're right. I certainly didn't notice anyone intentionally hanging out in the blue outside of the military island game we saw at the end on Erangel, and like that's because it's an island game.
And because VP wasn't here. Other teams that I want to see as we go into today, in third person specifically, you heard people actually ask about in the post show yesterday, are Falcons as good, better in TPP or FPP? Does it really make a difference? It seems like it doesn't necessarily for them. Are there any teams that you guys have watched, Godspeed, that you think are really like doing well here, or there is a palpable difference in TPP, or does it really just seem the same across the board?
I don't see like any teams that are just like really, embracing and feeling TPP. I just feel like a lot of these teams are doing just as well as they would if this was maybe FPP. Maybe some teams are doing worse, but I don't think like one team has stood out and be like, man, like they are really embracing it. I feel like these teams are just really good.
Cameron, Scar L spawns on every map. There was a time when all of us laughed when we saw it and ran past it. Is that still how we're treating the Scar, or is this because of the AUG nerf? Maybe we're exploring our options.
I'm gonna talk about something more interesting than the Scar over the AUG.
Right.
I actually want to push back on the Falcons conversation just a little bit. I don't think that it's not about the TPP versus FPP though, but I've been thinking about it, and I actually do think in the same way that we saw Liquid succeed very well yesterday because of the point system, and it fits directly into how they like to play the game already as it goes. I think actually Falcons might be just marginally nerfed with how they approach the game, because if you think back, what makes them so oppressive is that they always end up in the late game in a very powerful position that allows them to then rack up kills and secure the chicken dinners all the time. Part of it is because they routinely drop in the center, but I think they also have been historically their focus has always been about making it to the late game. And so I wonder if, currently they're in 4th place, which one isn't new. Again, they're not like always at the top with a dominant lead, but also like they've started at 4th and ended up winning an event before, right? But I am gonna see if they start to make some adjustments in their own play style because of this scoring system. Like this could be the change that we talked about yesterday, the change needed to knock Falcons off of the disputed but still solid position at the top.
That's fair. I will say that the one argument I would make towards that Falcons context is Falcons are powerful in the end game for placement because they move early and get to really strong positions towards center.
Right.
And I do think we saw how that works in this format. I think it was the first game yesterday when they got to an early position. They only had 1 or 2 kills going into the final 2 circles and then walked out with 9. Because in TPP, if you can lock down a high ground defensible position, it equals kills in the end game, I think significantly more so than it did in FPP because of the amount of traps you can lay and things like that. So I do think because I think Rock's a good case study for that as well. This is a team that generally tries to avoid those early fights. They often send towards the middle. They find early compounds, and they're doing well because I think that they have been able to convert what used to be teams kind of blowing by or them having to expose themselves to being able to set ambushes and find extra points that they wouldn't have previously. So I think you're right. I think it's fun to explore, though, the way that the change in format is affecting the meta systems of each individual team. Because you're right, they haven't changed their meta systems that much outside of the FPP systems that they use, right? They're playing the same game, Godspeed.
They are playing the same game, yeah, but again, because of the format change and because of the point change, it's kind of just throwing things in a loop. The one thing I will also say, though, is like in these early game engagements, to kind of bounce off what you were saying, Steve, it's no longer like, in the working in silence way or the Falcons way where they're like, okay, as long as we just don't lose anyone early and we get to a good position late, like you were saying, Steve, like then we'll be good. But now it's like, okay, we need to get to that good position, but we need to kill at least one team on a way. And even if we lose 1 or 2 players, we need to make sure those bodies are worth it and we get all the kills that we can out of it, right? Because we can res. So like that is a complete change in dynamic and just how teams think as far as how they rotate, and the early fights, as we're about to see, one of those right here.
I'm going to turn it over to you guys. Take it away. It looks like it's going to get crazy right off the gate.
Get him!
Oh, Snakers!
Oh, no! He let the reload happen.
The 1911
is this a grenade? He's cooking it!
It is. Oh, my God. What? Oh, my goodness. Okay, well, this is off the rails game 1. Hell of a way to start. A 1911 versus a MK12. I was rooting for Snakers.
Of
and
course.
A very southern circle. Okay, wow, that's a hell of a way to start the day, Cap.
Yeah, plus a hot drop in La Coberia as well. Not even just power grid, which is almost always like expected.
Oh, and Le Cobb?
Yeah. I don't know what's so special about this area.
Well, then clearly you've never been there to its restaurants.
That's true. Yeah, I haven't been. I haven't been brought in and introduced to the local cuisine, like the hole in the wall, the buried places. You got to know a local there, and unfortunately, I just don't.
You don't, yeah. They're not really around, but the hole in wall restaurant literally is, it is a hole in the wall, but it's good. As we can see, for Torres and their neighbors raise that. They actually haven't fought in just quite yet. LG trying to get the heck out of Dodge, as they will make it out of that very sketchy area.
Yeah, but they're going even sketchier in terms of what the game state is going to look like, because look at that phase 1. Like, they're driving away from the zone. Luminosity, we'll see what they can put together. If they get a couple of kills, that'll be a good game for them at this point. For lose 1, MHP goes down. Nice knock by Martin, Fisher, the rest of Razab. They need this start. If they're able to get a nice little team wipe here, remember, they're at the very bottom of the leaderboard. If not 16th, they're in 15th place. I know that for sure. And so picking up 4 kills would be a really nice boost to their confidence going into day number 2.
Yeah, it would be, but they have a lot of work ahead of them, and it really starts with those kills, Cammy, right? Like, they need to start to get something going as far as team fight, dynamics, I don't know if it's comms, just to get some blood flowing, right? Get some confidence in these guys. Winning a team fight would be huge, even if they're in last place, that doesn't matter, because they can build upon that. Again, they still have 12 games, but they need to win this team fight, and this one, starting against Four Doors, would be a great start.
A little bit of covering fire. Do they know about the player just up there on the left of Louch's position? A couple of shots come out. But no, Martin gets another knock. Fisher confirms that first knock into a kill, so they're getting the points. And this does seem to be all Razav momentum, and they're going super aggressive. SMG versus SMG at this range. If it is an SLR into play.
Yeah, but there's no reason to push this. There's no reason to rush. Let Fisher just let the rest of his team come by, and then they just, you know, slowly close things out. They still have to be careful, though. Especially if they give him 1v1s. I mean, that's one down. Already, Marilla has found Fisher. And so now Infinite has found another one. This is what I'm talking about.
Oh, that was sick. That headshot, listen. Oh, and then right down the hill, you should have had that for Pharaoh.
It's a
never
turnaround.
letting this just completely fall away from them. Really good turnaround by Bora. Martin taking the 1v1, shotgun in hand, waiting for the push, gonna go for the revive.
So it's down to a 2v2 situation here, Murillo.
What are Mira doing here?
He's got to be careful. Oh, yeah, Mira now coming in, finishing off Farivero. It looks like... Oh, Martin, though, he's going to get that shotgun. Nice little one pump and done. But now Martin and Laucha have to be careful. They have to just kind of hunker down because Mira, as you said, and I believe there's another team maybe coming this year. No, it's just Mira. Mira just wants to bully this.
Yeah, I mean, we do see Luminosity not too far away from this, and because they need points, it also could be incentive for them to try and see what they can third or fourth party, pick up one or two stragglers, steal a kill or two. You actually might even be seeing them roll up just from that hill for a brief moment in a couple of seconds from now, but at least Mira, they are definitely pedal to the metal with this one.
They just want the point, and this is that change in format that we're talking about, right, Cameron? When normally we would not see teams going backwards into the blue, or away from the circle, I should say, in order to get kills this early in the game. But why not?
Right.
Points are just so much more exclusive now.
Yeah.
And kills are really the only way to build them up.
Basically, I mean, you certainly wouldn't see this when the circle's on the opposite side of the zone.
Yeah, definitely not.
Because it's such a sacrifice of timing. But 4 kills for Mira at this point. It's just Martin waiting. And at the could Martin? Is there even a chance of Martin winning this 1v4? Assuming they
There's
don't
always a
take
chance.
unnecessary 1v1s in that fight.
Yeah, but I mean that's the thing.
Wait a second, that's how it starts.
Martin, that's the thing. If they just push carelessly, they're gonna lose too. And the same thing that just happened to Razav has now happened to Mira.
And a grenade as well. Oh, it was a stun, but he's gonna hop out. Out the open, he lands a headshot. Just one more click in the right spot. No, Vanna's gonna secure it. It got very dangerous. It got very, very close. But Mira do stay alive, and that is Razav going down. At least they got a couple of kills. Razav 3 total, but it's still only gonna put them at 7 overall.
Pretty sure that second headshot. Okay, so easy kill there for Sparking. I'm pretty sure that shotgun headshot actually come down to half HP. If that was really good, it could have killed. Nice try from Razav, but now it's going to be Falcons to try to weed out Sparking as he's becoming a menace in this compound, but he's not alone. Alo there to get the flick. It's going to be Kickstart going down, Falcons down to 2.
Man, Shrooms even overcooked that grenade, it seemed as well. And
Yeah.
It's not just Liquid, it's also Beachy Banditos across the way, making sure Tickleton just doesn't have any space to play with. And so even with an attempt at turning this one around, Falcons gotta just retreat away. Not quite sure what led to this engagement. Unsure if it was intentionally aggressive maneuver on the side of Kickstart, or if it was a trap that Liquid sprung. But regardless, Falcons now down to 2.
Yeah, Huyn is going to stay up here with Tig. They're going to get some information. That Murado is a clear indicator that someone is up here, but I don't think Tig quite cares right now. Especially because no one's going to be around him for a while. The only team really around them is PD coming in on the east, and then you have Animaniacs coming in on the north, so it should be okay for now. But not a great position, being 2 down. Liquid with a great trap there, able to get a few members out. Maybe they can get more, as they have quite a few teams centered up around them. As we see, this circle is still favoring quite a lot of water and the island of Partona. Cam.
Yeah, we'll see if it goes down there. But a couple other teams that we spot rotating in a bit later than everyone else. We just saw Katsia coming from the east, and then 55 also from the north. Rock versus Furia. RBN has go down to a quick one and done by Furia just a few moments ago. If I recall correctly, Furia did take an E pickup, which is why they're now currently in a 2-2. Two of them actually in the Portona Island across the water, 2 on the mainland. Hedging their bets. Well, not quite hedging, but they're, you know, they're setting themselves up for a few different opportunities. Ooh, Fantastico.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but that backpack is adorable.
It is. That's what I was saying yesterday. That's what I use my G-Coin on. These skins.
If there's one benefit of third TPP, it's seeing those skins. Fantastico continues to just scout it out, you know? When in doubt, scout it out, right, Cam? That's what they always say.
When in doubt, crouch, stand, crouch, stand, prone, crouch, stand, prone, crouch. Lean, lean, lean.
See what you've done there,
Gotta
Zig.
keep that APM high.
Yep. Sig with a close encounter potentially of Karak as 55 is rotating their way into the north side of the circle, and Animaniacs somewhat set up a trap here, and it looks like Karak is going to run right in the middle of it. He should get knocked. I say he should. Mixed tall. There it is. Okay, clean that up nice and tight. And that's going to be 1 down for 55. Now, how do they respond to this? Do they want to go for the fight? Oh, he's going for the pan. That's disrespectful.
You got to go for the fight now.
There's something so satisfying about that pan hit, though. The sound effect. It's nice. I enjoy it. Circle has shifted very small. That is an immediate northeast shift.
Yeah.
But the good news here for all the teams is now they know what area is actually going to be playable for the most part. So that is probably best case scenario for them.
Yeah. No longer. It's when you get down to like phase 2, phase 3 that there's still a huge water divide in play. That's when things get a bit questionable on like how exactly do you play the approach. I mean, the answer is always going to be go for kills, especially with the point system now. But even with that, it's very much like, let's just see what we can kill at this point on.
Yeah.
Kutsia, though, running out in the open.
Yeah, they have a bead.
Move. Did they lose their vehicle, though?
No, I think they knew that there was someone in this, and they were right. It was sneak attack, and I think they wanted to sneak attack the man himself, but he's going to get on out. And something else to note about that circle is because there was so much water in it, and it already just completely shifted off of that element, there's so little space for 50 players because of that first circle shift in phase 1 to 2. So this is going to be a bloodbath very, very quickly. I can almost promise you that.
It's already looking to see if they can't get things started, but Sneak Attack did get out of there, and now Bestia seem to be forming a bit of a defensive line from that east side. Shots already coming out from Vinny. But Roth is not going to be too concerned about it at that range. Well, Kutsia really need to get something started. They're currently sitting in 13th place as a team that a number of people, myself included, thought maybe this roster is going to be the next North American super team. They've been, a bit under the radar. They haven't had nearly the impact that people have been expecting from them. But if they can start things strong on day number 2 and really get things rolling, yeah, sure, you don't have those spikes in point gains because of the placement change. But you can still make some big moves over time if you deliver multiple good games in a row.
Yeah, just that quiet consistency. They will slowly rise, and that's definitely something that they need to do, especially coming into day 2, as you said. So we'll see if they're able to come together and kind of turn things around. It looks like Animaniacs now have taken the spot where Tig was, where the Falcons were ambushed, looking down onto the compound. But you can see Team Liquid, I mean, they're not even peeking. They want people to come into this compound so they can spring that trap and just, again, get as many points as possible.
There has to be a time in the game that there is a compound in the center of the zone, phase 3, phase 4, that you start to think, you know what? This is too perfect of a compound to not be taken.
Well, not in TPP, because you have to think about it. Most of those players are probably getting information without actually peeking. So
that's what I'm saying. So you're not going to go. Like, it looks empty, but I know, sure, there cannot be no one there.
Surely.
Unless everyone thinks that, and it really does stay
But that happens empty. A lot, right? I mean, how many times have we seen that where a center compound is actually still just open because everyone is like, nah, there's a team there. Nah, I don't want to fight that. But now, actually, with the changes in format, Cam, teams may be even more incentivized.
You know
what?
Like, let's fight
there's a team there. Perfect. Yeah, let's go fight that. So,
C4 me up, baby.
I would like to see a successful C4 today that doesn't end in the user's demise.
No, the user can go down. That's perfectly fine as long as they
That's
drop
actually
one or
fine
two of
as
their
long as they
opponents
take at
with them.
least
Yeah.
three or the full meal would be great.
Oh, full 4 would be fantastic. A full ace, C4 ace. Well, the next circle does reveal itself. It's going to be another hard shift northeast. Kutsi are actually able to kind of thread the needle between potentially dangerous and Bestia, finding themselves a central position. I don't know how much of this I like, though. I hope they don't stay around this bowl, but the only alternative is to race Falcons to a compound.
Yep. One of the best spots on the map. It looks like they're going to get there just as the remaining 2 Falcons do, as they're going to take shots from the backside. It's 55. It's actually just pelting the Falcons, not just down to Tiggleton. And that's going to be it. So with some assistance, it's going to be QAD that actually take up that spot, which is one of the best in this current circle, which happens to be, by the way, very open and full of bowls. Cammy.
Tavon going quite low. A couple of shots. Fury are also trying to follow up Alcuzia's line. Their position's not quite as good. Though Cowboy, okay, Alcuzia, I'm looking at their position now. They're actually posting up in a pretty spread spot. Looks like they want to be active and start picking up those mid-game kills starting now, which could be very exciting for them. I say that right when Cowboy goes down to what I imagine to be great shots by Posa. Grenades following through should confirm that.
Yeah, this is a very dangerous split to go for in phase 3 of a 48-person lobby. I mean, this is incredibly open. A lot of these teams are just trying to rotate in, but we'll see. I mean, hopefully they can hold it, but Biggie Banditos is in a lot of trouble as Toyo come flying in like the Dukes of Hazzard.
They still go down all of a sudden. Didn't see Toyo until now. They just arrived as 4 and they win out as a squad. Ride or die together.
I wish that was a Murado instead of a Bronco. That actually would have been a perfect reference. But as we go back to Furia, it looks like DIY have a vehicle there just falling towards them. And it's still going to be 55 and LG that hold the north side control of this current circle. But everyone else has tentatively found their way in. Animaniacs on the west side as well have to make sure that if they do see Rock, they get rid of them ASAP. Otherwise, that's going to be another mess on the west side.
Oh, that's a BRDM. Much easier
never mind.
than
I thought
done.
that was just a regular vehicle. Just kidding.
Yeah. They need to warn us on the map. Give us a different insignia for that, though. We probably should have recognized with how slow it was moving. That was going to pop right on
he
in.
avoided it. What a nice guy. Oh, wait. He's turning around for it.
I think
No,
for
they're just gonna-
ROC, what they're doing is scouting from this. They're not trying to enter a fight immediately. And remember, BRDMs, they are not
They're just taking their
invulnerable.
time.
Yeah, they don't want to go into a fight for just no reason at all. Get in the center of multiple teams that would all just open fire on that BRDM.
Well, they're driving quite close there to Liquid, trying to take the high ground. It's actually not a bad place to stop, especially, I mean, even if that thing does get destroyed in this specific circle with so much open grounds, as long as they get it destroyed in the right spot, I mean, that's going to be invaluable cover.
Ooh, I will
So
say,
it's
ROC,
looking good. We'll see.
not only do they have the BRDM, they also called back RBN
RBN.
to get back up as 4. Now he's getting pelted quite a bit, but I think he is going to be able to make it to the ground. So that's another reason why they weren't. They were playing quite conservative with the BRDM, but then instantly knock. But hey, it's good, it's fine. They can get the revive. But Mira, no, they're not going to let that happen. They are full steam ahead once again.
And this just goes to show you the risk of actually going for a revive. They had to set this whole situation up. They have a BRDM, and even still, RBN goes down and they're getting pushed by Mira. So, not always the best course of action, but they will leave with 3 alive. So, still more than enough to make a big dent in this game. It just depends on where they end up.
Yeah, but to your point, what just happened with RBN's revival is another point to another team, and nothing else changed on their end. Not to say that it was a bad attempt to go for it, but just with what we were talking
There's
about,
no
what
reason
Toffee
not
was
to go
talking
for
about
it.
in the beginning, is you kind of have to consider, like, is it worth the risk? What are the chances? But Luminosity, they also got some revives.
LG looking good. Is there still? I mean, they've been on the north side for a long time. I haven't seen them get an engagement in quite a while, but they're still gonna have to trek on in with the rest of the teams. Looks like Mira is trying to make sure that they have a foothold just below Team Liquid, and then Pure now is actually coming out of the warehouses on the east side. That's a really nice ridge that Pure is working with. And meanwhile, ROC just cruising along in their BRDM. It's not pink though, and that's got to be a point deduction in my book.
Yeah, it's a real shame. Not everyone has the hookup. The fact that it's pink camo, I think, gives it that level of like unserious PUBG-ness to it.
Are you kidding me? The pink, in my opinion, is actually what makes it so terrifying.
That's what I'm saying, but like if it wasn't camo, it'd be like, okay, you're trying too hard. But now it's like, oh, it's camo.
Something
PUBG
so,
people.
Something so bold coming at you, you know. I don't know how you
exactly.
deal with that.
Ooh, speaking of bold, 55 going bold directly onto ROC. Surely they saw the BRDM, but they're going to go for it anyway. They know Luminosity's on the side. Okay, so a bit less dramatic than I thought it was. They're going to stop at the ridge, but still eyeing up an attempted assault. ROC bouncing back. Looked like they had some grenades of their own, but now it's kind of blind for both squads.
Again, I want to remind you there's 42 people. Well, excuse me, Snakers. 41 players in this lobby, in this circle. And again, there's just not enough space for all these teams to occupy.
Oh, what a grenade. That is going to be Luminosity going out. Pure RNG get eliminated immediately before them. Now we're down to 10 teams. ROC pulling away. I'm surprised still at this point that they're being so conservative with the BRDM. Take some
it's already kind of smoking. I'm curious how much HP it still has left. But they're also in circles. They don't need to. They could use this position to hold out 55, hold out QAD if they try to come down that ridge line and really just try to... If they can take control of the north, Cammy, they just get to that center road ridge. I mean, that's a done deal.
True, and actually, to your point, they might be trying to save
especially
the BRDM.
with the BRDM. Yes,
yeah, they might be trying to save it for like making sure that they can keep it long enough that it's useful cover going into the late game.
Luke looking
like,
a little worse for wear
fight
without
on the
a
north.
helmet. Yeah, sorry, I was just Luke doesn't have a helmet.
Yeah, true. No, I was just going to say that, like, for ROC and the BRDM, but they went for a fight north on 55, and sure, even if they won the fight, but the BRDM went up, oh, great, cool. Now you got to run out in the open, because there is a lot of open space in this zone.
Yeah, I think they're specifically trying to hold out the north so they can use that BRDM on that ridge in the middle once they get to that point, if they get to that point, which, again, is great proactive thinking. That is...
Yeah.
It's probably what I would do if I was on the north side, too. But I'm terrible, so maybe that's actually a terrible idea. Maybe don't do that.
No, you should. You should. It's a good idea. I agree. As someone who's never played competitively in my life, I think that's a good idea. So combined, we're half of a comp player.
Yeah, something like that. Bestia though, they're gonna take a knock here. Sneak attack's gonna get taken down. Smoke's coming out. And they're actually going to get the flush, and QAD is actually going to finish Animaniacs with one grenade from DIY.
What a great throw. What a great just move. And after losing both Cowboy and Roth, Al-Qudsi, they really need to start putting something together. They already have 5 kills, so that's the beginning of something good. Not quite something great yet. And with a lot of threats around them in the open space between them and the center of the zone, it is going to be a hard path to make this game great. But still, this is the beginning of game number 2. We want to see some sort of movement, and this is a good start. I'll take it, even if it does end here. But D goes into the molly, wants to really take FCZ out, wants to wipe the entirety of Animaniacs.
Yeah, this is all happening on the edge. This is 2v1. You do have Sam Crow that's up in that area as well. It does look like QAD is going to get rid of FCZ, so Animaniacs will go down. As Bestia, and this is kind of the issue, Bestia's been up here trying to just survive on the north side for a while. They have been able to pick up 5 kills, as you stated, but they still have to make sure they get rid of Rock, and this is going to be their best opportunity to do so. The BRDM is there. They can see that.
The Banditos are pulling it up, but they're trying to gatekeep the north. I mean, now Kadzia, they're struggling to get out of this compound. 55, though, it's not like they're going to have a lot of space to move with. Bestia are pushing in from the east, going east to west, and they're getting blocked by ROC. And the Banditos, I think, are just overlooking all of this. And Tasco with a nice wipe onto Sam Crow and the rest of 55. BRDM does push up the hill just a touch. And Zito, grenade in hand. Where is that one going to land? It's going for the BRDM. And yep, that's a BRDM done. No more use out of that. Not even as cover.
Yeah, BRDM is down as Draft King now. The last one alive. We've seen him with some heroics in the past before, saving his team. Can he do it again? The nades are actually just like potentially dangerous. What just happened?
That was like one blue zone grenade, one frag grenade, and then suddenly what looked to be 70 million kills, but it was just a combination of knocks and kills. But regardless, Draft King now 1 versus 2? Oh, 1 versus 3. Fantastico was on the flank. And 5 kills for ROC.
Great stuff, though, from ROC. Again, losing RBN not once, but twice, and still maintaining, getting 5 kills, holding that north edge. They did lose the BRDM, but that doesn't really matter. They've done so much work already. They might have bought themselves enough time. As long as this fight between Furia and potentially Dangerous continues on, especially with the distraction coming in from Team Liquid and Mira on the east, this might be free for Rock to get to that ridge.
Grenade going into the smoke. A good counter by Alo, but with the revive on the Kawazine, they are going to run in front of that Furia. Molly doesn't quite land on an Alo. He's, well, with Mira staring down on him from the east. He has a lot of work to do. Silver lining, Furia and Mira can also continue to shoot at each other as well.
Something that I did like that potentially Dangerous did is they sent GB off to the north to anchor that position to make sure that Rock actually didn't make it in, and because of that, Rock has been stifled, and they lost one, so that was very heads up from PD. I love to see it.
We get eliminated. 10 kills for Team Mira at the moment. They're down to 2, but they have a lot of points to show for it. We have confirmed our top 4. 4v4, v2, v2. Glock and Tavon pushing in from the west, striking down onto Furia, but it's not for free. 1 for 1 in the trade so far, and you know that Mira, the slobbering dog, are just licking their lips seeing this in the kill feed. Fakesin's already going to go for a bit of a push.
GB now has to start thinking about maybe getting out of that compound and really supporting his team, because this collapse from Furia and Mira might be too much, especially with Rock now on the other side of the road. If they find an opportunity, I'm sure they're going to push across as well. A good recovery here from Furia.
Yeah. We've had a lot of revives. Solds almost gets knocked, but BL with another knock on a Gizera. So Furia, they've been taking a lot of licks, a lot of hits. Their resources have been dropping a lot, like the armor durability. They probably lost multiple helmets, their bleed out timers.
Oh, a crate. And it's landing perfectly in the smoke for Kraken. Would you look at that?
What do you get? Ooh, MK, let's go. That's really good to get at this time in the game.
It's a wonderful gun.
A bit quiet, but ROC need to find some way to cross. They got that knock onto Gizera, but it was yet another revive coming in for Furia. They're going to have to try once again to figure out how they can open things up. A knock on a Posa by Mira could be the start, and you see the smokes already get thrown out. They have a lot to play with. This could be the trick.
Rock is just, I mean, they're using every piece of utility they can. A broken down Murado, and they're still making it. I mean, they're making this work somehow, but Furia just devastatingly close. Don't run into the car in the smoke. Nice. And it was short-lived, but they tried. They still have one up. I doubt Souls is going to survive for long. The beast that he is. Hold on a second. Actually, Mira coming in with a double. Oh, that's all.
This could be the opening, but no, for Souls, potentially Dangerous had the lineup from the west side. So even with that distraction onto Furia. Kraken, last one up. 7 kills. What's this? 8, 9 points for them on this game. Really good run. Can you get anything else? Can you steal anything else from potentially Dangerous or Mira? I don't think it's a lock for potentially Dangerous to win this game. I think things are looking very sporadic, very chaotic.
If Taven goes down, then yeah, I would not put them in a lock at all. It just depends on what happens here between these two, Fakeson and Taven.
Yeah. And then especially if the circle goes east, no, it's going to stay relatively central. It's going to nudge north a touch. But it does mean that Dangerous, they have a little bit of the compound that they can continue to play out of, which is good for them.
Okay, I like this rotation now coming from PD. They shift up towards the north. They put Glock behind. Okay, yes, much better. Very nice. As you now see Mira on the opposite side of that, they have a good ridge to work with as well. This is going to be a slow burn, Cammy. A very slow burn. And that's okay. These teams, I mean, at this point should take their time, especially when this is absolutely winnable for PD and for Mira. And even if Krafton comes in right and gets his timing, I mean, he can get a third party, and there's a world where he absolutely wins this game.
Yeah, and as much as we talk about placement points being nerfed, which they are still bumping up 1 point at a time here.
There's still
like
points.
Yeah, they are still points. A kill on the Krafton is a 2-point value kill. Getting a kill onto Mira is a 3-point value wipe. So these things do matter at this point. You don't want to play to like go for the chicken dinner, but like when you're in this situation, you do want to take things a bit more safe because of the value has been increased.
So yeah, Mira just playing this ever so slowly. I mean, the other thing too is these teams know where each other are, right? I think Krafton might be a question mark, but looks like Fauna still keeping his eyes up in that direction. But this is going to be a Phase 9 closer.
Yeah, looking to be that way. Potentially dangerous despite having
crazy.
3 up. Yeah, no. I mean, Mira have been... Remember, they were all the way up north. They pushed La Cobra.
They pushed
so
literally
they were
everybody.
Yeah. So they were playing this active from the very beginning of the game. Super aggressive, just playing edge and taking fights every which way. Potentially dangerous, though. With 3 up, the reason why they haven't taken that much of an assertive stance is because look at the field right now. They have to run up that hill. They know that whether it's Krafton, whether it's Mira, they know that ridge line to the east, someone's watching over, and they can't just make an open run without smokes, without vehicles.
Yeah, and they have Taven on the outside there, prone, and he's feeding them information as well as Krafton hits a banger of a spray right there. Almost knocks one of the members of PD. But yeah, you see that ridge Taven. Now they can move up from that, and there are a few other deflades in front of them that they can use to kind of LOS, but it's just not a great push. So
yeah.
Now with Krafton here, that's also going to cause issues as the Blues now start. He's got the jammer pack, so he can survive at least 2 ticks of that Phase 9 blue. But yeah, it's not going to be enough. He's going to go down.
Yeah, pushed out. Unlucky zone for him at the very end, but still good run by Fury. I got, what was that, 7 kills. That makes it what, like 9 total points. So really good round.
Yeah, it's a hell of a round for Mira right now, and PD have, they've solid. Again, for being center compound, they did push out. I saw some proactivities pushing north, right, flexing out to make sure that they could shut down Fury on the other teams. So, nice grenade bout. So either way, they've just been playing very well this game. Yeah,
but Mira, can they close this one out? Playing active from the very beginning. If they can finish with the chicken dinner despite its half-price discount, still going to be a very great round for them.
No.
They're denying? I guess they're denying. Oh, okay.
Well, they only denied 1, so...
No, wait, no. Is that a self-headshot there?
I think he knocked him. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe he got him. Either way, potentially dangerous. Will come out victorious with a healthy win. A very healthy win and a nice start for them. But Mira, man, what a just absolute bloodbath across the field for them. They really brought it to the rest of the teams.
It was a miracle of a game as they come out with a huge point score. Great match. It is over now. Let's talk about the stuff. Don't boo me. Don't boo me. You put that away, Cameron. It was decent. All right, let's talk about the opening of the game. We saw 2 hot drops right out of the gate right there. Fascinating because both of those teams, just so everybody at home, Ryzav was at 16th place going into that. Foro was at 13th. Luminosity was 10. Animaniacs was 14. So this is kind of accruing to what you guys talked about at the start of the show, Godspeed and Cameron, where with the new point system, the reduction in available placement, you kind of have to go hard on day 2 right out of the gate and look for fights. Do you think that motivated either of those teams' choices, Godspeed?
Well, yes, because I think the further behind you fall, especially again when the points have changed and there's not as many, especially there's not as many placement points to get. I think the further you fall behind, the worse it's going to become. And so, I think for these teams, they've realized that they probably want to get in those early fights, hopefully winning those early fights. That's the problem, though. These teams are not winning their early fights, or they're just getting third party. Mirror came in on that four Adoras fight with Team Rezav and just cleaned up.
Yeah. The one thing I would say is that Luminosity and Animaniacs dropped that on Miramar yesterday, and I think they've been hot dropping that for quite a while. So I don't know if the point system affected that hot drop, but in the one in La Cobra, that could be a reason why.
That makes sense. Mira is going to walk away with 17 points off of the back of that one. So when we do get to the over leaderboard, I think they were one of those teams that was sort of trying to move up a little bit fast, and they were already on the left, so there should be some decent points for them. To see the teams like Luminosity and Foradores, who were already kind of on this chase for points, walking away with not a great showing, is going to be very rough for them as we get to the overall standings. But I do respect the willingness to get aggressive and go out right away, because again, it was a must-play sort of situation. We were trying to figure out the math. I'm terrible at it, but there's, a good amount of points that we used to have, 15% or so, that is now off the board in terms of readily available. Furia, 56 total points in first place. Where did Mira move on the back of that one? Third. Very nice. Good showing for them, Cameron.
Yeah, really, really good for them right now. And I was looking because Mirror is a relatively new team, but with Fake Sin, Fana, Haven, LFP, we recognize a lot of these players. Haven came from my old favorite, Luna Galaxy. Granted, Poster, Kraken, and Vinny from that old roster were all... and 22 before that. So, these are still familiar faces. It's just more of, the reshuffling of the good players, good names. So maybe Mira can stay together and actually develop into something further. And right now, being in third place, overtaking ROC, overtaking Falcons, good start to the day, looking like a really good tournament for them so far.
Well, the thing I think that I really liked from them, Godspeed, in that game was that moment when the ROC was calling back RBN and they were sort of bringing him back with the blue chip. They had a BRDM, and it seemed like Mira kind of knew that, saw the guy dropping in and said, if we be aggressive right here, not only do we have a chance to stop them while they're sort of waiting to get their guy onboarded, but also we might walk away with a BRDM in our pocket off the back of that. And so, but the willingness to take that action and play aggressive, I think is really cool, because the one symptom of TPP is that teams tend to be a little more passive, a little more careful, it feels like, in a lot of their engagements. And Mira threw caution to the wind, charged, and it worked out really well. They scared Rock. Rock just had to run and abandon RBM. And that proactivity served them very well. With 50 points, they're right outside of strike range of that top position. Are there any other teams that you've seen, guys, making strong decisions, and I don't even mean in a third-person perspective, that if you watch this event, it was a little bit crazy, but you've seen guys step out and say, okay, I like the way that this team is making decisions and willing to sort of take the fight or avoid fights? Cameron?
Fury are fun to watch.
Yeah.
Sure, that sounds like an easy answer because they're in first place, but there's a reason they're in first place. It's similar to the story to Liquid if they're just going for fights early on. But I don't think they're going for fights as early as Liquid are. At least they haven't been so far, but we'll see how that develops over the course of the day. But I think Fury are a very, very entertaining team. Another one that is, not the newest, but new enough as far as their roster configuration. For example, Kraken also came from Luna Galaxy, so it's not like this is a team that's been grinding out for a year at this point. But I think they're looking really exciting.
Are there any other teams that you've been excited to watch that have impressed you while you've sort of watched the last 7 games, Godspeed?
Yeah, I've been impressed with them since they started kind of earlier and more recently, but Rock Esports. Ever since working in Silence, that team has really, really impressed me. Santastico specifically, BL, that whole team is just really good, and they've been improving every time we see them. That's the thing that's impressed me the most. Their first showing, kind of, the Technosh on their team was kind of a mid-performance, but not because they played bad, just because the lobby was insanely strong. Next event, came back stronger. Next event, came back stronger. Now, they're finding consistency in the top 5, so I'm a big Rock Esports fan right now.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Cameron. Absolutely.
Yeah, what I think is interesting is that all the teams that we're mentioning, if it's not Falcons, if it's not Liquid, which are some of the OGs, they were 2 of the 3 Kings era of the Western PCS, of America's PCS, we're all talking about the Latin American teams. Yeah. So I don't know what it is. I have a couple of theories on why it's happening, but I really do think that we were seeing a wave of Latin America genuinely overtaking North America as far as PUBG dominance. And if I could look into the future, even 1 year, but probably like at least 2 or 3, they're going to be the dominant region. North America is going to be below them.
It's like the surge up of SEA and APAC in like a more of a micro version, right? Like I remember the time when APAC was sort of coming out and we had a lot of Australian teams more traditionally Western styled that were dominating, and now teams coming out of SEA have been overwhelmingly powerful in that region. Seems like you're right. I think there has been evolutions among young guns and people coming up and a new methodology to how they play. Here's the schedule for today as match 8 is on the way. We'll go back to the Dusty Dunes for the last time today. That was a fun one though, Godspeed. It seemed like it was significantly more off the rails than some of our previous games were.
Yeah, I think these players are just figuring out that they have to go for kills. They have to go for points, especially the ones that are, again, falling behind. So I would predict that as this goes on more during the day, especially tomorrow, we're going to see more and more early engagements from these teams, especially the ones, again, who are struggling.
Looks like we're jumping out of the plane as we go. I want to know this, though. I noticed at least twice crashing for high prio compounds by multiple teams at the same time. Is it because high prio compounds in the middle have an even higher value in TPP, Cameron, or is it the same sort of level of race to crash that you think we see in a first-person tournament?
I think it's a combination of they have higher value, but I also think that if you are fighting on the edge can still be powerful, but it's you can't come in last and have the same opportunity to fight on edge, because especially on Miramar, where we know there's so many little dips and the physical terrain to play around, you never know if someone's waiting for you hiding just below that ridge. So for an example like Alcudia that you're alluding to, I imagine, rather than take a fight where they're having to check behind every single door, check under their own beds, check in their bedroom closet just to make sure that there's no monsters waiting for them, I think instead they took a gamble, and it makes sense.
It does. All right, looks like it makes sense that we're going right back to the same hot drop again. It already started. I'll turn it over, gentlemen. Take it away.
Yeah, normally not the biggest fan of hot drops, Cam, but it actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
In this context, because Animaniacs is one of those teams that needs to, get those kills early, and you might as well start with a drop and see if you can go from there, especially in a position like Power Grid that's so central.
Yeah, I think Flood got that first knock with the VSS on his back. Really good to take. I believe it was a Panzerfaust out of commission, at least temporarily. Don't know if Animaniac's going to be able to get the revive on that one. FCZ there still bleeding out. Animaniac's not going for the push yet. Looks like Vox is watching the cross with the UMP. Whereas we can't see the little line that Flood was watching over with the third-person camera because it was hidden by a leaderboard. But yeah, he did have some vision over a potential cross, but so does Zig, trying to line it up on Bizzler.
Yeah, Zig needs a knock here. He needs to put some pressure on LG so they can focus on possibly trying to get FCZ up, or at the very least winning this fight. But yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, got spotted. Thankfully, he spotted Snakers at the last minute to avoid going down themselves. But yeah, now suddenly Luminosity have... Yeah, I know. It's not quite as south, but oh, the angle! Fox! And then Snakers is going to be there for the follow-up if needed, but Zig has been removed, has been eliminated. FCZ also gets confirmed. It's a good play by Luminosity. Once they got that first knock, they made sure to play it slow, played for information, and they are just using their lead and just slowly oppressing Animaniacs into what looks to be a full hot drop success. That is, if Mixtile is positioned behind that box doesn't catch someone off guard.
And credit to LG. I mean, they look solid in this hot drop. It's kind of hard to prep for this because, again, hot drops can be random. Not everyone is the same. I mean, usually they're not the same unless you've been doing it against one team for a long time. So Luminosity's been dealing with this very well, actually. And I don't think they've incurred many losses at all in these hot drops. So good on them.
There is some other fighting happening on the map. C55 gets a nice little knock and kill onto Enzito from Bestia. That's happening just actually a little bit to the northeast of this position, but there it is, Vox with the Panzer. You know he wants to let that one go. You know how good it feels to get a knock, even if he goes down in the trade, it's worth it. 3 versus 1. Mixel has a large task ahead of him, and it's well, it's not even really going to come into much at all. Flood finishes that one off. 4 kills for Luminosity.
And that's a quick 4 kills for Luminosity, which is more important because they're currently in 9th place, so they have a climb to make. And that's a hell of a way to start it. If they can find some more aggression, they'll be able to get, well, more importantly, find more aggression without taking losses, but you know what I mean, Cam. Either way, LG looking good. Nice start. Bestia now as well, rotating in towards the north side of the circle, which is currently right on the edge, Picado, where the Falcons have just left. Oh, Vicky Banditos, though, in a sticky situation against Toyo, Cam.
I mean, the first game had a lot of very slow moments, but this game is off the rails even earlier. Lowly goes down. Capitan with a second knock onto the Banditos. And, well, it was a bit of a split. So NCLS and Yayi have an opportunity to just get out, which they probably will. But that is not only a compound secured for Toyo, relatively center, it's a compound with a blue chip revival center.
Go for the res there. Bestia is still actually kind of getting shadowed by potentially dangerous as they're rotating. They've actually decided to go much wider around Picado entirely. They're actually heading into Los Leones at this point. As Vicky Banditos' duo, they're just... What is their play here?
I think just try and stay safe. Wait for phase 2, see what play happens there, protect your vehicle. They're likely going to be on the edge in the next zone. Unless, of course, we go down to the island, which would be really funny. But unlikely to happen.
That, but yeah. That's very true. That probably is indeed their play. They're just going to hang out here. As there's still quite a few teams not on the circle. I'm looking at 55. I still see QAD outside, as well as Pure on top of Razev and Mira. So a lot of teams still making their way in. Could see some fighting on the edge. We can see Rock actually holding a huge... Oh, hold on a second. Cameron, what team had the most placement points in Masters Americas 1? Is it A, Team Falcons? Is it B, Luminosity Gaming? Is it C, Typhon? Or is it D, Liquid? I repeat, is it A, Falcons, Team Falcons, B, Luminosity Gaming, C, Typhon Gaming, or D, Liquid?
I'm trying to look it up. I'm trying to remember what it was.
I already know the answer.
Yeah. I mean, I have an inkling of what the answer is, but I just want to make sure because I know they had the team I'm thinking
the most
of had
kills.
the most of something. Yeah, did they also have the most placements? I don't know.
That's a good question. Is it A, Team Falcons? As we look at Team Liquid now, potentially dangerous, finally making landfall towards another team, and it's going to be Yai actually from Biggie Bandito, still trying to get something going, get some points out of the sky from Ford Doris.
Doesn't fall onto them though, unfortunately. But I still like the fact that even with 2 down, the Banditos, they are with 2 down in TPP, which everyone's going to say, oh, they're just going to camp inside the buildings. Banditos are doing something in terms of maintaining their area. I do think that even with window wall licking third person play being a possibility, that doesn't mean that you want to give up space for free. You're still going to get sort of smothered out if you give up too much land. So I enjoy, at least in the early game, that Yayi and NCLS are showing some level of activity to maintain even a small bit of territory.
Well, the other thing as well is they have lost 2, and the teams around them know they lost 2. Even players that are keeping track of the kill feed know that they lost 2. But not only do they have access to res, but new teams coming in may not know if they hear that shooting, at least 2 members from that compound, they may think it's a full 4. So yeah, we'll think the better of it. But
Ooh,
that was actually
spray.
a nice spray from Psycho. I'm surprised he didn't knock him earlier. That looks like it was on him. But either way, he gets him. So nice point going the way of Psycho. 55 actually, even though they're in 11th place, they have impressed me so far in this event. I feel like they've done a lot of things right that they used to kind of struggle with, especially in rotations. I feel like that's probably their biggest sticking point that they've fixed. So actually very happy to see that from them.
Yeah, they've definitely shown some individual moments of ingenuity and strategy and PUBG theory, whatever you want to call it. 2 kills so far on the round. And so this could also be another case of a team getting used to the format, getting used to this lobby and how all these changes sort of interact with each other. At this point, you got to start going, we've said it before, you got to start going big at this point. You can't wait until the 3rd day to make your move. That was never really the
No,
case, but you certainly can't do it with the point system now.
It was never really the case, but some teams made it work, right? Like there was those rare occasions where teams did have huge comebacks on day 3. Again, very possible. But just look how tight this leaderboard is now. The teams in first and second do not have this, 20, 30 point gap on the next team below them. It is still a gap, of course, but the whole spread of the leaderboard has been significantly reduced because, again, of the amount of points that have been taken away.
Kavazine loses his vehicle. Sam Crow ratting from the blue. You know what? I take it all back. I hate 55. This play is an offense, but so is the circle shift.
Kind of cool, but kind of gross. I mean, that still has Partona in, which means that there is that river towards the middle of the circle on the south side, now cutting it off, and that means less playable space on the mainland for all these teams who are rotating in from the north. So expect some big traffic jams as Sam Crow's going to get punished for his play in the blue, and Postal will find that one.
Yeah. 55 deserve it. If you were to ask them, I imagine they would say the same.
Toxic.
No, but with this zone, I mean, you can kind of see with pure RNG setting up around this bridge, it is kind of the worst of both worlds because it's enough of the island below to, like, it's a sizable amount of the island, but it's not enough for anyone to actually consider, you know what, let's go to Partona. There's a chance. There's such a small chance that 90% of the time when you see a circle in this position, it just decreases the space available for everyone else on the north that it is eventually going to go back to. So this could force a lot of even stronger earlier fights.
Speaking of fights, as we look at potentially dangerous close to Team Liquid here, I'm actually curious about this rock fight that's about to pop off with LG that's rotating in on the north side as Bestia, still just taking pot shots at Alcacia. But here we go. This is what I wanted to see. Rock now laying a trap. Not quite springing it, though. They're actually letting LG just rotate in front of them. Maybe LG's going to stop off here and go for a scout. In which case, we could see Rock maybe open fire and maybe spring that up, get a few members down, but doesn't seem to look like it. LG are just going to cruise on by.
Yeah, Alcacia versus Bestia. A little bit of a repeat from what we saw for at least a brief moment previous game with those two members of Alcacia trying to sneak up on sneak attack. Murillo goes down as we watch Furia continue to try and survive, not even in the blue, trying to survive through the blue. It's not their goal to stay out there with their health just slowly being chunked down. Luminosity also continue to make their way forward, dropping from the high ground into the low.
You can see it just rotating right. Oh, got a little squirrely there for a second. Well, he's going to take control. And Alcacia also rotating past Ben. A lot of teams just actually finding these gaps. That's the more impressive thing. Just finding these. Oh, heck yes. What is that, a Huffy? A Schwinn? What are we thinking?
No, Roth! Lost his vehicle, still alive. Sprinting back to his teammates, does eventually go down. And it seems that the rest of his team almost had, like, no clue.
Surely
that their teammate was in danger.
He doesn't die here, right? Surely he... Looks like he will just barely survive.
Yeah, I think he's good. I think he's okay, but you're right. Just barely.
Yeah, that would have been a disaster. Losing Roth there on that rotation when they actually found a spot to play would have been devastating, but they're going to get him back up. Falcons, meanwhile, looking down at Rock now. As Rock had an opportunity earlier to maybe put some damage on LG, but they decided not to take it, and now they've run straight into the Falcons.
Not just that, Falcons with the high ground. Though they're not abusing it as much as you would think. Perhaps the threat of Alcacia to the south is giving them pause. And the fact that they're in a 2-2 split, unsure what angles Kickstart and Trimsy would have. Shift does pull away from the water as expected. Liquid now with the most center position. Bestia with a lot of space to play with on the east and a lot of fields in that area as well. So let's keep an eye on how that could affect how teams approach the rest of this game.
Yeah, dead center of this circle is just straight open fields. You do have some of those. I forgot what they're called. The irrigators. I don't remember.
Yeah.
But you do have some. You do have some things that are strewn and scattered throughout the field that could be used as cover. But I'm just looking at Falcon's position here in this circle after that shift is just so juicy. They could potentially get a lot off of this, as is Alcacia. And then Liquid's in kind of a weird situation because their spot is so good, but they are in a split one of which that can't really support, like that low ground cannot support the high ground on that split. So I'm very curious if they're just going to hold this or consolidate at some point.
Yeah.
But either way, they have a strong one.
Speaking of low ground, high ground, Rays have come from the low ground where potentially dangerous are holding out into the high ground. That Liquid have been lying in wait. Alo gets the knock on a Fire of Arrow. And it is kind of a 2 versus 4 with the split, but you can see Kurt already rolling down that mountain, running down that hill. And Martin's getting flamed and mollied and everything to death. Potentially dangerous just below this, getting charged by pure RNG. Glock taking a lot of damage from the high ground, does drop Gats as GB gets a knock of their own. Liquid annihilate Razav. This fight here is a bit less clean for potentially dangerous's hold.
I will say, though, potentially dangerous. I mean, they're getting in there. They are trying. Every game, they try to pick a fight with at least one team, and generally, I feel like they have been winning them. So good on them. They're going to come in, and they're just going to clean up Pure as well. So PD just continuing to just move forward in these games and find ways to just get points, and that's why they're currently in 5th place. I mean, they've been solid so far this event, and they've been solid in most of the events. I feel like they've been leveling up each and every time, just like Rock.
Yeah, they've kind of been like the little sibling to working in Silence / ROC in that same vein. But yeah, they have also been growing and developing every single time.
I can see that. I'll give you that, Cam. I'll let you have it.
Oh, thank you.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Team Falcons still you're a very benevolent. Falcons still just holding that north side. And they've been watching Rock for a while, right? They've been aware of this team, and they also know that Alcancia is off to the side, so they're not necessarily pinched. Again, they can work from this area. Get a lot of kills,
one of these things is not like the other. Why is Souls all the way next to Alcancia and then goes down to H-Win with the M24? BL gets a knock with a grenade onto H-Win. It's all to Tiggleton right now. Drops a grenade into the face of the enemy, but Arbian pulls out the rifle and then gets the knock. What is happening?
Yeah, this is a very off-the-rails fight, but it's going in favor, I would say, of Rock, despite losing one early to Alcancia on the complete east side. I mean, not even close to his team. Again, Beal and crew are just making it work, and now it's down to a 3-on-2 with Rock advantage.
Kickstart spotted. Gonna pull away. Didn't arrive in time to give the support needed to save, revive the teammates, and Shrimsy's also been distracted. There's a team rolling up on the south. It's going to be Toyo. So the last 3 remaining members of Falcons are stuck in their own one-man wars. Furia arrive onto ROC Alcancia this whole situation, and I don't even know who's coming out on top. I want to say it's Alcancia.
I think it's Alcancia. I mean, they have 4 up. They're still trying to finish this off, but Furia, it's just Cow and Zine, and looks like I was gonna say he gets 2, but that's gonna be really annoying for Alcancia. They need to recover now, and Cowboy isn't even near his team. He's getting taken out. It's just down to DIY.
Yep, and then Roth gets confirmed. Going for the revive onto Rello, but this is what I meant. Like, yeah, Alcancia, they had 4 up, but something about it didn't feel comfortable for me. Yeah, you're gonna try and drop some bricks, some Goombas from the sky on top of them, but getting pushed by Flood. The Banditos are going to go out in 12th place. So Luminosity with more kills now, 5. Cowboy gets confirmed. So a good point nab by Shrimzy, grouped up with Kickstart, following the rotation line of ROC.
Kick is going to pick up DIY right there. Easy kill for him, as long as it doesn't get stolen. And Falcon's still surviving with 2 here. Position not as strong as it once was when Circle favored them in that corner, but it looks like they're going to have to go down into QAD. Toyo also waiting where Liquid had sprung a trap earlier in that compound with the concrete, and they're going to be waiting to move up as well. Maybe take a fight between Vox, LG, and TL, as that's about to pop off.
Might have the low ground, but they do have a bit of a better position. They're still going to rotate in from the blue, but the shot's coming out. It's going to be Rello that finds Shrimzy, but Fantastico drops Kickstart, so Falcons are eliminated. 3 kills for ROC. I think that's, 3 kills for Alcacia as well. So it's something for both of these squads. But considering both of their sort of current game states being down to 2/1 players alive, I don't know how much more they're going to be able to get. Similar problem for Dorez here. Lady Coon in the blue. Very heavy blue damage at phase 5.
Oh, and this is where the problem really starts to arise, is the circle shift is now taking away most of the space that the teams that are to the west of Liquid wanted to play, right? I'm talking about Toyo, I'm talking about LG, and even PD down to the south. They're going to have to make difficult moves in, and those inroads are going to be very contested.
Vixen still out in the blue. Only 1 kill for Mira, so a bit of a disappointing follow-up to a really good game number 1. 17 points that they just got for themselves on the first Miramar. It's likely going to end with just 1 point. But hey, it's all about consistency. No one team is ever defined by one game, good or bad.
55 now coming in. They're just going to go for a wide on wrap on the north cami as they're just driving straight into Rock and actually landing some shots on the Santastico is going to make him... Actually, no, it's not going to make him do anything. Oh, okay, he's going to back up. I was like, maybe he just wants to go for this and get the kill, but this is a good push for 55, using these defilades to cover, especially to cut off those TPP angles, and they're making it up this hill. They're making that push. Johnny's going to find RBN! And it's just down to Santastico now. In the distance, though, it does look like Snakers has gone down to Team Liquid.
How do they have the angles on this Santastico? There's no way for him to hide. Is that another grenade? Something flew past him. It was. Okay, it didn't get the knock, but dropped back down to 39 HP.
Oh!
First aid kits, but a good counter frag. Running out to perhaps try and confirm that kill at least, but no, ROC do go down to 55. And now Rello's going to strike. What can he pick up? Does 55 know of his position? Can he grab a couple of more points and potentially finish the team wipe on to 55? It's going to start with this first knock.
I don't think they're ready. I was going to say Rello just got a nade knock onto the team of Furia, so maybe they thought that he was still distracted fighting another squad. But the timing was almost just too good and perfect, but it's going to be a spray from Tony to shut him down. Or Tiny. And Rello will go, as will QAD.
Yeah, but look at Bestia. I don't think Bestia's going to let 55 get much more space. They might get the revives, but they're probably not going to last much longer. Luminosity also pushing in from the south. Only 3 up for them. And here is that lack of space that we both have been alluding to over the course of this game. It's just been funneling into on this field. Liquid have 1 knocked against them. And, potentially dangerous. Trying to hold on to this south control.
Yeah, even though I will say that the center of the circle is very flat, that ridge that TL and PD are playing on is actually pretty solid, especially given the circle and the high ground that LG have. What's really going to be an issue is this goes north, and yeah, there it is. That is where it becomes an issue. A rather large issue, actually, but I think it's all going to depend on what happens in this fight up top. Bestia just clean as you like.
But here comes Bizzler, here comes the rest of Luminosity. 55 are never given a moment to breathe. There is always someone else, but that is what happens when you hold on to such a strong position. This high ground, especially with this northern shift, is going to be incredibly powerful. But Luminosity, they don't want to over push it.
Love that shift from LG. That was a beautiful heads up play. They recognized they did the damage, they got the kill. There's only going to be 2 members at 55 if they're keeping track of the kill feed, which means that they can now rotate and shift towards the east to make sure that no one runs up on it. Again, just great overall play there from LG. Very well thought out. Yeah,
they made sure that 55 couldn't sort of flex back out to the east and take that position. But to the south now, how are these teams going to make their way in? Fakeson has made his way inside the zone. I thought they were gone. I thought they were dead in the blue, that deep, that long. And there it is, gonna strike! A bit long on the first knock. This could give Liquid the opportunity to respond, but the double blue zone stack isn't actually gonna land on Halo either.
Liquid and losing the Snakes, name a more iconic duo. The amount of times this great, amazing, lovely, handsome team has been foiled by a single Snake is actually crazy. But not this time. Not this time at all. But you're right. That actually cost them. That's a huge dip in their timing for rotation.
They have a vehicle, at least one. They're going to try and push forward. They have some ridges, some hills, some pieces of the terrain to work with, but are any of them actually in the zone? That's the big question. Alo
Nice
goes
shots.
down. There's no more further revival. Not in that position, but the rest do make it to the mountain.
That's a problem. If this utility, those nades don't take out Team Liquid, the fact that 3 of them made it onto this mountain is going to be a big issue for a lot of teams. As Tyvon is actually taking down Purdy, and that's a trade actually 55 to Team Liquid's rescue, helping them out there as Emmy is inching closer and closer to these smokes to get rid of Purdy Curdy and leave Team Liquid down to 2.
Oh, man. I know how uncomfortable this is for both Toyo and Liquid, and for Kurt just to run out there the second they landed to throw some grenades. The confidence on this man. The bravery.
Too much confidence could leave you burnt. Oh, my goodness. It's gonna be. Oh, look at this from Karex. No way, you did not. No, I did not just see that.
Nope, nothing happened. Hey, no one's gonna pick up that point, so that's the one silver lining. Revive happened, but Luke's gonna get tagged down by the blue. Hey, it's another point denial. No. Hey, point denial. That's all. It
it's not. They're gonna flush him right now. Oh my good gracious! What is going on? Top 4 has been decided. It's Sparking, 2 members of PD, LG, and Toyo.
Wait, Sparking's fighting back, though. It's now down 1 versus 2, confirms Ribo. There it is. The swing up by Emmy is going to stop the reign of terror. The Brazilian King does eventually go down, but yeah, it really cost Toyo.
And Flood, will he make the Karax mistake? Hopefully not. I also think Karax got shot midway down, so to be fair to him, that's not really his fault. It just looked goofy. It threw me off.
Right.
But yeah, so Toyo now in a 3 versus 2 situation.
Ooh.
And PD, remember, they have been... Oh, my goodness.
Sorry,
remember, PD has been on the southeast side of this circle the entire time, so they've actually kind of avoided all the nonsense that have happened right below LG and all the scuffle. We'll see if they're able to get anything off that. Is Circle actually kind of favoring them as well? I'm not sure if they can get to that irrigator in front of them, if it'll give them cover, but... I lied. Their position does not look great at all.
Yeah, it was fine.
There's a lot of fibs coming out of me.
They got 2 placement points from being into 3rd place, but I don't think there's going to be many opportunities for them to go forward, especially with Luminosity Gaming having 1 eye on Toyo, 1 eye on the field.
Yeah.
And it goes out. Ooh, it looked really good. Emmy down to 1 HP with a follow-up MG3 spray.
Such a win-more situation gun right there. It's unnecessary. But Vox has it. Maybe he would argue it's super necessary, as LG still maintaining control on the top of this. Just have to make sure that they cannot give PD any knocks, right? Because realistically, this is the only team that has an angle on them, unless we see utility coming out like lethal frag grenades from Toyo. So LG just cannot afford to eat a knock, because as soon as one of those members do happen to go down, that's going to be Toyo looking to push up, and PD as well looking to move forward.
Yeah. Vizsla is finding a better angle. The high ground is losing its height the further into this game that we go. Capitan slowly bumping this truck forward, keeping it in phase 7. Is that a C4? That's a C4. He's prepping a C4 play.
I see. Okay, now Capitan, remember, don't get out of the car early. And if you're gonna commit full. You know what I'm saying, homie? Just
yep, no fear.
If that's
no fear.
the play, just do it.
If you're gonna go down, you gotta go down with the whole ship.
He's thinking about it.
It's all about timing. The worst thing is that if they go for the C4 play, they knock 2 of the 3 LG, but then PD come in and clean everything up and get all the kills in first place. So
yeah, I mean, they have to, and if that's the play that they supposedly are going for, right, they need to make sure Emmy's in a position to actually flush those, and I don't think that's just possible right now. I mean, look at this.
Yeah.
PD have complete view over the ridge that Toyo would like to go up to try to get rid of Luminosity, and then Luminosity have complete view of PD holding them down. So this is a very interesting standoff here. As okay, GB goes down, Glock very low as well. I wouldn't peek, but just get the heal off.
Would you suggest PD deny at this point?
I don't think it's a bad idea. I wouldn't suggest it, but I would completely understand why they would do it.
Because making it across that field looks impossible.
It's very. Me personally, I'm stupid, and I would just go for anything, whether it's a bad res or a fight. Which is why I said don't listen to me. But if they denied, I don't think that's a bad play at all. Especially again with how hard points are to come by.
Yeah.
So
well, and the fact that denials are only useful if it's against people that are right next to you on the leaderboard, and they're right above Toyo.
You. Yeah. Well, they're also. They also have LG in this game, who's arguably gonna win this one, right? And that's an extra point. So yeah, if they deny, that's it's not a bad play.
Grenade, underhand toss on the flood. This is where the C4 would be sick. But no, Emmy's gonna go down. It's all gonna be on Capitan. Here's the footsteps. Notice he's getting pushed. Pulls out. Tries to get the first on the Vox, but the level 3 and the MG3. Oh, even with blood getting in the end, it's still a 10-kill win for Luminosity Gaming. Started with a hot drop, ended with an MG3. And 10th place, at least is where they started, bumped up to 8th. How much further can they go from here?
Much further indeed, Steve.
As far as they want to go, baby. Welcome back. Game 2 is done. We're getting ready to go to Tego with the sick beats and the great sounds of Luminosity. That was a great game for them. Hot drop to start. They won it. Very dominating. And a tough game, too. That Circle 3, I think, set the standard for this game with how much the south was water and the north was just that big open field. And there wasn't a lot of options. It forced a lot of fights in some weird spots. That's kind of why we saw the LG thing go down the way it did. Or the Liquid Gaming thing go down the way that it did. It was, I think, a tough game. I think potentially dangerous on that south. I was hoping for a little bit more at the end of it. But again, it's just... especially in third person, it feels so hard to push those wide open spaces that don't have very much cover.
Yeah, it's very hard to push those wide open. I mean, we saw that. We saw PD not even go for it, essentially, which, again, was a good decision. So that brutal circle was exactly that. It was just very brutal.
It was a very tough one, but it was a fun match. It made for some interesting challenges. I like the Sparking once again almost pulled something crazy out of nowhere. The kid is a hit maker, and it's always fun to watch. Even when his back's against the wall, you just kind of lean back and you go, all right, let's see what Sparking's got up his sleeve. Let's talk scores, though, Cameron. Walk me through leaderboards. I think everything here seems... It's the match leaderboard. It's about what I expected based on that circle.
Right, but 55 Esports, no placement points, second place because of kills. Again, these are things that we're all trying to get calibrated. Us on the desk, you guys at home, even the players themselves, of where match leaderboard is related to the kill points versus placement points update and how that eventually does kind of reflect in the overall leaderboard. And we're going to continue to see a lot more of these situations where people are like 2 or 3 positions higher or lower on the match leaderboard than they were in like the match standings because of the kill points.
All right, overall leaderboard. Let's take a look at it because that is, I think, as we get to almost the halfway point, it's going to be a situation where the teams really need to start focusing on without the catch-up potential we're used to seeing on the last day. You got to put that rubber to road right now. So Team Liquid is going to be in the dominant position with 61 points. Furia below them at 58. A little bit of a fall off to Team Mira and Rock at 51 and 49. PD, Toyo, and on down from there. Luminosity will manage to jump up to 8th off the back of that big performance. Alcancia is slowly climbing, but I'm worried it's a bit too slow, and our bottoms will continue to sort of struggle down there. Again, though, I think for me, the biggest thing to look at, Godspeed, is our South American teams continue to be dominant whenever we look at stack leaderboards. Doesn't matter what the perspective is.
No, I mean, we initially talked about South America, when we first merged regions, and that, it kind of took them a few events to really start to kind of show up. But I mean, they're beyond integrated. I mean, SA is here. They're very strong teams, very strong players. One of their best players is on one of our teams, right, in North America, because Sparking is just that damn good, right? So yeah, I mean, South Americans are amazing at this game. Shocker. I mean, they're just as good as our players. Whoa.
It is. I think one of the greatest things that happened to the region across the board, not just South America, but Americas in general, was that combination. Was it 2 years ago now? When it put everyone in the same scrim lobbies, it got everybody really active against each other on a regular basis. And I think that elevated the level of play, not only for South America, but a lot of our veterans from NA who've been sticking around and grinding it out and finding themselves consistent teams. We've also seen some pretty steep skill curve upgrades, I think, because of that. So America's overarchingly, I think, has seen a pretty good growth lately. While EMEA still makes fun of our depth, Cameron, I do think that our depth as a region, combined region, seems to be getting stronger. When you talk about teams like Rock, who a year ago, working in silence, everybody's like, oh, will they, won't they? Godspeed, was enjoying watching them, but it was kind of still a question. They showed up at PCS. They put in consistency. It seems like we're seeing kind of a slow grind up for the entire depth chart, if that makes sense.
I think I agree with you. I was just so tilted by the whole EMEA depth thing because that narrative has been dead for like at least 5 years.
So, hold on. So you don't think they have the best depth out of any region? Now I'm just curious.
I don't think the depth is nearly as much as they pretend that it is.
Fascinating.
Like,
Okay.
I mean, the fact that like FaZe is as unreliable as they have been for like 2 or 3 years, like that alone shows like, oh, these are some of your heroes. Yeah, sure, they're not. Okay, I don't want to go into this whole region.
These are your
That's not what we're here for.
heroes.
That's not what we're here for. It's I don't even think that their premise is as correct as the initial premise is. It's not as big as they act like it is.
I've never seen Godspeed with such a strong "I'm staying the F out of this" smile in my entire life. Well, that's why I was laughing when it cut to the widescreen. Godspeed was just like, "Oh, not for me."
Hey,
All right,
listen,
let's talk.
I never learn. That's my problem.
Survey down below, scan it. If you guys have opinions about TPP and esports, Krafton wants to hear them. So get over there and take the survey. It's the best way to get heard. It is a long survey. It doesn't take that long, but it's exhaustive, which I think speaks well to the fact they're asking a lot of questions, and that's meaningful for me. So go ahead and give those thoughts. Now, if you want to give us thoughts, you can. Hashtag MastersMikeNA. After the show today, we got a short podcast / post show. We're just going to sit down and chat PUBG Esports, okay? There's no limitations to this. It can be about TPP. It can be about FPP. It can be about Cameron's favorite food or what Godspeed likes to cook, or why he cut his hair, why he shaved his beard down to almost nothing. These are the questions that are burning a hole in my pocket. So hashtag MastersMikeAM. If we pick your question, you win 3,000 G coins. So I encourage you to go ahead and try it, because why not? We all need schematics. Just like all of our teams need points, Animaniacs hot dropped Luminosity again. Another example of teams desperate to try to climb this board. We're moving to Tago. Cameron, can we expect to see the hot continue on a new map?
I'm trying to think if we saw any yesterday. I don't think we did. I mean, it's always going to be contingent on the plane path, especially with these one-offs, the Tago and Rondo special, where you just get one a day.
True.
Overall.
That's very true.
It's 1/6 of the entire thing. So I don't think we're gonna get. I don't think we're gonna get any hot drops for points reasons until the last couple of rounds tomorrow. I do think we're gonna see more aggressive third-partying plays in the early game, like what we saw Mira's successful push at the beginning of Miramar. We saw a couple of them actually happen yesterday. Not yesterday, but just the previous game. On leaving your spot to go pick up some kills, even in the early game.
Godspeed, along the lines of the third-party situation, do you think it seems like third-partying has always been a part of PUBG? Probably one of the best ways to go get your points is to be the third party. It feels like in TPP, is it safer to third party? I mean, like, it feels like everyone's been a looky-loo and coming around curious every single time. Is it because it's significantly easier to decide if you want to come in and third party someone because of the perspective?
I wouldn't say it's necessarily scouting is definitely safer, or like just trying to get close enough to the fight to see like where it's happening, or like if you have an angle, but I don't think it's like drastically different.
Okay. Well, that answers that question.
Again, just the innate advantages you get from TPP, and like again the viewing angles, of course, like finding that information that you need, whether it's someone to shoot or whatever. But
I lied, guys.
I don't think it's
Razav again.
You lied, and now it's time for me to get out of here. So, boys, take it away.
All right, Godspeed and good luck. Let's get into the action right away as Al Qudsiya jumps in and says, all right, I guess Razav's our problem now. As we jump into a hot drop right out the gate. Oh, my goodness. That's a Panzerfaust in your face. That's the kind of dental plan nobody wants. Rella goes around the right side with the mini. He's going to lock up the push angle, just kind of holding it. A little bit of a pre-fire. I mean, how do you push around that corner right now? Cowboys joined in. It is now a three-man surge forward. It's a trade, and that is it as QAD goes in from two sides and just sandwiches Razav.
That was super fast, and that is the type of play that I expect from this team. They dropped at the very beginning of the playing path, so they still have a lot of time to play with to get into this next zone, which is relatively fair for them. A little bit of it is cut out on the east, but that wasn't the only hot drop that we're going to be looking at, so I lied twice!
Twice you lied. I'm used to it. All right, so it is going to be Beaky Banditos up here against... They're moving so fast. It's Fora. Foradores is going to be a little back and forth. Two teams that need to get some points up on the board. That's the kind of hot drops that I like to see. Salvaging, knowing there's not going to be a lot of placement available. You got to go for these kills and then try to get your team back. Because remember, if you're new, if you're just joining us, reses are in, baby. You can use that blue chip and bring back your boys if you survive the fight. So it looks like the hot drops are on the up as we check out the action in Songam. So far, no one lost. There's a knock on Foradores, but I think that should be resable. Where is he? Marco.
No, I think the res already came into play. That's why you can't find him.
Okay, that's why I can't find it. It was yellow for a brief moment.
Yeah.
August, all right, comes around. You see the smoke cloud as he's trying to find a backstab. Lowly up on the high ground with the ace. Forador is playing this very cleanly, Cameron. As they're staying kind of as a group. Looks like they're trying to move forward as a block. I like that.
They're playing it well. The problem is, as any hot drop that gets set and sort of slows down, look at the timer. We're already hitting 3 minutes. Teams are usually on the move by 3.5, if not 4.
Ooh.
So, like, there's a pressure to, like, oh, we don't want to rush forward, and especially in third person, rush forward and give them an advantage in a fight. But at the same time, we don't just want to wait here and kind of let the game get away from us.
I do think the point change has made that a little bit of less of a factor, right? Because if you can get 4 points off a team wipe, it's only one less than a placement-driven victory. And you could still potentially get that. So I do think there's one of those worlds where if you're like, I'm behind, I need points on the board, it's not as big of a consideration as it used to be back when you could early rotate and pick up 6 or 7 points for sort of just making it to the late game.
Sure, but you also want to early rotate to find a good position to continue to get kills out of. So, like, I see your point, but it doesn't completely negate the fact that time
100%.
is still an issue in this game, even if, like, considerations are going to be a little bit different. But I do see Infinite rocking a Panzer. That is usually one of the best things that you can have in a hot drop, especially to kind of get things started, get things rolling.
In a hot drop, in a BRDM situation, in a late game, in a tight circle, in a compound fight. Really, it just seems like a Swiss Army knife.
Oh,
nice shot!
That also works!
Infinite! Nice shot. Well done. Foradores is going to go ahead and get that Panzer set up here. Infinite's like, I got a follow-up shot for you, brother. Puts it back away.
He's waiting for the call for someone to run in and go for the revive.
I think that's exactly what it was. They were hoping he had a teammate watching for that passover. It looks like they are going to go ahead and get that res inside. They don't want to over push this.
That would have been the time, though. I feel like that might have been a missed opportunity for Foradores. Now we're just reset back to how things were.
Right. It did slow them down, though. The rest of your team...
Slow what down? Nothing was happening.
The rest of their team was able to finish getting themselves looted or into position, right? Whereas the Beaky had to stop down, do a res. Both players have to go through the heal mechanics. It's slower. I'm not saying it's the right choice. I'm just saying it's a choice. Who am I to do or die or to judge whether or not it's the right choice? Just to justify or come up with reasons as to why we do it. Infinite jumps out the window because he has been playing like a rock star in this fight so far. So why not leap out of a window?
I think they're trying to run away, actually. They've given it up. Oh! But NCLS and Lowly both get knocked in tandem. NCLS almost got a second with MHP going down very, very low.
So that puts them at a 2-3.
It looked like Foradores were actually considering finding some way to exit, and they're getting punished for that. Of course, Banditos aren't pushing particularly aggressive off of that double knock, which again feels like a missed opportunity.
Yeah, you're looking for Adores out of the building or out of the city, and all you end up with is an exit to the lobby. If you're not careful,
That's why
Murillo
they had a
drops.
backstabber.
Ah, I see. So here comes that. Looks like they are going to get that first res. Into the house they go. Lowly with the trench gun, pushing in. Oh, he just went for it. He just went for it. He gets the trade, though, 1-1. Safely on the outside, though. Should be pick-upable. S12K.
Ooh, good pre-fire.
Ooh, beautiful
Through the
pre-fire.
door.
August gets another knock there. Lady's going to go down.
They know what the last one is.
You must be upstairs. No.
More or less? Oh, no, I thought they did. I wasn't able to follow this. How quick did it happen once it started, once the push started to come in by the Banditos. There was one member of Foradores left. And I think they might think that they're still in the same building, but they've made a break for it towards the east.
In the lower window, just as an update, we got to see Falcons bump up against LG. Snakers take out Shrimsy. And at least Falcons is going to lose 2 and have to limp off just a little bit here. I think unfortunate for them as they were caught off guard on rotation. Back over here to Foradores, we got Infinite, the last man standing, up against a onslaught of Beaky Banditos. I thought Foradores was going to win this one. There was a moment. Sparking.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sparking got cocky on there. That was a I win everything spray, and he stayed standing for far too long, and it cost him.
Oh. And even goes down. Not even resable by Liquid. So another... We are seeing Liquid more and more kind of ego play.
Yeah. I like Liquid on ego plays, though. Like, give me more ego plays, Liquid.
They're limit testing, which is a good thing. So, like, by the end of this year in Masters West, and when the next PAS comes around, even when EWZ comes around, right? Like, they're gonna know how far they can kind of push these things.
Dude, this fight is off the rails.
Huh?
Luke 12 got another one. The fight is off the rails. The glider just went over and shot Curdy in the head. Like, this Liquid fight is wild. And then we're back to Beaky Banditos. I can't even keep track anymore. We're all over the place. Okay, Liquid's up on your top right now. There's that swap over. Luke is going to get knocked down. Purdy trying to run up for the assist. There it is, the glider again, dude. Purdy has been hunted by the glider. GB is mean.
You're getting gang stalked by drones.
Bro, seriously, though, every time that Purdy tried to move off a tree, the glider would buzz by and just pop him twice. That was rough. Rough. All right, let's move in now. Back to your Foradores throwdown as Infinite has made this fight exactly that. Absolutely unending as he sits there with the Panzerfaust and says, guys, you got to hunt me. It's going to cost you.
Listening for footsteps. And GB is still flying around in the glider, though. Dropping a bit low of HP. You might want to consider dropping down.
Woo-wee. It cost everything, but it was worth it.
Hey, point denial.
That's fair. That's actually a fair point. So he point denies. Beaky Banditos are going to come away with that one. And I didn't think it was going to go their way after that opening knock by Infinite. So good for them on sort of collapsing, getting the res, and turning it back around. Maybe next time we see a little bit of a harder push coming out from the Foradores, because that seemed like that was their opening, Cameron.
God. I mean, yeah. I agree, but now we're looking at 55 and ROC kind of rotate around each other, not far away from that hot drop between Foradores and the Banditos. But Sam Crow's going to pull away, get chased down by BL.
No.
Oh, it's because BL's in a glider. Okay, that's why.
BL just keeping an eye on him, saying, all right, leave my boys alone. Oh, wow. Never mind. So remember that BL is calling out and letting him know exactly what's happening. So Sam Crow's out. He's available. Sadasco uses the information, gets himself a good angle, but Karak goes ahead and gets a nice grenade knock on Solds, who doesn't have anybody near him right now to help.
Yeah, this is rough. And then phase 2 did just pull, I guess, away from the wall, but it's away from this fight as well. So 55 need to go fast. ROC need to figure out if they're going to continue the fight or if they're just going to cut their losses and leave. RBN sticking around, wants to punish this push by 55, even if even if Solds does eventually get killed. ROC want to make sure that 55 don't just pick up these points for free and they're going to get punished. And, like, you know, if you guys want to stay on the blue, again, for a second time, we saw what happened in Miramar. Like, it's not going to be free entry into the zone when you do finally decide to join the rest of the adults at the adult table.
That is a very good point. It is going to be a very hard transition as the circle that popped is all the way to the east. It is shockingly, I would say even like a sixth of it is off the map. So everyone needs to start finding their spots, getting over there as quickly as possible, as it's not going to be a lot of entry space on the west side. Falcons, you see Tiggleton here trying to get himself healed up as LG drives by. I doubt he engages on this one.
No. Not
Never mind. He can't help himself.
Oh. Kickstart started first.
Panzer him, Tig.
Nah, at that range.
Dude, don't judge Tigonometry. If you shoot straight up in the air with a slight angle, Tig could hit it, I believe.
Rello with the double.
Woo, baby. That's not great news for Pure, but love to see Rello putting in some work.
Wait, and then Valiant goes down to D's knock? Gets run over? Okay, calm down.
Was good.
But hey, Godzilla, they won that hot drop, and now they're really trying to up the momentum, up the velocity. This is what we want to see from them.
More velocity. You know, Alcancia actually, I feel like that's kind of their thing, is they velocity up throughout an event and then have to have a really good last day. And I don't think with this format, or points format, I should say, it's really functional. I think half price chicken, you have to be out and running by halfway through day two.
Right.
So Alcancia, this could be that chance, right? Coming into literally the halfway point of day two. If they spin this into a 10-point game, 10 kills plus, then we're looking at really them grinding their way back into this. But I think for everyone at home, that is something to kind of consider as we look at those teams really probably 11th on down, maybe even 9th place, that they need to start putting up a consistent 6 to 8 kill games if they are going to maintain the race for those top 3. And that is what it's about. You want to get to Masters West, which is a combination of the top teams from the Americas and the top teams from EMEA battling it out for a big prize. So you want to make sure that you are there. You want to make sure you're getting as many points as humanly possible. This is not just about the prize pool.
No, not at all. Not at. I mean, it is for the prize pool.
Oh, it is
just
for the prize pool,
specific prize,
but it's not every.
It's just not this prize pool.
That's a good point. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and see it. We actually, for the first time, get a zoom in on somebody using that blue chip tower as Glock fires it up to bring back his bestie. I miss you.
Where are they going to land? Where are they going to go? This call out was out in the blue. Oh, the red zone has the opportunity to do the funniest thing.
Wipe them. So yeah, that's the worst. When you get recalled by your teammates and then they lose on rotation and you just have to, like, right after the plane launches and you come back all by yourself. You're like, I got nothing. I'm alone. What do I do?
Yeah, that's if they die only right after the plane launches. If the red zone takes them out now,
all
they're
gone.
just done.
True.
Yeah.
I love that backpack. I just want to go on the record and say one of my favorite parts of this tournament is that I get to seize all the skins on a regular basis. And do you have cat backpack? I feel like you have cat backpack.
Hell yeah.
You do, don't you? Okay, I knew one of us did.
Yeah, the totally not IP controlled Sailor Moon skin line is one of my favorites.
No,
or I guess it's more Card Captor Sakura, but I digress.
You do digress. All right, here comes Mira.
What does that mean?
I don't know. It was you digressed, and then I moved on. I don't know anything about anime or Sailor Who, whatever it was. Mira pushing forward on a really nice grab on Tiggleton. He is going to go down. Kickstart, I don't know, has an op. You can't really fight this, but you also really don't want to go anywhere. I think yeah, right. So Kick's gonna just kind of hold out and be like, oh, I guess I'm holding a 3-man push.
Yeah, I mean, Mira seemed to know where Kickstart is. Grenade goes fishing. Doesn't find a fish just yet. As we see the Banditos also rotate up from the south into Kongnung. Where that fight, well, if you want to call it that, more so the bullying is happening. GP goes down to lowly.
The Banditos, Wild Boys. Potentially dangerous, not prepared for that back attack. Meanwhile, jump back over. Fauna is still trying to work his way over towards Kickstart. I don't care who you are. If you know that you just wiped Tiggleton and there's another Falcon somewhere nearby, it slows your entire game down, right? Like, it doesn't matter what team you are. You're like, a Falcon is a problem. And so we're going to have to be very careful going forward no matter what happens. The respect put on that team is deservedly high.
Ooh, well, Slabby also goes down. So it's kind of falling apart for potentially dangerous. As they try and sort of edge into the south section. This is looking to be potentially an urban finish. It's a small urban area. So there is a higher chance of the zone pulling away from it, despite how center this city is. But something to keep your eyes on, and potentially a reason why we have 4 teams, well, 3 plus a solo straggler, entering this area already.
I would let's go hard east on this shift and make it absolutely chaotic. Nope, nice and centralized. It is going to stay, the city will stay in, so there's a little more time for some of our teams to sit and wait to see what happens. Meanwhile, Vinny just doing the work. 55 Esports has not been able to find a place to park their car today, man. Every time they transition, they're getting popped out of these things.
55, yeah, they're struggling to find their way in. Psycho's not going to get revived. That's 2 down. Psycho and Tony both down for the count, and then the other 2 members of 55 still out in the blue, still got to figure out somewhere.
Oh my gosh.
KongNung stays in, and it does stay basically dead center now. So great for the Banditos, great for Mira, looking pretty good for potentially dangerous, and at least for Kickstart. I mean, again, not like placements are that much. You got to get to 4th place minimum to get anything at all. But, you know, opportunity for Kickstart to find something just trolling out in one of the northern warehouses there.
All right, up over the top of the hill, Solds. They're just collapsing on 55. Done and dusted. Those guys cannot find space. Bestia does eliminate them. Is that a mortar strike? Not quite on target. I guess they're just feeling it out. Fury's like, hey guys, just so you know we're here. Follow the mortar path. Oh, Kicks got the defend. Now Toyo decides to crash. It wasn't the initial fight that we thought it would be. He goes around the left. He gets one. He got 2, but he is not enough. He goes down, but that's the sphere. That's what happens when one fights Kickstart. You got to bring the whole squad to take care of that, man.
That was really close. I think there was the moment that he kind of quote-unquote lost it was that first peak that didn't get anything with 2 players right on top of him. Getting that 3rd was almost impossible, but still, you saw the chance was there, the opportunity was there. To your point, 1 Falcon is 1 too many to be comfortable in a fight.
True. Is that a sound? Is that
you
what
know,
sounded?
sometimes intrusive thoughts should be pushed back down.
Don't agree. Well, I mean, yes, sometimes, but not a caw. Is that what the sound of Falcon makes? What sound does a Falcon make? I'll bet it's like beefier. It's like caw. Anyway.
That's a beefy bird.
That's a beefy bird. That's a rock. You know what a rock is? Just a giant bird. It's like a falcon on steroids, I think.
Aren't they like mythological creatures?
Yeah, but they're like birds.
Yeah. I'm just like not real.
And if they're mythological, they're big, right? Like nobody has tiny.
No, I know. I was
creatures.
just confirming that we were talking about a mythological creature.
Yes, we are. Mythological creature, much like the sorry, I say late game Falcons right now.
I mean, facts are facts,
right? All right, Amir has been kind of slow here. I think that they've been getting their points. They're down to 3. They did their work, and now they're just defending. I'm not going to judge that. It's great defense from these guys right now.
Yeah.
Making those plays. Smart.
Yeah. I mean, especially because, like, what would they even gain out of going aggressive at this point? They'd be leaving their points of safety. They know there's a high chance of other people crashing in. Luminosity just arrived. Bestia have also just arrived. They are posting up for the late game, and it kind of feels unfortunate. They see all the kills in the kill feed, and they're like, that could be us. That could be us. But they'd be throwing away their game to do that. They need to just hold on to their investment of KongNung and just play for kills in the late game.
Throw it away, Cameron. I say throw it away. It's only 5 points. Who cares? Go nuts. Pure RNG is going to get eliminated.
It's about opportunity for kills. They're likely running into like meat grinders if they run out of their buildings now.
Yeah, I know, but it'd be so much more fun.
It would.
Hey, look, a BRDM. I am so surprised. Not going to do much good in here at the moment, but if the circle goes outside the city, they are prepared. Vox is like, just has to decide where to park it. Oh! It's a Lynx! Oh, no.
A headshot, too.
Why?
He was lining that up.
Absolutely.
The thing is, when you're in a BRDM, you feel so safe. So I don't even blame Vox for taking that one like slow and just like listening to the radio, listening to an audiobook or whatever. But like Lynxes do penetrate BRDMs.
Bro, that was awesome. Yeah, he was like, I'm going to put it over here, guys, just slowly backing it up. Meanwhile, and you could just see him waiting. It was that Kraken that had the Lynx. I didn't see the name fast enough.
I think so.
But it was just like he was like, he's not going anywhere. I got plenty of time. That was amazing.
Ooh.
Ooh, busy.
And
Busy
Flood,
pops
and then
Posa. Yeah, nice.
D goes down to the kill feed to T. Plants Morello with the trade on FCZ. Katsuya, I think this might be a 3 versus 2 now? No. I think with Roth going down as a 2v2. Some good shots by Mixall in the picture-in-picture. While Luminosity are also just trying to continue to get some trade damage back onto Furia, get some revenge for Vox.
I don't know if Mighty HD is helping with the split screen or not. It's just so much cool stuff happening in blue places. It's brutal. All right, nice little smoke coming out here as QAD continues to try to push forward. Animaniacs gets the win, left at 9 health as his cavalry backup arrives. Much needed points for Animaniacs, who have been on the bottom of the leaderboard. Nice to see them with that climb so far.
Yeah, and good for Alcatsia to get 7 kills, but like, it does feel a little disappointing that they weren't able to get more. Like, just in terms of like their own mental confidence, because they got kills and yet they still didn't even make it to the top half, which plays some points regardless. There's a sense of like, oh, we made it at least to the top half. We made it into the top X.
That's a fair point. Just the mental of like sitting there and being like, oh, well, it's time to go to the next game already. Now, I will say that if you're a smart player, it's not as painful when it's a city ending, because you're like, well, 9 teams left in a city is not the same as 9 teams left in a field. You know what I mean? True. Because there's definitely someone sitting in a bathroom right now like they're in Jurassic Park.
Yeah. No, that's true. And often, I mean, maybe this is a bit of my own bias. I see that and I'm like, you know what? I'm glad to be done. I'm glad to be out.
Yeah, I don't want to be part of that. I got my 7 kills. I'm looking for an 8-point per game average. You know, let's just not be part of the mess, because there is going to be considerable amount of focus required to get into the late game here with the amount of teams that are sort of situated in cities. And city fighting, let's say this, in third-person perspective is a whole different ball game. The fact that you just do not know which building and you cannot scout it, no one is going to be peeking. The only way to advance is to try to explore new utility in each building you go through so that you can block vision on whatever building you're pushing to. It is brutal. And it is important that you move early and quickly, because you do not have as much time as you would in first person because of the lack of scouting. So this is going to be a very tough end game for these teams.
Yeah, especially for the ones that are the northwestern edge, like the Toyos, like the Luminosities, like the Kraken of Furia, who is still trying to make his presence known.
Accuracy
Drop
through
the
volume.
links. You asked for the med pack. He's got it now. And I think this is a really good time to use it. The Lynx, I think he was running low on ammo anyway, but the Lynx is not that powerful in like such a close quarters situation to begin with. Just use the AUG and have the increased med abilities for survival.
Yeah, especially if they do end up, and this is very possible in a stack situation where maybe he's trying to out-heal someone in the late game. It could be a huge difference maker, especially if you're down to 1-2 bullets on the Lynx. As much as I hate getting rid of a Lynx, I get it. What?
Animaniacs, they crash on in. There was a little bit of a grenade. And a good spray by Yayi is going to finally take Zig down. August, low, running out in the open. Not going to get shot in the back just yet. Oh, it was flash. Didn't know that he was up against a wall. Shot to Yayi. You're going to force him away from that angle. Kraken does eventually go down, and Furia are eliminated.
LG, though, fighting for a tough spot outside the circle. Not like they still have to somehow make their way in off the back of this. There is a blue zone beacon inside the circle, but they have been shut off, so no more chances to try to sneak someone back into this thing. Which is weird, because I would never support a late game respawn, except maybe in a city ending where someone could technically sneak in and find some items. But fortunately, they turn off here at phase 6. And everybody should be set with the 20 people left alive. 7 teams going into phase 6. And a BRDM.
And a BRDM, yep. Big note. It's literally
it's like the partridge in the pear tree for PUBG. And a BRDM in the city. It's always there.
It's so accurate, though. Now that they know the Lynx is no longer in play, they don't have to worry about it.
They don't, right? Like, that was the only reason to keep
Lynx,
it.
You never know.
Oh, that's the scary thing about Lynx is you never know when they attack. They attack from behind, and they make sure you're not looking at them. They're terrifying. Those mountain lions, absolutely the worst. I'll take a grizzly bear. You can see them coming.
Oh, true, yeah. Not like you can stop it, but
at least you know. With the Lynx, I'm just dead.
I don't know. You're actually selling the Lynx.
That's a good
I don't
point.
want that like sense of dread and like knowing that's about to happen.
Capitan's got himself a Panzerfaust on standby. Love to see that. Nothing better than to breach into a building. Potentially dangerous. Got an entire drop right on top of them before the circle started to close. So they're going to be running in kitted as all get out.
That is
hopefully
huge,
at least one tier 3.
Look at Luminosity, though. They're just trying to take center. They're driving around, trying to find some information. HP on the BRDM, I think, is still good. They've slotted themselves just next to Toyo.
They look
Just
like
to
my
the
mom
north
trying to navigate
of Mira.
Chicago. Wait, do we turn here? Is this a one-way? Where do I put this BRDM?
There's never any parking!
There is never any parking. Just like there's never any apartments available in Erangel. Capitan using his third-person powers to keep an eye on things. We're using our observer powers to keep an eye on things. Team's nice and spread out. Everyone has made it into the circle and has something to call home, with the exception of Luminosity, who has a BRDM, so who cares? So we shouldn't see too much except a little bit of peppering back and forth here for the next couple minutes. Oh, does he know he's on the ground?
He's lining it up. Yeah, he saw the blind shot!
Oh! And the follow-up. Cook it, cook it, cook it. From the other side as well.
That made it.
A little too short. Good smoke by the Biz. Flood crawling away, trying to get to safety. DraftKings doing a ton of work to try to keep these heads down from Mira.
I'm struggling to follow along with what's happening, and that is not unique for a city ending. It's certainly not unique for me or even the players. Just keep an eye on what is even going on. Capitan with another Panzer. Swap back to the M4, but Toyo are staring down Mira, though sending some shots over towards Bestia.
I mean, a little posturing here and there, but again, everyone has managed to make it into the circle. So this blue close is not that relevant right now, as everybody's got their spot. The next moment, that's what's going to matter the most, is do you manage to have to make a big move here and cross the street? Rock is praying that they are not forced to cross this road. Meanwhile, Mira continuing to try to make something happen, hiding from the blue, perfectly backed out. Capitan runs away as DraftKings shoots him in the back. Emmy with a nice smoke to try to get the rescue. Got to respect the hype. They're not going to do the res outside, though. I think they're going to make him crawl to safety. Yep.
Oh, yeah, they want to avoid the grenades. They know Mira are right across. Rebo is holding that angle a touch.
Oh, good.
Causing some more utility. But they're running out of time. The circle's about to close in 35 seconds. And they need to make their way down south. The Mira are not moving.
Also, keeping in mind, they had to burn 3 smokes just to get that res. That's utility they're going to be desperate for as they move into the next stage of the circle here. They're going to be they got 6 on Rebo, so he could potentially get them out and across this road if he moves quickly to get those preset. And that looks like what he's going to do.
It's really their only play.
Yep.
Rechecking.
Smoke that window,
smoking
bro.
off that window.
Smoke launcher, so good in TPP. Good in everything. Really good here.
Capitan's inside. Trying to check. But now Mira can't act, unless Mira want to drop out, they can't go into this building. These are kind of two isolated segments of the same building.
Rock got the circle, so they're going to be very happy while elsewhere. Potentially Dangerous also hunkered down completely right now, both in very good spots to move into the late game. Beaky Banditos looking strong as well, as Mira and Toyo are facing off for really just a tough situation, because whichever team survives this, well, they have to walk into Luminosity right afterwards.
Right. But I will say, Toyo now getting in front of Mira. I think Mira are going to have to avoid the blue, hop out in the open, and take a fight with either Toyo or Bestia. And, I mean, Toyo is probably the better option to choose, but neither of them are great. In fact, I think Mira are getting ready to drop smokes of their own, more utility to cross somewhere or another. Deployable cover also coming down, but you have Bestia up on the roof. You have Luminosity in the building in front of them. These teams are just lying in wait. They know what's about to happen, and they're just waiting for an opportunity to execute.
Open the door. Oh, no. That window is no good. There's just nothing. How do you, just smoke everywhere and hope for the best?
Vixen is out. And we're down to phase 9. We know where the game is going to end. It's actually going to end in the middle of the road.
Ooh,
I have no clue who's best set up to win this, but the kills are finally starting to light up the kill feed. A good grenade by Flood takes Fana and LFP out. Rebo goes down to a team grenade, so Toyo's own cross is getting stunted.
Nice Flood. Yeah, they were trying to grenade Luminosity. They got that knock before he could throw it. It took him out. Toyo in a really tough position. Mira basically taken apart, but that Bizzler knock is going to be huge as it buys a little bit of extra time for Capitan to try to make something happen. Meanwhile, RBN was also doing work elsewhere, potentially dangerous, trying to make their cross into the middle of the road. Luminosity eliminated. Potentially dangerous, got that trench gun out. They've entered into, they're moving through the warehouses. Yayi gets a nice little spray. All right, so Toyo.
5 teams.
Toyo did better than I expected on that cross. They benefited from Mira taking the blunt force of Luminosity's defense.
Absolutely. Another grenade. 2 down, 4. Potentially dangerous. Make that more. Banditos are running out.
Ooh.
I think they're actually in a great situation to win. Bestia are dropped low.
Whoa.
RBN comes out of nowhere. Potentially dangerous are eliminated. We have our top 4. We finally get placement points on the board from this round. But look how few members are alive from every single team. Bestia, I mean, there are 4 technically alive, but only one of them are standing.
Capitan! Oh, he goes down. The trade is there. Oh, the hope is crushed. Toyo down to 1. Rock down to 1. Biggie down to 1. Bestia getting the res. I don't think it's going to be contested. Toyo eliminated. Yayi's going to get back up.
Oh, the flash,
Nice.
the stun, it's good. Vinny's going to take RBN down, confirm second place, but the timing is not great for the reses with the blue coming in. I think Vinny's setting this up into a 1 versus 2, but Banditos, are they denying or are they just playing a weird timing out in the open? Vinny holds the angle.
Vinny with the spray, but no. Wait, no, it wasn't. It was Banditos. Banditos takes it. Vinny tried to go for the confidence one, got the first knock, but it was that res on the blue and the 2 ticks of blue backpack that I genuinely think slowed them down just enough to let them get that 1v1 versus Vinny. Very, very sexy ending. Godspeed, what'd you think of the game? Welcome back, brother.
Kang Noon, man, that's an ending I don't think I've seen in a long time, and especially in this perspective change, that was a freaking mess.
Yep.
Watching that was...
Yeah,
it was wild.
It was wild, but I love seeing something Kang Noon any day of the week. I like the building fights. It was a totally different... It was a great... Whether or not you love third-person perspective, it was a great way to sort of see truly third-person perspective play. Like, that was teams trying to use every aspect, every tool in their box to figure out how to make some of those moves. I think when you watch that sort of Toyo-Mira cross against Luminosity, we got to see a lot of different ways to try to utilize the movement and the vision in there. It was fascinating. But Bicky Banditos is going to come away with a big chicky dinner off the back of that one. That was a fun game, Cameron.
Yeah, it was. And like 14 kills, a nice win. Bestia, Vinny especially held up a really good fight, but even for them, they get 13 total points. I don't think we followed along a lot of Bestia's action, but still a good number of kills. And Alcadzia not getting any placement points. And going out in, 9th or 10th place, they still end up 3rd because of the amount of kills. So that's what I was saying earlier on, is like we're going to see some huge swings on where they end in the game versus where they end up on the leaderboard.
That's what we said. We need to see Alcadzia make that move right now. 8 points is going to be a good jumping off for them. Obviously, Bestia with some good performance there. Luminosity with 7, and then Toyo manages to get 5, but I'm going to give them a lot of credit on that 5 because it was a hard battled transition for them to make and get as deep as they did to pick up that placement point. Godspeed. They were in battle for a very long time on the north side.
Dude, again, PD just consistently making it to the left side of the leaderboard, not only just in these games, but just in general, right? They're just consistent, man. They've been improving. Also, Rock Esports, they only got, 3 total points, but that's off the back of 2 placement points. So again, more consistency coming from Rock again. PD, these are our South American teams we were talking about earlier in that last segment. They're just solid, man. They're improving every single time we see them.
Big improves. Let's see how they improve on the overall leaderboard. Right now, Furia takes the lead at 63. Liquid slides to 61. Mira and Rock continue to hold their positions at 3 and 4, but it is still a very tight race. Potentially dangerous, grinding it up to 50. Toyo 49, and it's looking very, very tight over on the left side. Alcadzia does move to 38, but Cameron, I'm starting to stress out about an 8-point per average for that team. Doesn't seem like it's going to be enough.
No, but if you... sorry. Pull it back. If you ignore day 1, I actually think that they are on trajectory to have some good moves at the leaderboard. I don't know about first place. I don't even know about top 4. But if you look at it, they're only 12 points behind ROC in 4th. So if they have regular good games, then it's certainly possible. But they've kind of run out of stinkers. in as a backup.
It's a tough one when you say if you ignore day one. That's like saying if you ignored my freshman year, then I wouldn't have graduated with a 2.4. But I get where you're coming from. You got to look at the wins going into day two as they've adjusted to things, and they certainly have. A reminder to you guys. What, you don't think they've adjusted?
I'm just saying, that being said, I mean, we've seen teams have terrible day ones and still win the event, and they're only 12 points behind. I think they have a chance.
I think
it's realistic
so
that they have a chance.
If they can
yes, if they can average, the amount of points they got in the last game, I think it's possible. But it's
counterpoint though.
Scan the QR code though.
Scan the QR code. Go ahead with your counterpoint.
Oh yeah, scan the QR code. Okay, please do this. I really want to say this though. On one point, yes, it is harder to find points, but it's not like there was other teams that are getting 10 points for the chicken dinner as well. It's equally as hard for them. So when you struggle and maybe don't get as many points, it's not like the ramp in front of you, the gap is actually getting higher at the speed that it used to. So the same sort of nerf in terms of speed of like climb
I get what
is
you're
the
saying.
same across the board.
The ramp may be the same progressive level. However, if somebody's already starting up here, the gain is significantly harder when you're looking at 15% of a reduction in available points, if that makes sense. So once a team is ahead by 20 or 30, it becomes tougher to catch up to them, even if the ramp is roughly the same, in my opinion. All right, now, let's remind you guys, if you have opinions, you might disagree with what we say, and I'm going to say, even if you don't want to send a question, if you want to send a statement for us to discuss, you can use hashtag MastersMikeNA. It can be an inflammatory opinion. It can be an interesting opinion. Did I say MA? AM, not Massachusetts, Americas.
It's okay.
Send us whatever you want, and we're going to pick the best 3 questions or comments, and we're going to discuss them during our post-game podcast. So hashtag MastersMikeAM. You'll get yourself a sick 3,000 G coin if we pick your comment or question. All right, we have a short break. When we come back, there's 3 games left to play here today, and they're going to be good if the earlier 3 have implied anything. Secondly, I think we got a fun feature for you, so make sure you don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Check this out.
Hey guys, welcome in. I'm Up Power, joined by the amazing Martin, aka Avenger, the superstar, the big brains behind it, and we're going to bring a little bit of an insight into TPP and some of the techniques that some of these players will be using to take advantage of an offensive and defensive side of things. Martin, obviously with TPP, we have an extra viewpoint that some of these teams and players have now started to take advantage, and I know you want to bring some tips to the audience, actually, how they can improve their game style and gameplay.
Yeah, it's obviously something that's huge that if you've gone from only playing in FPP to playing TP, there's a huge amount of advantages that you can take. The information that you're able to get from behind cover and without your enemy seeing you, that's obviously something that's massive.
Well, let's actually look at some of this though, because the biggest thing, and one of the biggest takes that I've had, is actually people being able to not expose their body, especially when it comes down to sort of a crash in a compound. I'm sitting on the outside of a compound at the moment. I'm looking in to try and breach and try and make a crash. You've got the best place for now for the defensive, but as I can see, I can't see you at all. There is no visualization. I can't see you peeking in the window, but you can clearly see me scouting in at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. Like I see you without you, like you're not gonna be able to see me at all. You see me now here, but here I'll be able to see your exact movement. I'll be able to communicate to teammates exactly where you are, and all this information here without exposing yourself is something that's massive in TPP. And also for further planning how you're going to kind of approach if this serve goes away. So let's say your side that I'm going to have to move. That's something that's massive, and you can actually see exactly how you're going to be approaching that. And we can take that further. Actually, like I haven't exposed myself yet, but maybe even after I started shooting, you can start driving as well. And the drive scouting and getting information without being able to expose yourself, where you're able to kind of peek around things and drive into situations where you are and put yourself into positions where you're not going to be able to say, okay, I've not been able to see him. But most importantly, here in a spot like this, you're not able to see me, but I'm going to be able to spot you, even though you're not able to shoot me, right? So these spots and locations are massive. And then going even further, we can say, let's say that you've shot at me a little bit, or me and my teammate we're pulling up. Also, the TPP peeking behind cover, such as riches and stuff like this, is also massive. Like how you're going to be able to plan. We've been able to see that in Masters, and we're going to be able to see that in, going into further tournaments. I know exactly where you are. I can pre-plan my peaks with this, and this is exactly how we've seen so many players, shooting peaking extremely quickly without exposing themselves. Like, that is just some next level stuff here in TPP, and that is why it is a little bit of getting used to when you go from FPP to TPP.
Yeah, it's that little step back, being able to sort of plan, as you said before. We've already seen it, especially in Masters #1, and we're going to definitely see it in Masters 2, where these players can pre-fire, pre-line up those shots and get the advantage. A lot more aggressive action. Last little thing from me though, Martin, obviously, put you a bit on the spot. When it comes down to a util point of view as well, you're sitting behind the ridge. You see where I am, and I know you've got a little flash in your back pocket. You can even pre-attack, preempt when it comes down to util dumping. Smokes and obviously flashes are really, really big, especially this advantage.
Yeah, that's huge. It's massive to be able to exactly pinpoint where these things are, and you're just going to be able to destroy. And this is, like, I mean, utility in late game, mid to late game is obviously something that's extremely important, but utility in TPP, you see so much util dump once we get to Masters, once we see to these pro players that are taking advantage of it. And when you have 2-3 nades, blues on top of that, you can exactly pinpoint, and you can even, you know, as a team say, okay guys, we're dumping 2 or 3 nades at the same time here against some teams. You're able to take advantage of that massively in TPP as well.
Well, there's a quick short insight from a defensive to an offensive point of view. The ability to use smokes and or blue zones, flash, everything else. Use the ridges to your advantage. Any more, stay tuned, and we'll see you guys on the next video.
Every survivor lives for that electrifying moment. One heart-pounding match. One unforgettable thrill. But survival isn't just about one match. It's about how far you'll go, how high you'll climb. Now is the time to discover something bigger about yourself. To turn fleeting moments into a lasting mark. No longer just a moment. It's your legacy.
for game
This is
4.
caught me off guard.
It's time for game 4. We're going to have a great time. Godspeed. Cameron, welcome.
Yes.
How you guys doing?
Good. I'm doing not as good as you, man, but still, I'm trying. I keep trying. You set the goal, you set the peak for how good someone can be doing. And I'm always chasing, but listen, life is about the journey, not about the definition.
It's because it's just real life is so crazy and difficult that when we're here watching PUBG and playing video games, like, it can't not be good.
It's like it's not real life.
Exactly. I don't care what happens. It's absolutely incredible. So I love it. That last game was unique and challenging. We're going to see which one goes forward. So let's talk about Rondo as we get ready to go into it. Cameron, any big expectations for this game?
More fun. I mean, I hope it's not a city ending, right? But I think that from what we've seen from the Miramars and even the early game Tega before it ended up with the city, teams are starting to be more aggressive with it. They're following Liquid's lead. They're following Furia's lead. You see Alcuncia go a bit more aggressive. You're seeing Luminosity go a bit more aggressive. See, like ROC are going more aggressive. I mean, Banditos are going aggressive. Mira are going aggressive. And so I'm hoping to see even more of that going into Rondo, which is, it is our biggest map for sure. But even all that space won't keep teams from fighting each other, even in phase 1 or 2.
I like that. Aggression is the new skinny gene. Everyone's getting into it right now. And if you're not, you're falling behind. I think with the half price chickens, or the Steve Spicy Chicken, as I like to call it, it's all about aggression. You got to go hot. You got to go heavy. You got to get crazy. You got to be spicy, right, guys?
Wait.
What?
I just want to let's take a step back.
Okay.
And recognize that Steve just said his statement implied that skinny jeans are the new thing.
They're on the way. Trust me. Just like I told you, cargo pants are making a comeback, and he didn't believe me. Give it time,
Cargo pants.
bro.
Sorry.
They actually kind of are, but in like a big pant, like really tight shirt, big pant type 90s way. So he wasn't wrong.
That's
He did
what I
get me
wear
on that.
every day.
I got
Yeah,
you.
so-
He remembers that because he fought vehemently. Is that a word? Vehemently.
Vehemently.
Hey, they're riding in the same car. He picked up the
Vehement.
body. That's
the homie.
That's what do they call it? There's got to be a criminal code for body theft.
It's called kidnapping, I think.
He's stealing it. Well, if you're not,
Well,
is it
he's thinking like the
kidnapping?
187. He's thinking of the actual code.
Like
Well,
when
the
you,
value
Which I
out
do
of
not
this,
know.
actually, no, this is a real analytical point. The value out of this is it makes it harder for Falcons to retrieve his blue chip.
as opposed to picking it up yourself and just driving away.
Yeah, but
Also, it's
he
kinda-
doesn't have to do that out in the open now.
Okay.
I mean,
It's
they
also
didn't need
for
to do
BM
TIG
reasons.
like
It's
that,
also
though.
for BM reasons. That's
They
still
didn't
the
need to do TIG
primary
like that.
concern is the BM.
If you really want to BM, what you do is blow up the car while they're inside of it, and then it's not even retrievable. But we'll, leave that for another day. Good for them. I think that's what they were considering. I'm just going to say that. That's what they were considering. Falcons down Tiggleton. So our regional all-star, second only probably to Shroud in terms of skill in PUBG, knocked out at the start of this game.
Second only to Shroud.
What
yeah,
does that
yeah.
mean for
I'm
everybody,
stepping-
Godspeed?
I'm stepping out, base. No, don't. I'm leaving. Don't. You guys
Coward.
have a nice
We don't
cat.
even,
back
we don't even
here.
have action yet. Look at it. No one can make Godspeed flee like Toffees can. All right, so he's
what was
gone.
your question?
Rock is here. It was nothing. It was like a big good player dies. Everybody breathes a sigh of relief, I guess, was the moral of that story.
But the thing is that Falcons have been struggling kind of all day, and in fact, a fair bit of yesterday as well. They're in 9th place. I keep saying that they aren't always in first from the beginning, but I can't remember the last time they've been in. There might have been one event that they entered the third day in 7th, 8th, or 9th place, and then shot up to 4th, I think. But this still feels like this actually could be probably one of the worst weekends of the Falcons that we've seen in a while. If we turn around, we are literally halfway through. But this still, something feels different about the impact that Falcons are having on the lobby.
Yep. And I think they do live with as memey as it is, a mentality of if you're not first, you're last, right? Go for those victories. And so I would assume from the mindset of that team, whether you're in 9th or 4th doesn't really change the way that they approach the game very much. But it is shocking for us esports fans to see them down below that sort of left side of the scoreboard. Especially when I do think comebacks are going to be a lot harder here. Now, is that to say that they are a very busy team with a very tough schedule ahead of them and maybe taking a little bit of breathing time during the TPP tournament so that they can sort of keep their focus on EWC? I'm not going to say that's exactly what's happening, but it would not surprise me. And I would understand that as well, right? This is a fun experience, a good chance for some casual players to play opens, to get a chance to go up against the pros in a format that maybe the pros aren't as comfortable with, a chance to showcase some new stuff, and a great way to keep the players, getting reps in. But I understand when you've got a team like the Falcons, who will take it seriously, but also it's not going to end their year if they struggle here.
Ooh, Flood with a M249 spray down. Best gun in the game. Massive damage to the vehicle. Even able to take Slabby out, who I think got out of the vehicle a little bit early. Or there was the second. Okay, that's why. It's the second vehicle.
That looked like you in one of our. Never mind. The spray was incredible.
What are you talking about?
Because you got a kill. All right, DIY.
I believe it's. I believe it's D. I was told that it's just D.
DE. It used to be DE, and it's not really popular anymore. So now it's just DIY.
So, but yeah, Alcadzia, they're going aggressive again. Still, this is a nice change of pace. Tempo switch up. Roth confirms the kill on an MHP. Infinite goes down as well. So Foradores do lose 2 when they were trying to cross, it looks like, into the zone, because this is all the way on the west side. But while we have another brief moment, I do want to follow up what you're talking about with the Falcons, though. I think that actually is a real issue for not just them, but any of the teams that went to PCS. Because as much as the general theory of PUBG is the same, as much as the actual aim in the duels are the same, the subconscious decision-making of how you engage in fights, how you push areas, how you hold areas, how you take the 1v1s are actually quite different in FPP and TPP. And so when you're focused on trying to bounce back and forth rather than committing the reps into one, your muscle memory could be all, clustered up.
Yeah, I get that. I think you're right. For PCS as well as EWC Open Qualifier teams, they've just had their plates full. And so interesting to see that they haven't had as much time to prepare. I think some teams like Mira have actually kind of benefited from being able to grind it out a little bit more, maybe get ready for this event a little bit more. You can see them being very aggressive, looking to take these fights. Nice shot. Bada literally got him as he came out of the car. No chance to respond.
Yeah, I mean, Mira have taken this really good. I've spoken a brief moment too soon. Big Sin's gonna go down, does get confirmed, so Razab do get 1 kill throughout all of this. But hey, blue chip, they can easily bring him back. It's early on enough that shouldn't be an issue when it comes to getting re-kitted. What just happened with Liquid, though?
I don't know.
There were a lot of smokes there. All 4 of them are up, and they got a kill. Not sure who was against, though.
Ryzov is averaging like 0.82 points per game. That is brutal. But I'm glad. It's fun to watch. It's fun to watch them. They're putting in fights. They're trying to hot drop. They're hustling, and I gotta respect that. You know what I mean? Like, this is not an event that is exclusively the biggest pros in the world, right? Like, this was an open qualifier. There are teams in here who may be experiencing cutting their teeth for the first time, and I love seeing confident play even when you're struggling to keep up with the top of the leaderboard. So, Ryzev, no matter how the rest of this event goes, it's been a pleasure to watch you guys be aggressive, willing to take fights, and not afraid of a little gunplay.
Yeah, I mean, someone's got to be last place, right? It's still top 16 in the region from this event. Why is there a random member of ROC hanging out below Toyo?
You're not going to take anything? You're not going to take that shot? You're going to let him go? I respect that. You got no cover out here.
Check back in on test track later. But yeah, Potentially Dangerous and Luminosity kind of driving all around each other. Potentially Dangerous are very spread out. They kind of have a really nice extended crossfire, but of course, Flood spots the run out in the open by GB. GB's gonna go down, so this actually starting to look like maybe it's more they got scattered because they ran into Luminosity rather than them setting a trap.
I see. So they kind of like spread out to try to figure out how to deal with this situation. Wanted to potentially take this compound that Luminosity is in right now. LG going to be in control. Nothing they can really do. I mean, they're just too spread out. You can't risk this with trade knocks. Glock going to go ahead and just be gone. Vinny in a glider. Not shocking.
Oh, coming in a bit late, but probably had to do with a really long turn radius. because Bestia or the rest of Bestia were a bit ahead of him. ROC, they're grouping up. They have eyes on Toyo's position. Alcazia also moving in. Glock
2
is
points
pulling
up.
away from that.
They're 2 points up right now. We want to see them average 8 to 9 minimum per game if we want to watch the Alcazia climb. I'm really willing to put all my chips. Like, I'm betting all on Alcazia right now and say, like,
right.
I would love this to be our story for the rest of the day, is Alcazia and maybe Falcons pull some sort of crazy, not unexpected 10-point per game run.
Right, but here's the thing about you are right to be worried about the points being harder to come by for a team that is trying to climb and make big moves. But remember, a lot of the top-level teams during the previous point system, when it was 10 points for a win, they were shooting for 9 points average. Granted, that's the balance between the 16 to 20 points from a win and the 0 to 3 points for a bad game. But I think that 9 points average is extraordinary for any team. I think if they could hit 6 going forward, they'll have made pretty big waves.
Yeah, I think a 9-point average when you start a tournament is about right. Once you fall behind, you need to look at 12 to 13. I think in this format, starting at a 7 would have felt good. Now we're at a point where you're going to need to get yourself 9 to 10.
Sure.
DraftKings, a little bit of pop-offs here with Bestias, and Zito is going to see Luminosity. Luminosity has been, scoped by a bunch of people, but no one really wants to fight them. Everyone seems to just bounce whenever LG starts shooting at them.
Well, the reason here is because they don't want to fight for a position on the edge of Phase 2. Everyone's trying to make a break for this hard shift towards the east that Mira have good control on. 55 are positioning themselves for a good spot in, but a lot of this traffic all coming in from one angle, it being the east side. If you start a fight here, you're going to get swarmed because everyone knows how good third-partying is for those kills.
Uh-oh. Trap! What happened? What happened?
Oh, D got the knock at the end.
Roth. Okay, so Roth turned around. Got a little something out of it. So that's not great for the story that we were building with Alcazia. Or they survived it?
No, they got the knock onto.
Okay, thank goodness.
On
Cool,
the
cool.
potentially dangerous, yeah.
Sorry,
About
the
to get
camera
their
got me
third kill.
real confused there for a second.
Pixar
split
now
screen.
one up for Falcons.
I can't deal with it. There's so much information. It's lovely. Falcons on the run. Kickstart. Taking shots from the chase is on. Liquid wants him. No, these guys are nuts, bro. It's a hunt. He jumps out. Down he goes.
Yeah, he saw it coming. He's like, I got to take a fight. I can't just keep running forever. Trying to stand on business.
That felt personal. Full car chase.
Well, they got to get on the move. They want to get these points.
That's true. I mean, Liquid's. Yeah, you're right. They're not happy in second place. They want to come out and get a few more. They take a couple shots from Furia there, but they go back to their compound. No harm done. Meanwhile, Animaniac's trying to make a move up here. QAD still under fire from Luminosity down there on the left side. Snakers trying to find more points. Luminosity feels like
been lurking around Furia for the past half a minute. Does finally strike and get his knock. Likely get the kill. But Luminosity, the fight is finally coming to them. They have 3 kills already so far. A little bit of damage onto the Banditos. Though August might get the revive. This is looking to reset that vehicle's position. Oh, good. See a swing on pass. Get more drive-by knocks. Flood goes down. I think Flood is going to be down for the count because Snakers and Bizzler. Oh no, they're pulling away. I thought for a second they were going to try and turn around and maybe go for the res.
Alcazia is going to continue to put their points on the board. They're up to 3 for this match. They're coming up on the Banditos just over the top of this hill. DI catches it. Sees where they are. Bringing in the backup. Roth's got the grenade ready.
Hurt, I think, went for a C4 play.
Nice.
Why? Down himself. But hey, Katsuya still pushing. Good
Sky
grenade.
burst,
Good damage. Follow-up gets a knock, but low HP on the last remaining member of the Banditos. Spotted by D. Does eventually go down to the flank by Cowboy. So the quick play on Katsuya. They got the 6. They lose a member, but it's looking good again.
Very, very nice. As they did lose one, but again, like you said, putting points on the board, slow grind on the way up. Luminosity's been trying to do that. Everyone's been running from them, and they do finally set up shop and lose 2. So a little bit of a different story in how it went for both of those teams who are on the big hunt right now. Animaniacs are the team trying to find points wherever they can. Taking a lot of pot shots, but not really pushing anything. Posa bringing back his teammate.
Yeah. Another recall. Seeing them more and more. Of course, whether they can touch the ground at this stage in the game is the really big question. I'm looking at the map. There aren't that many places to even get loot up. Yeah. Even if you can hit the ground. It's the test track, it's the factory, and that's basically all that's left. There's a bunch of rocks to the north.
Where is the rest of his team? Oh, wow. His entire team's out in the blue right now, so it's not even like the team had a chance to try to like gather loot or secure a location for him when they come back. You're right, that's going to be a very tough return for Furia.
I mean, they might have stuff in their trunks in the vehicle.
That's fair. I suppose if they have enough junk in their trunk to keep him up and running, then it's worth the bring back. But possibly also just the scouting. Like, they don't know anything that's happening on the far side of the circle. They kind of are late to the game. So even having him come back, potentially give a few insights might be worth it. When at the end of the day, like...
Worth the 1 point to another team, though?
But, like, chances of that going to Liquid or Mira, pretty low, right? Like, if you get scouting and it picks up 2 replacement points and you maybe give up a point to Pure, like, who cares?
Yeah, I mean, playing around points is something we're going to see more and more later into the game when the positions on the leaderboard get more established. And I think at this point for Liquid, Furia, and even Mira, they're pretty safe on the top. You know, things could change.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I think that's a fair point.
Liquid's in a good spot. Sparking has already secured a forward position for the return. They took 2 players to go ahead and use the beacon, and now they're going to move in. As long as Foradores doesn't trap them on the transition, that should be a really good recall play by Team Liquid. I believe Sparking was out there making sure that there was items or at least options when Purdy returns. So we'll see how these 2 stories of Blue Zone beacons play out. And for those of you who may be just joining us, yep, it is active. You may now res in competitive PUBG, or at least for this tournament.
Eddie Kuhn? We were worried about having an angle and an opening, a timing on Sparking in to get a surprise 1v1, but that's not going to be the play.
No.
Jammerpack has run out of battery, so now just running on foot. Yeah, meds, not great.
Yeah, it's a tough situation. He's not going to pick that fight, especially if he doesn't have a vehicle to try to get away after an ambush. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they're going to keep it.
Still theirs.
Well, we saw the BRDM.
Wait, that's a lot of respawns. 1, 2, 3. That's a 4th for Furia. Then there's Kurt. That's 5 individuals all in one respawn helicopter. That's, I think, the most that I've been able to spot.
PD coming in hot. A lot of people falling from the sky. Carrick 55's got a decent spot here. 55 has been struggling to try to make Endgames work for them, but this is the best spot that they've had so far with a dead center circle shift. Kraken trying to shoot some PD out of the sky. Not going to work.
Here comes Kurt.
I'm back. Sparking.
Given some gear.
What's he going to go? I'm going to click on him. Let me see what he's got. I want to know what Sparking went out and collected for his cappy.
His what?
His captain.
His cappy?
Yeah. You never heard a captain called a cappy?
No.
Oh. Well, welcome to the club. Young
the club of 2 now?
No, there's at least like people watching, so you guys are in the club too. Look at us. We're like a bunch of 20 or 22-year-olds going into the club. The Cappy Club. Sparking with a good grenade. Woo. And a Panzerfaust, but no, the rock, he's down. He didn't have time to shoot the gun. Purdy, he got some gear from his buddy, and he's thinking, you're not going to die on my watch. Oh, wait, yeah, you are.
Yeah, nothing to do there. Timing didn't really favor them, pushing him from the blue into the Animaniacs, and it seems that they were completely caught off guard by the Animaniacs being here, considering how scattered the rest of Liquid are. Another grenade's going to come in. FCZ's pulling away from that. I don't know if FCZ is going to get a revive, though. Could just be down to a solo. But Liquid already have 6 kills. It's still going to be a good game for them, regardless. And for that reason, I think they're like, you know what? You guys can stay alive. We're just going to get into the zone and see how much action we can take from here. But it's a big open cross, taking some damage. At least Toyo are. But Liquid shouldn't be too far behind.
Nice. Animaniacs worked so hard for so long. And look, we just took it away. Looking on transition, they have managed to retake first place, but Furia still up with four players. And
Ooh,
now
good
the
spray.
crash. Capitan with a nice light up. Gets one, gets two. He's trying to make it three, but it's not going to happen. Alo makes a play, but it isn't enough. The last Animaniac gets his revenge.
FCZ saves Alo.
Wow.
But can Alo get the revives? That's the big question. Dodging from so many different angles. FCZ's dropped low now by 55. It is still not secure for Liquid in that position.
And Fez is going to go ahead and get FCZ going to get himself healed back up. Animaniac still clinging to survival in this match. 55. Feeling very comfortable with that circle. It's going to be one of those games where like it almost becomes difficult because you've been so passive that once the fights break out, you're kind of cold, you know? Hate that. But love placement points.
Well, I have bad news for you. Oh, drop shot.
Interesting choice. Glock kills, gets RBN down. Solds goes ahead and gets Oni at the same time.
So many stuns to keep RBN alive, keep Glock distracted, and here comes the flank. Solds, come on, fantastic. That was your teammate. Grenade misses, does confirm, but now GB is the last one standing, I believe, for potentially dangerous. Locked into this 1v1, swings around the side, catches the prone member of Rock. So gets another point. That's something.
It is good, especially because potentially dangerous brought back like 3/4 of their team not 5 minutes ago. So great on them for getting some points up on the board and some nice little salvage here. Let's see, where are we on the circle? It is going to be a tough game. There's not a lot of options. Bestia and Mira going to have to battle this one out again.
And 1-for-1 in that fight so far that you see in the bottom left, or now in the primary fight. A lot of smokes across the two different sides of the road. They're trying to find that last member of Mira hunkered down in that smoke. Then he's spotting what they can above the cover with the third-person camera.
Nice smoke drafting. Make sure he has a little defense on the left side. I like the mirror play here. Having two across the road, though, is great. Oh, no.
Well, it would have been good before Roth joined the party.
With a bolty. One more good bolty headshot, and he'll pass Vox for top performance in number one. Nice move, sneak attack, get a good throw forward. Mira is eliminated as Bestia plays very defensive here with all of these smokes. Honestly, though, man, that snipe from Roth just blew it open. There was nothing that Mira could do after that knock came through.
Yeah. It was looking pretty bad just in terms of the numbers. Sure, they might have had a quote-unquote the high ground, but 2 versus 4 is still not very fun, especially when who was that Fana was in the middle of the road with not much cover outside of the smokes. But shots come out from Pentalol. Bestia don't have that long to celebrate, and they're in another fight.
Yeah, right back. If they can get Pentalol out here, though, as the last survivor, they're going to have a pretty decent play up here on the north side of the circle. Uncontested, no one on their flanks. Wow! That's out Straganov. Beautiful at this distance. He's going to go ahead and get it reloaded and move forward into the smoke. Smart not staying in the same spot. 55 decides they're going to maybe get involved just a little bit as well.
Dropping more smokes. He wants to get in grenade range. This could be a hero play by Penta.
Is there any other
number
play
of
by
points for them to
Penta?
grab as well.
Will the grenade be in the right
A bit
spot?
too short.
A little short. He is doing a great job of moving around these smokes, though, and Gazera catches him. There's just no smoke left, no opportunity for cover, and that will open up the door for Bestia really to play this north side. If they get another shift in their direction, they should be in pretty good shape because there's nobody can really come in on them at all from this spot. If they get circle, it's good. If not, they are dunsies.
Because of the outline, I could have sworn that was a holographic dog in the backpack.
That'd be cool.
Like a space-themed skin line.
Give it time. Give us time. That's the next progressive skin, like a space dog. I'm for it.
I would get that.
I know. I do like Hannah's smoke feet. It's been pretty fun. Yeah, like, nice little shots there. Oh, I thought he was going to zoomer peek him, like get him that little weird angle. Didn't quite work out. Shoot him in the toesies.
Toesy Woesies.
Yep.
So it's been a bit slow in the battlefield so far since we've dropped down to 5. A lot of open space, and that's because if you're not in 55's compound position, you kind of had nowhere else to go, which is why everyone was so out in the open.
Yep.
But teams, and a lot of them were relatively healthy, or actually almost all of them are full health, are making the moves around, trying to position themselves. In Furia's case, they're trying to lock Rock out of their cross into the zone from the south. They're playing for points again, because playing for positioning, it's going to be a run out in the open into 55 controlled territory. So this is their best play for points that's right in front of them.
All right, so Rock is going to try everything they can to send in here. Furia was making very small smoke shuffles. Rock is just going to get... Wow! Sam Crow finishes them. He's been waiting for that for about 15 minutes, and it panned out.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
now another team is on the run here. They have the smokes in play. Alcazia trying to make their way to the wall. Rella goes down, but Cowboy is on the perimeter.
They've entered the building. Oh, we're going to lose. So Cowboy is going to still be struggling there on the outside. Rello crawling and almost bleeding out. 55 does choose to get a little bit aggressive here. DIY's got deployable cover. Going to go ahead and try to stick that. Roth crawling up to the high ground, staying just in front of the blue. Sheesh. How is he surviving? Sam Crow takes Roth out just like that. We didn't see it, but the second Roth crested that hill, he got his head blown off.
He stuck up there for Overwatch, tried to give some support. Did the job, at least temporarily, of getting the team up to the wall, but after that, it was going to be a blind run. But then 55 do finish it up, and with that push over to the east side, it's an opening for Fury to make their own break-in. Carrick is trying to watch that angle, but falls away before overcommitting too long. Molly does land on that balcony, and Furia, they are actually inside. So they have genuinely made it inside hard
They
cover.
used the right information. When 55 pushed down to take the fight against Alcazia, Furia made the push. I'm surprised that Bestia didn't try to close in on the north side of that compound while 55 was distracted. And I think that that could set the stage for Furia to maybe win this one, because now they have a better center position. 55 has to push back through them to get to Prio, and Bestia has almost no cover on their next transition. And they remember how many smokes they burned earlier to try to make the transition in sort of those fights. So this could be really good for Furia. Counterpoint.
Sure, but counterpoint for Bestia, they do have vehicles, and they can wait for 55 and Furia to fight, and then they'll join in as the third party. It's not a insta-win sort of play, but they also have a wall that they can get towards, and the fact that there aren't that many buildings on the north side, there is that extra space that they know Furia and 55 are very unlikely to be as close to the center as they would, be blocked off themselves if they were. Though I say that, I think Gizera has that bolt action, looking to find some action onto Bestia. So we'll see how that plan actually plays out.
Nice shot, Tiny. Try to secure item. Bestia's push will be interesting. There we go. Sneak attack going to be the leader. He makes it in.
Yep.
The crash is on.
They find bodies there, and Zeta does go down to a grenade by Gizera. Avoids getting burned by the mollies. Ooh, that's follow-up could make it spread further, and then relief. Psycho finds it. Psycho steals it away.
I didn't know there were red zones in Phase 7. Felt that way. Vinny's still at the distance, trying to make a support play or keep cover for his teammate as Sneak and DraftKing. Just kind of have to get into the trailer and hope for the best. 55 has managed to progress forward just a little bit on the right side, and will now be in a decent spot to try to move towards Dot.
Sneak attack got a knock on a Sam Crow, but goes down to Kawazine. Goes down to his own flame. Still gives the point away to the enemy. Now Tony's going to run out, get the res on the teammate.
I save you. Good job.
I am interested to see how this split by 55 ends up playing into their favor. So Phase 8 shift did hard shift as hard enough as Phase 8 ever could to the northwest, which which would have played into Bestia if they got all 4 members into that position, but now it plays into Furia. However, the cross, the player down to the south and 3 to the east of Furia's position, I'm curious to see if that angle of approach gives them some way to open up this fight onto Furia.
I think it's going to be a bit of a stalemate for a minute here as everybody tries to get that opening knock play. Bestia all of a sudden in a pretty survivable position. Yeah, you're right. Fury and 55 gotta fight each other right now. Oof,
good spray. Almost takes Kraken down, but Sampro goes down to Posa. The game plan not working out to 55's favor. Now down to 3. Yeah, instead they're just going to go up this wall, maybe looking to take Bestia out and at least confirm second along with these kill points.
Ooh, nice opening shot.
I don't know if they can make a play onto Furia from that, but it certainly does deal damage to like helmets and utility, but Kawazine with another knock on a Karak.
All right, now 55 doesn't really have a choice. They've got to try to swing around here. He's going to boost up. He's got a flash, 3 grenades, and a molly, and it's not going to matter as he gets taken down.
Good hold by DraftKing.
Tying a really tough spot, man.
Yeah, Tony knows that there's another player. The spray comes through. Can't find the target. Missed opportunity on a player running out in the open. Has to go back behind cover. The bus is about to go up in flames and swaps back to the Groza.
Nice.
Gets the knock when it mattered the most. 1 versus 1, and Furia are just waiting to confirm this. In fact, they're not waiting at all. They're rushing forward, maybe to their own detriment. Vinny gets another knock.
They didn't expect Vinny to be outside on the tree. They thought he'd be on the wall, so they came in with a hard right swing, and boom, the return damage is there. That Groza is managing to keep them in the match just a little bit longer, as he'd love to get one more move here. He does. That's a point up, and now it's a 2v1. Furia is getting some reses right now. Gazera from the high ground with the bolty. He's going to jump down. Looks like they might be foregoing the reses and going for a 2-man push.
They just don't have the opportunity to go for the reses just yet, and they also have Tony locked in. They need 1 player on that position at all times to get those reses safely. Damage onto Tony means that he had to stop for the med.
And they immediately moved to go for that res. They knew it was a great opportunity for them to hit that as the blue is closing in. Tony doesn't have any options. He's going to have to try to move around the outside here. Furia up by 3. The spray has started. The fence is not enough protection as it is just raining lead. And ultimately, Furia, the team that is in the lead, gets richer and comes away with a chicken dinner, though 55 Esports has been a little bit quiet today. Felt like we talked about the start of the day. They're having trouble linking up with their Endgame. Does walk away with 10 kills and a nice little point grab there as well. So our wildcard maps are done. The second one not as crazy as the first one, but still a fun match, Godspeed.
It was a fun match. It was a slow burn, though, towards
really
that end especially. But I will state that if I'm not mistaken, potentially dangerous and Rock, we're still, finding consistency in that top 5.
I mean, that's not shocking, right? Like, this is Rock, I think, has become really impressively consistent at their ability to make top 5 every single time. And it doesn't matter the perspective, just as a group, their synergy absolutely clicks, right? Like, the thing I love about seeing them when we were in Shanghai is that, like, every meal was together. After games, they'd go for walks together. Like, they honestly kind of feel like a team of 4 friends who managed to, like, make it to the big leagues. I know that's not how they came together, but that adds just a whole nother level to how your team works, and I think is part of the key to their consistency. Erangel, next up, Cameron, the Classic. 2 more matches, and then we're 2/3 of a way through this thing. As we look at the leaderboards, it's time to put some extra points up there. Who walked away with what they needed and who didn't?
I mean, good job by obviously everyone at the top. Furia overtaking Liquid, but still not by much as Liquid put down points of their own. Really good job by 55, who is a team that has, I think Godspeed, you said earlier on today, like they've had individual like signs of promise, but like not a lot of like really solid games. Here's one they can maybe hang their hat on. Katsuya, 7 points for them, but on the right side, Toyo are slipping. Falcons are continuing to slip. Razeav are struggling to really put anything together. Luminosity aren't following up. I think they won an earlier game. They have 3 points now from this round, so it's kind of a mixed bag wherever you want to look on this leaderboard.
All right, let's go overall. Let's take a look at it. As we roll into game 11, it is time for us to see where the chips stand. Godspeed, walk me through the leaderboard, please.
I would love nothing more, Steve, than to walk you through this leaderboard. Furia will be leading with 77, but again, the gap from Furia to, I'd say, fourth or fifth it's starting to be more pronounced, but still, look how tight third through eighth is. I mean, it is separated by 8 points. You have two teams that are tied, Bestie and potentially Dangerous, with Rock 1 point under them. I mean, it is incredibly tight on the left side of the leaderboard, and even for a team like Luminosity Gaming at 48, they're only 3 points behind top 8. So again, with the cannibalization of points, the fact that there's less to be obtained, especially with placement, a lot of these kills, and we're seeing it, right? As the tournament goes on, more teams are getting more and more aggressive as the days go by.
It is getting more aggressive. And I will also remind everyone at home that while they want those points for prize pool and stuff here, there is also that aspect of the highest combined point totals after Masters 3 go on to the Masters West. And that is an argument that even if you are in that second half, we've seen some of our top teams who made it into Masters 1 not even get into this one. So if you're a mid team, get as many points as you can, play aggressive. I think that's what I've really admired about like how Luminosity has been sort of hunting for some of these fights and looking to mix it up. Is they're going, listen, let's just push up those point totals no matter how you slice this, because that's the bid for West. That's how you get more reps. That's how you get more time. And honestly, one of the most interesting, challenging parts of the PCS era, in my opinion, is the insanely large breaks between pro events and the fact that if you make it into these Masters programs, whether or not this perspective is your primary, it's time putting reps in with teams who are playing at their best. And I think that is something that will always benefit you as you look towards EWC or PGC or whatever events are going forward. So getting those reps, getting that time in, making each consecutive one is kind of a big deal, especially when you talk about how Masters West is probably going to be somewhere very close to a very large championship. The more reps you get in, the better off you are. And if you like watching reps, you have opinions about reps, you have opinions about TPP, you can do the survey at the bottom of your screen, scan that QR code, or Zenny, hit him with the links in chat. You just click that bad boy, go take the survey and let us know what you think. Also, hashtag MastersMikeNA. Send your questions in because we're going to have a post show. Did I do it again?
Steve, that's the third time.
Godspeed, you plug it.
Yes, please ask the talent your questions and win G coins. Use the hashtag MastersMikeAM, and also make sure you guys are scanning the QR code and giving feedback. Krafton is very interested and very much looking forward to the feedback of the players to see how they feel about the changes and everything else that is happening within the world of PUBG. So make sure you guys are asking your questions once again at MastersMikeAM.
MastersMikeAM, 3,000 G coin if we pick your question or statement, whatever you want to go with. So do that, please. It'll make everybody's day significantly more fun, I think. Don't Godspeed, your face in the picture doesn't look like you're prepared to have fun, but I think that this show...
I look so pissed.
You're like, they're making me stay for 10 minutes to talk afterwards?
I don't even know. The picture, I don't even know when that was taken. Oh, goodness.
It looks like...
2021.
I think it was PCS. 2021, 2022.
Like PCS 3 or 4.
A lot of weight ago.
I think that was the look on your face when they said you had to valet park your car in Santa Monica. That was exactly the look that you gave to valet when he was like, you can't park your own ride. Godspeed has a very cool car. If you want to know more about it, you can ask him what it is using hashtag MastersMike.
I have a very modest, very car.
It's super cool. All right. It's cooler than my car. Match 11 on the way. We're headed to the grassy
like a minivan.
Yeah, I actually sold the minivan. My car is cooler.
Are dope, dude.
Yeah, thank you.
Are you kidding
Thank
me?
you. There's nothing cooler than a Honda Odyssey. I don't care what anybody says, all right?
Have you seen the new
Chat, do we agree?
There are definitely cooler things on a Honda Odyssey, but it was functional and it had camera. It had reverse cameras.
Functional, sure.
Reverse cameras, man. I got kids.
Oh, they really are.
Get away from that. We're not talking about my car. We're talking about the cars we're going to see in Erangel. BRDMs were big time in Erangel yesterday. We saw them over and over again. They seem like a really good solution to the difficult transitions that happen in Erangel. Do you expect to see the max BRDM spawn again this time, Cameron?
Oh yeah, I mean, if anyone has an opportunity, they have a flare, they're outside of the zone, you're going to want to pull in that BRDM. It really is that much more valuable than getting the loot drop. As cool as the loot drop is, the guaranteed level 3 upped weapon, all that stuff, the BRDM is in a league of its own, and especially with what we saw yesterday, as slow moving as it is, it can still cross the water, and on Erangel especially, there's always going to be that heightened risk of an island circle. So that alone, I think, you should have that flare in your back pocket ready to use if phase 1, phase 2 does go down there.
All right, theoretical question time. If you had the option of a BRDM outside the circle with a long rotation or an E pickup, which is the one that you're using?
E pickups.
So okay, let's
depends on depends on the circle, depends on the map for me.
You're in Severny. The circle is in military.
Okay.
E pickup.
You got the E pickup, or you got a flare.
E pickup because. Well, why don't you do this? You could E pick up right outside of the zone, and then you could launch your flare and then get your BRDM instead of, needing 2 gas cans to drive from Severny to Millie Base.
I like what you said. I was like, which would you prefer? You're like, both. And that's
why not?
I like
why not both?
I like the mentality. That's the kind of person who says 2019 when I ask a question about a championship. If you didn't watch yesterday's show, if you didn't watch yesterday's show, we've had a game show, and Godspeed played around the rules, and I respected the heck out of it. Absolutely like that. All right, last 2 matches of the day. Cameron, in a little while, we're going to give you your break because you've been working all day today, but I want your kind of thoughts going into this last one. Set me up here.
I'm sorry, I got distracted by the leaderboard not being updated. It still shows Fury as the one alive, but hey, they wouldn't again. No, so
there it is.
Tego is always going to be weird. Rondo is always going to be weird with the heightened increase of everything being around test track and the open area around there. But I really do think that on Erangel, the classic map, everyone's familiar with it. Some would say too familiar. I am excited to see some Mad Max Road Rage style of early game action, especially with this playing. It's not going to be Sosnovka. It's going to be nowhere near. Okay, it might be near, but it's not going to be a Sosnovka finish, judging by this playing path. This could give teams tools, opportunities to go for early game fights. I'm looking at Liquid, potentially gatekeep the Banditos, or maybe even raise Zev out of Zarki. That one's a little less likely. But then Falcons, they're still extending out. Are they going to try and come back and have a hard-hitting finish to the day? I think there's some real opportunity for high velocity action to get even as we're getting even further in this competition to actually commit and go for fights and mean business, stand on business.
Stand on business.
I like
Steve.
that. Dude, he said stand on business.
You won't stand on business.
I won't. You know who didn't stand on business for this map? Ryzev. After the confidence and the brutality that they've tried to get points in every single game with the hot drops, they go to Zarki. I'm sorry, I'm disappointed, Ryzev. I really thought.
Okay, hold on. No, slow your damn roll.
Okay.
Don't you dare put any disrespect on Zarki.
I'm not disrespecting Zarki. Okay? I'm just saying.
It's just but the way you said Zarki, the way you said it was very dismissive, and
that's fair.
That just happens to be my favorite part on this map. So
you're telling me that when you play, you drop Zarki?
We did.
Interesting. Well,
we did multiple times,
but that was
back then.
That was back in the old days.
But it doesn't matter. The rotations from Zarki are actually still solid, just as solid as how many grenades the Falcons threw in Masters. Was it 136, 144, 121, or 152?
Bonus question: how many chicken dinners did they throw in America's One? I don't actually know. I don't know the answer to this question either, which is great. Everyone throws chickens, bro.
I actually don't know the answer to this one either. I need the other ones, but I can't help this time. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, chat.
144,
That's
152.
A lot of freaking grenades,
it's got to be 144, okay? Because if you were writing a question and you were picking random numbers,
136, man.
No, if you were writing a question, you're putting in random numbers. You never put a double digit. You always pick 1+ things. So the 144 on a purely SAT is very likely the correct answer.
There actually is some logic there. There's something neat about 36, about 21, even about 52.
Thank you.
They kind of feel like round numbers. 44, not so much.
I guessed my way into college, people.
It's not guessing, it's observation skills.
Thank you. It is a process of it. And here we find myself watching games for a living. This is what we do. God bless us, everyone. All right.
Well, tell everyone what you got your college degree in.
I got a history degree, a theater arts degree, and a secondary education degree.
Oh, okay. I thought I only remember the theater part. I was trying to make fun of you, but never mind.
That's because all anybody sees is the theater.
Well, you never turn it off.
Well, I got it by accident. I actually went for the other two, and then the guy who was giving out degrees was like, you're 1 credit hour from being theater, and I was like, all right, cool, add it. Anyway. That was a fun side.
Giving out degrees like it's a dealer.
Well, no, because I was doing I wanted to do theater, but it wasn't a justifiable, in my opinion, major. So I did so many side classes for fun that they were like, you've done 60 hours or whatever it was. Anyway, silly, right? Let's get back to the game because that's what matters. I know right about now people are typing things like, why aren't they talking about the game? But that's because nothing's happened yet.
No, that's not true. Rotations are happening.
I'm having a good time.
Psycho.
I'm having a good time.
Psycho, kill him. I mean, don't. I don't know who to cheer for. I choose Psycho.
Well, you picked right. Psycho's going to find Roths. He's going to fall. And I will say QAD has been doing a really good job of, again, climbing the leaderboard, right? They've been fixing a lot of their issues in their team. Oh, that was a clean
That was
Tokyo
sick,
drift right
dude.
there.
I love it.
Oh, but what's up, fool?
Do not you.
D says, yo, what's up?
Did you
Just catch him right on the slide back.
Did you kill my Roth? Did you kill my Roth? No. Rello comes in, gets Sam Crow.
Yeah.
Psycho turns and gets Cowboy. QAD needs to pull this out right now.
Dude, this is a crazy fight. It's actually back and forth. It's down to a 2-on-2, but that's Fora.
What are they doing
It's actually
here?
Fora Dono that came in and flushed Carrick.
That's just mean. It's just mean. And now
Is it?
QAD's got to go. They can't stick around now that a third party has shown up. Did they get the blue chips? I don't think they did.
I'm sure they'll go for them
They
if
have
that's
to,
the plan.
right?
I mean, no one... have to is a strong word, but I mean, this is within circle, though, right? And you have 3 or 4 beacons to the
Exactly.
north, so if they do want to go for those chips, you can see them. They're currently driving around. They want to see if it's possible. And now we have, looks like Pure about to run into TL and Pretty Curdy as they're rotating up towards Severny as well.
Pure going to go ahead and let them roll on by, but Purdy jumps out of the car immediately and tries to take a couple of pot shots as Valiant says, I'm getting out of dodge. Gone as fast as humanly possible. Circle up on the north side should be interesting. Obviously, no one's dropped. Because of this circle going so far to the north, there is just an insane amount of playable space that no one was going to jump to. So I do think your late rotations, if you're QAD and you got to wait around to go ahead and get those 2 blues, I don't think it's going to be that detrimental to your game as there's going to be tons of space in the north for late rotations to come in.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it. The north is basically free at this point, and so it's really only 4 that are moving up in that direction, and that's because there's also a package there for them to grab, so maybe a nice little alm or something delicious in there.
They're hoping for a lynx.
A lynx, yeah. I mean, I was thinking it, but I don't want to say it. I don't want to jinx them.
You don't want to jinx
We did see that lynx play earlier on Tago.
So hot, dude. And we didn't have time to talk about it because it was such a crazy ending.
No, we didn't.
That was beautiful. Yeah, if you guys are learning while you're watching, BRDM, penetratable by the lynx, and as you can shoot them right out of the
And only the lynx.
Only the lynx, exactly. The Panzerfaust does tons of damage to it, but the lynx penetrates. So it was a really cool shot to
just
see.
straight knock someone.
Yep.
So we now see... It'd be cool if the ARM could also go through.
I think it should. You know what? Start the lobby. Send it. Hashtag Masters Mike AM. Should the ARM also penetrate? Yes.
We just answer. They don't need to send it in. We just answer the question.
That's a good point. All right, send in a better question. That's why I don't write questions.
Oh, Kurt's in the smoke right now, getting res. Pure is trying to put as much damage and put the screws on to TL here as much as possible. As you can see, they're going for the aggression, and they need to. They absolutely need to. Pure is also down there at 12th place, 31 points.
Yeah, that's so frustrating.
Still very possible to climb to the top 5, but yeah, they need to really hit the gas now. Now's the time.
Hit the gas.
Even in these early games, look how many teams.
Yeah. I mean, I think it kills me because Pure's a roster that I really want to see. Like, I'm super happy to see most of them, like, them back and playing. I'd love to see them performing and getting big turnout, like big numbers, right? Because, like, the names on that team have been around for a while and are always fun to watch. Having Valiant back is awesome.
And again, it's just how much time are they putting in? It's a different game.
True.
I mean, really, even from when Penta and Val were... Penta was not, taking a break not that long ago, right? So it's not like he's been gone for an extended period of, like, years, but even still, the game has changed, right? Especially now with this patch. It's a lot for these guys to get used to, and they do have a lot of experience, both on land and online, but still, I mean this is
arguably,
adaptation.
if there's a time to come out of a retirement or a break and try to get some reps in, it's when the game has changed, right? Like, you're maybe even looking at things in a fresher way than others have, and in some ways, you'll get Valiant. You're like, this guy's probably got more third-person experience than half the players in the field.
Val, yeah, and Val's he's been on a journey, right? He's played a lot of different games at a professional level as well. So, like, he's been around.
I think Val's been around back when we were third person. I think, like, Val, Purdy, there's a couple of guys.
Yeah, he played at the very beginning. I think with me and Kurt. Yeah, he was there from the beginning as well. God, I hate that you said that. Realized it's 8 years ago.
Right? I sometimes I think about that. Before I had a
It's
minivan.
crazy.
Before I had a minivan.
And here we are, still trucking with the Falcons. As they're driving just past Volcano, and Bessie is taking shots.
Nice.
Not going to land anything necessarily.
See, I like that. Using Volcano for scouting in third person and then crashing down to the compound when you know it's threatening you.
Oh, it's so much stronger
So
in third
strong
person.
in third person. Love Volcano. As what used to be a exclusively third person player back in the day, Volcano was one of my favorite places in the world when this game came out.
I think either you or Cameron brought it up yesterday, but it's really not used as much as it used to be.
not.
I am curious if TPP will actually change that because there's just better positions around that. Plus, the map has changed, right? There's new defilades, stuff like that. That area remains mostly unchanged, but that compound still is also just very strong with the flat top. So, garage.
No, I think I remember bringing that up because of the idea that I think there are not some of the volcanoes aren't what they used to be with the changes, as you said, but I think that one in particular still holds high ground over almost everything nearby.
Yeah, that one's still solid.
So it should be a really solid spot that we don't get to see in first person because you don't want to make those peaks out of volcano when everyone's looking for you. All right.
That circle, though, as we look at it, yeah, he's going to find GB, so PD will lose one early. Uncharacteristic, actually. PD has been doing a really good job of keeping at least 3 to 4 alive going into the late games. That's how they've been able to climb, and now they're in 5th place. But that's going to be a nice pickup for Bicky Banditos, who is down to just Yay. It's just him.
Well, and that's why
it's
fair not to judge PD for that one, right? Because like, he was by himself in a shack with a hidden car. Like that poor man was just trying to make a transition and got robbed right out of that vehicle. ROC defending a massive crash by the Animaniacs. They lose T-Plants and Fez. A little bit of help. Solds tried everything he could. They're taking fire from outside. I think Animaniacs, no issue here. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, was that it?
Move the scoreboard. There we go. RBN. I didn't realize RBN was behind the haystack the whole time.
Yeah, I thought he was shooting at Zig because I couldn't see, but it looks like they are going to get... Oh, no, RBN knocks himself to a grenade. That's so unfortunate. Zig, though, he's the last member alive, and he's just going to barely make it into that annex crate.
And then LG's like, we'll take some of those points. Smart, though. I've never seen anybody use the scoreboard for cover before, so that was actually a pretty nice
I don't think that was intentional. I don't think they could not see him, but it was. It looked weird for a second. I was like, why would they launch a rocket at themselves?
I was like, I think there's a hay bale there, but why? Why so much hate for the hay? Valley 8 gonna go ahead and go back. This man and his submachine gun meta is his life, man. Look at it. Every time we cut to
Speaking of 2017,
right? He's like, I remember this.
Oh no!
I understand now. You cheeky boy. I loved everything about that.
I see.
And as much as I hated it for
I did
Slappy.
too, but if I was against that, I would be saying a lot of
so mad
expletives right now. Yeah, I would not be very happy, but that was, I mean, that's part of the game now, right? These things are in there. Teams are going to want to use these beacons to get their teammates back, and that leaves you very susceptible to being camped.
Wow. So Valley is going to have made a really smart play here. They saw PD lose a player. They thought this is probably the best place to go ahead and bring people back. Sets the trap. They should be able to walk away with a kill off the back of this one. Problem is he has no backup
on how they push it.
He has no backup from his
And
teammates.
but then, again, this is what Valiant likes to do, right? On every team we've seen that he likes to play on, he likes to play the spoiler position, right? He'll put himself in a really weird position. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So far, it's going pretty well. But yeah, if he gets knocked, if his team don't come up, which it looks like they're driving in his direction, I don't think they'd be able to get him up. But this is perfect. Valiant knows exactly where he is. Call the boys, go for the drive-by. Too much pressure, and that's going to be a free knock. Well done by Pure.
Name something more iconic than having to respond to Valiant getting a knock 600 meters away. Hey guys,
he wasn't that far.
Guys, I'm gonna make a play. It worked though. I mean, gotta love when it works. I love it.
Some of his best moments have been like 1v4s. I remember specifically like in MPL where he was alone and he made it work. So sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. As we shift, where are we going, Steve?
We are going.
Ew.
Wow.
Ew.
No lean.
This is an old school circle, speaking of, but Yas Lake Centers. When was the last time we had one of these?
A while. I can't wait to see those rocks fill up with people. This is going to be that. Okay, if it doesn't go to Yas, though, I will say we've had, 2 city finishes so far? Would not be shocked to see Yas pull this one in. But if it goes north instead, or out to the Stalbert Hills, like, this is going to be a wild. If you're a race to the top of Stalber so you can play down is going to be huge, if that makes sense.
It does. And if you are on top coming down, it's going to be much easier, especially with how much space gets occupied by teams in that area, specifically to the east of No Lean, as now everyone is starting to send it in. You can see Yaz is looking like a rainbow with how many teams are now inside of this city. Gazera's not going to find it. Bestia is going to make landfall. And look at this, 55 with a split is just doing so much damage to these teams, but it's going to be Vox that finds Sneak Attack.
Vox putting in some work. It's the flush there, so Sneak is going to be done. Rainbow. It is definitely a lot of teams in there right now, and are they hoping for a Yasnaya pull, or is this just kind of like catching your breath and figuring out what to do next?
I think the teams that sent it into Yaz are just hoping for a Yas pull, right? I mean, we're still in zone 2, so it's possible this just shrinks. Center is Falcons. Is looking. Wade is going to find 2. Fauna and Fakes in. Nice seat swap there, as he's going to get taken down in a trade, though, from LFP at distance.
Nicely done. Well, Falcons playing just Falcony, okay? Not as clean as they normally do, but having a good time.
Falcony.
Well, you know, like Falcons are one of those, like, are they in the mood to dominate everyone's face today, or are they in the mood to just have a good time? And today it feels like good time Falcons, which I'm not against. I'm enjoying watching it.
Ooh, good time.
Good time Falcons,
Good time Falcons. I haven't called for that. Hey, what's up, good time Falcons?
What's up, good time Falcons? Ooh.
Well, they're not having a good time right now because
No.
Tig has gone down to Alo. They just down to Shrimzy and Kickstart.
Shrimzy will fix it.
As all of a sudden, this is becoming sad time Falcons. I mean, if again, that's the dangerous thing about this team. We've said it ad nauseum, but it doesn't matter which duo you leave alive from Falcons.
Yep.
It's going to be a problem.
Yeah, it could be anybody, exactly. Now Shrimzy and Kick split up and just go their separate directions here. Kick lays
Kick,
down.
is he going to heal in time?
No.
Oh.
He did. But the thing is tired. Sparking, you're a mean man.
Well, Sparking knows what he's doing.
Oh, of course he does.
He knows what he's doing.
Sparking is
He's making sure that man.
I love it because
Not
he's
make it back.
super hilarious. Like when you hang out with him in person, he's super friendly, nice to everybody, gets on with everyone. But in game, he's just so vindictive. He will hunt you down.
He's an animal.
He's an animal in game.
As he should be, and a lot of these players. I mean, a lot of these, like Shrimzy is a sweetheart, but in game he's a monster, right? Like, and that's
malicious.
Yeah.
All right, we got the P90 on
careful.
Infinite. Yeah, gets a couple tags there after you get the knocked on Posa. Gonna go ahead and fall back. He's got the little ghillie suit. Glock gonna go out to the blue. Dressed as Shimzy was showing up, hoping to maybe clean up a point there.
Yeah, it's definitely been a downward slide today for Falcons. They're in 11th place. Starting from the top of the leaderboard, it's not been the greatest day, but again, with 2 members still up and another game after this, plus a full day tomorrow, I'm sure they'll find their footing, as Owen never lets them slip too far now, does he?
Also, I just want to tell everybody in chat, I know you're probably trolling, but if you don't put Masters Mike AM in Twitter, I can't give you G-Coin for it. So make sure you send your questions to hashtag Masters Mike AM. I think your questions are hilarious and your statements are funny, but they got to go on Twitter, man, or it doesn't work. We are.
Well, that's.
Is that not? That's
like
like
that's like
the
Masters Mike NA like 3 times.
MA, bro. Okay, listen. But it's also like the pinnacle of gamers, right? Like we're too lazy to open a second tab. But we're too lazy to open a tab and send it. But we'll type it into the chat that we're in. Like those extra 3 steps are just a bridge too far. I get that and I respect it.
Chat, don't ever let him change you.
No,
Just keep being
I won't
you.
change you. I love you guys. You give me the best 8 years of my life. Never change. Mira outside rotation coming into this one. They say, okay, we buy this. We buy the Yaz shift.
Oh, they do. I mean, again, look at the South. Oh, no. Farivero. He's got quite a few Mira around him. And Mira is, again, one of those teams that came into this as a duo as well. They lost 2 members early. Is Team Liquid now making their rotation on the south side edge, and it looks like they actually got past the troublesome area. Yeah, they're going to be able to crash that apartment for free. That was very nicely done.
Very nice. Oh, no! The sneaky Razav. That's nice.
God,
Another
I
point.
love his name. I love saying his name. I don't know why.
It does. That is good. All
Oh,
right.
look at this spray.
Whoa.
Speaking of good, Laucha.
Look at these guys. I gave them a hard time about their point total in the last game, and they come out in this one and say, look, we're going to get some kills. I like it. I like it.
Yeah, I like it too. What I don't like is the fact that Bizzler has never been more lost in his smoke in his life.
I've been there.
Don't blame him because this is not at all me hating it. I mean, running into smoke like that, trying to get away from someone shooting you across the street, only to run into 2 more people in that smoke shooting you and your teammates, that I would be lost as well.
Well, it's the worst too when like you had your smokes, but then there's like 4 others that you don't remember putting out there. Yeah. So you're like, I should be out by now. What's even happening? Get that completely.
God, this shift is hard.
Yes. Well, we knew it wasn't going to stay in Yaz. Cute. I like how
no, but it keeps water in, Steve.
That's a fair point. Yeah. Yeah.
Like a considerable amount. This is a small circle with no cover. Really no cover in the center, so
Alcacia's living.
A lot of these teams coming out of Yaz, yeah, they're going to be in trouble, Steve. They're going to be in trouble.
Well, I mean, everyone's going to be in trouble. Like even if you come out too early, if you come out early to avoid the cluster, there's no cover, so you're going to get dunked on. If you come out late to avoid the lack of cover, you're going to get trapped. Really, there's not a lot of options. It's going to be who's the luckiest transition time.
Oddly enough, I'm actually worried about 55, who is in arguably one of the best positions, because if they get pushed by multiple teams in that split, I think they're going to get ran over.
Yeah, I agree with that. Overrun. Laucha. Oh,
nice by Haven.
He was flashed, too.
He was flashed. Mm-hmm.
Haven doesn't need eyes.
Nice.
Just a trigger finger.
You don't need eyes. You don't need eyes.
You don't need eyes to shoot a gun.
Nice.
Gats, let's go. All right, so Rello does trade out, though. Gats ends up going down. Cowboy takes out Penta. A little bit of back and forth up there in the top of the mountain.
Valiant's in the blue. Nothing out of the ordinary here.
Dead body.
Dead body just falls on top of presumably one of his teammates.
Just a classic Valley 8 scene. Emmy up here on the high ground as well. Toyo's in a pretty okay spot with this split. I'd like to see a collapse at some point. They don't have to do it too soon, though, because they know Yasnaya is going to be stuck fighting itself for a while. So I'm going to see if they can get a little bit of points out here from Pure and QAD.
And Toyo, I really love, again, this proactivity from Toyo. Mm-hmm. You have a 2-2 split to the north, and then you have one on the south on the coast watching the rest of Yaz. This ensures that they shouldn't get shot in the back, especially at that distance with this backside ridge that you see Rebo on, which also means that they get to pressure the teams above them, right? Which normally would be coming down trying to put pressure on them. So again, great presence of mind and good play from Toyo to make sure that they can secure this circle, and they have.
Good, secure. And that was the team that you were worried about 55 getting crashed, right, earlier? And they still seem to be holding.
If they have to move, like if this shifts north, which I imagine will probably go northeast,
right?
I think they're going to be in trouble. And which is why I want them to get as many kills as Yas as possible before they have to move and potentially face Toyo on that uphill battle.
That makes sense. Now we are no longer on phase 4. Theoretically, it can go just about anywhere. Toyo in a pretty good spread of getting. I mean, their percentage of grabbing circle here is incredibly high. We see Banditos trying to find their way in. Liquid trying to find their way out of the blue as Alo, the last survivor here, taking damage every time he takes a step. Nice,
nice.
Wow. But he didn't get the point
for it. The blue
for
actually helped a little bit. No, the blue denied him.
Yep.
I mean, he did most of the damage.
That's the worst. When you hit somebody.
And CLS stepped in the blue for a second, yeah.
Oh, that's like we've all been there, right? You hit that perfect like bolt shot, and then the tick of the blue finishes them. And you're like, why? I need my ranked points.
Well, 55 actually got a huge boon in this circle.
Yep.
They do not have to move. And now, because of how much damage has been done on the south side, there really are no full teams. No. It's just PD and Beachy left. So
it's 55's chance to make the move.
Anything now,
Infinite.
This is now a great game. Oh, Infinite tried.
Good double push. Infinite did try, had the P90. If there was a hope, that was it, but it didn't work out. They did a good job of having that sort of 1-2 corner push there. Benha with the Dragunov is going to be pretty strong here in the late game if they can find a spot. Capitan trying to slide forward into the rocks just a little bit, but like you said, there's just not a lot of cover out here. I don't even know if Emmy's got anything up there. Toyo is not a lot of options with this shift, even less so for El Katsia.
I mean, best bet, possibly a wrap to the east, trying to come in on that edge, but you can see it. I mean, it's just a slope. And now PD is somehow managed to get in front of 55. That is actually shocking.
That's my biggest takeaway today from Potentially Dangerous. The amount of times that we're like, oh, shockingly, Potentially Dangerous has managed to get into this position or bring back 4 players or somehow salvage into a big point game. It's been pretty fun to watch, to be completely honest. I've been impressed with some of that transitioning.
But they must have threaded the needle there because what it looked like, especially from the map feed, 55 was watching those angles to come up. But yeah, he makes it in front. That's going to maybe cause some problems. Now Valiant has to deal with one half of Toyo as they're sending utility his way. And I think they've split. Yeah, they're splitting. They're trying to get Valiant in a bad position. They have to be careful about QAD, though.
Mm-hmm. Come on, Valiant.
Don't want to lose Emmy on that push to QAD.
The blue's coming, Val. He's got his submachine gun, MP5K. Probably flexing his new progressive.
Yeah.
I don't know. I would. Toyo, low ground, trying to sneak around the bottom. Knows Valiant's going to have to drop down at some point. Smokes to cover his angle.
I like this.
Doesn't want to get shot by QAD.
Slow it down. Careful.
Slides to the right, gets shot. Ooh,
Valiant's gonna get him.
Great spray from the high ground, but the return from Emmy is there. The question is, did Rival get close enough to get picked up by Emmy? I think he did. Oh, QAD causing a lot of trouble.
Yeah, QAD was not dealt with earlier, and now that's going to be another point their way, so they're making it work. 4 points, goes for the arm shot, doesn't get the knock. And now Toyo is in a bit of trouble as their split is all but falling apart. Woo. And another one stolen from Cowboy, nice.
And another one.
Another one.
Another one. Cowboy with an arm, another one.
To Toyo, congratulations, you played yourself. We're going with Cali. That split, honestly, I really like that split. I'm not going to fault them for it.
I think they
It
made
just-
the right
it fell
choice.
apart.
Yeah, just shifted in a bad position, and it is what it is. Like that's PUBG, right? Like you limit the RNG as hard as you can, and you make the plays that are given to you.
Honestly, if they got rid of Valiant sooner, I think they would have been in a great position. But he was a nuisance. He did not go down easy, and that cost him now. So at 2 on 3 on 4, 55, very healthy still. 4 members alive. They have not had to move very much. And they've even managed to get themselves 5 kills from that position, which is impressive considering how many players and teams died around them without them having any line of sight.
Very true. That's a great point. I mean, I do think that some of the advantage they're having here with the format is they don't have lines of sight, but everybody else is moving in a way that is so careful. I think that you get some pickoffs, you get some steals. They were never pressured from the south. I don't think ever. Everyone went around them. Posa.
It's just PD now that got kind of in front of them, or I should say parallel with them that I worry about, but it looks like Posa now loaded with, dear Lord, a P90 and a Panzer. What more do you need?
Hopefully
Benny's
nothing.
going to go down.
Benon does go down. Toyo down to just Emmy. They are going to watch the circle close. They know no one's in those rocks anymore. It's a great job of just securing your back line and cutting up your slice of the pie.
Well, Cowboy still has 6 bullets. So if he lands every one of those shots, he should only have to kill about 1 more person afterwards. So they're starting to make their move. Okay, so they have a position in the circle. They do have a decent rock to work from. And they've taken care of Emmy. All of a sudden, QAD making it work.
Right? I love that they've recovered so much out of this game. 6 kills. Their slow climb does continue. And 6 kills out of, like, really tough situation, like a tough circle position.
No! Oh, Cowboy, I can't believe you missed. Please, no! Shoot him! Nice!
Down it goes. So that's going to move them into the final 3. 55 Esports in a very good position right now to possibly come away with a win that they definitely need if they're trying to continue to chase this first place.
I also love this from Cowboy. He has like 3 or 4 bullets left. He knows this, so he's not just wasting shots. Like, could he have hit that shot? I absolutely believe so, but wants to make sure he's surgical with these. Every bullet counts, especially when they can be knocks. You can see Sam Crow trying to go for the flush. There's 2 members now of PD down in here.
Nice.
But still, it's QAD up top dictating so much of this fight.
QAD might actually come out with this thing if they can keep holding their position. Let's see.
Cowboy couldn't go down there.
Yeah, you're right. Cowboy is done. 55, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Walking away with, that's a pretty decent kill count for them, though. They're going to be very happy with the 8 kill points and the chicken dinner. 9.
Well, it's about to be 9 kill points here.
Rello doesn't have a deny bone in his body.
Actually, it's about to be 10. I don't think Cowboys bled out yet.
Oh, that's a good point.
10 kill victory. I mean, that's 15 points in the pocket at 55. That's a huge boost, and they're going to get it. Nicely done.
Wow.
55, 10 kill win. I mean, again, they did get center circle, right? They happened to get there early. They picked a good spot, but more importantly, they didn't let everyone just get taken out around them. They flexed out, got kills where they could, and then they pushed out. Great coverage, good push onto PD. They took care of that, and then they shifted their focus to QAD. That was very well played by 55.
Very well played. That, you know, and they got a good spot in Yaz. Didn't have to get pushed by everybody. That the lock up from Liquid showing up and a couple of fights that happened in there. Bought them plenty of space, and the shift was definitely in their favor. So congratulations to them. Walking away with a nice win. Welcome back, Cameron. How you doing?
Yeah, how you doing?
Him, me, him, me, him.
I wish, honestly, I wish Cameron would just take this job seriously sometimes. It just really bothers me.
I think Cameron's muted.
Also, I think Cameron's muted.
You were.
I was. And not to the audience, though. But also, I didn't
give the
say
people
much
what they
anyway,
want,
so you
right,
didn't
Cameron?
miss anything.
That's a good one. All right. Welcome back. Game is over. Cameron is back. What'd you think of that match, CD?
It was really interesting to watch, though. We haven't seen a circle up there around the Yasnaya Lake area in a long time.
Yeah.
And I think
been a
that the
minute.
hardest part about that isn't just the lake itself, it's that the extension of immobile terrain is Yasnaya as well. We saw a number of teams loop around and like get stuck and blocked off by the city. 55 had a really good game, 15 points here. Kutsia as well. And what's interesting is that as we go over to the overall leaderboard, when we do in just a second, we'll actually see that a lot of teams have made some really good headways over the course of the day because of how tight that middle section especially has been. That, you know, we kept calling out on day number 1, like, look how close everyone is. And I think it's made teams like 55 a good like ramp to get into a really strong position on the overall.
Let's see the overall. Can we see the overall? I think it's got to be ready. It's got to be ready soon.
Yeah.
Because that's what we need, is we need to know, going into the last game of the day, where the cards are sitting. Furia at 82.
Oh.
Well done, gentlemen. Liquid at 74. 55 climbs into third. Actually, I think they were already in third. Off the back of that game. Mira looking good at 65. Not a bad setup going into our last match, though. The pull away by Furia and Liquid seems to be getting larger and larger, Godspeed.
Right.
It is, yeah. Furia is actually starting to now create a gap in that top 8. But a team that you spoke about that we kind of touched on today just because they had some good games, but really haven't said much about is Mira, dude. 10 placement points and 55 kills. I mean, they are just killing it.
Yep.
They're killing it in the rotations. The one thing that I love about this team after watching them now for 2 days is also just really paying attention to the fact that how aggressive they're willing to get.
Yeah.
Like early in that fight on Miramar, they immediately went to the fight between, it was Foradoras and I think Animaniacs or Razav, right? They're just like, yeah, we're going to go third party that. We're going to clean it up, and then we're going to push another fight. So they are relentless in their pursuit of kill points, and I love it.
Actually, that's really good. And the willingness that they're going after each of these fights has been exciting. I'll also say, as we talk about the leaderboard right now, Cameron, that separation, yes, Furia Team Liquid pulling ahead, 55 and Mira in the 60s, but it is insanely close when you go from 5 all the way down to 10. And when we talk about qualifying for Masters West, that's a huge swing in terms of where your placement finishes.
Yeah, exactly. And like that's what I was kind of talking about with how close the middle section is. Like Alcatsia, they've been performing well the past couple of rounds, and you look at this like, oh, it's only 8th place, but look, like they're only 2 points behind 5th. Well, another good round, they could easily be up there, knocking on the door of the top 4. So I don't know, but I think this is going to be even harder to call. Partly because the swings aren't really available with the points anymore. Every single point is so important. And in a way that means that you can't have like an 11th hour jump up to the top. But it does mean that like, as far as position by position goes, like stuff is going to stay tight all the way till the very end.
Yep. I think it means stuff's going to stay tight. Teams are going to get aggressive earlier. And if you're in the top of the leaderboard, I think that there is going to be sort of an onus of defending your real estate, right? Like I think Furia Team Liquid in particular are going to have to just try to avoid what is going to feel a little bit like Game 6 scrims going into tomorrow, because some of the teams on the bottom are going to be like, I got nothing left to lose. Like, if I hear gunshots, I'm going to them. And I think that while we joke in the past about Game 6 scrims, the wheels are off, people are being crazy, like, this is going to be genuinely strategic Game 6 scrim plays, because every fight is going to be the only way to get points up on the board. So I'm excited about tomorrow. But before we get to tomorrow, we have one more match here today. And so far, Erangel, I think, has been a mixed bag. We've seen some pretty chaotic games, but we've also seen some really systematic games. Like Yasnaya in the city. Again, for the third game today, Cameron, we see city action. And it is feels different the way that we're playing city in this perspective.
Yeah, I mean, it is a bit different. It's also different here because the city wasn't where it was going to end. Everyone knew that it was north of the city. So the way that you approach either assaulting or defending your position in that situation is going to be different. Like, for example, when it was Kongnung in Taega where we saw Mira sort of just hunker down in the center, you're not going to have that same sense of, like, giving up space. Because you're going to get ready for people to come into your territory if you're basically holding the line from the hordes of the south, like we saw 55 do.
Early fights in this game, Godspeed, we saw a couple of them over by the gas station. I think we saw a couple of good mix-up fights. QAD, I believe, despite ending really how well that they did in the late game, took a couple of knocks early on. Do we expect that to continue? It seemed like everybody's really looking to take those fights. Like, the hot dropping's not there yet, but the opportunity to stop and fight someone seems like teams are becoming more and more actively making that choice. Was that what we saw in that game, or did it feel like they just bumped up against each other and had no other choice but to fight?
Well, I think it was QAD that lost one first, right, in a rotation on the east side, and then they decided to take that fight, and then they got third-partied by, I think it was Mira, if I'm not mistaken. Could have been another team, but any team that has the opportunity to take an early fight, especially get some early kills, again, now with the beacons up and the ability to get your teammates up, I think we're going to continue to see that happen more and more. Those early game fights that we used to see that were very devastating in the teams where they'd lose 1 or 2 or even 3 sometimes, and they just have that last player go sit in the shack. That player can, if the chips are recoverable, can now get his teammates up. So I think we're going to see not only more of this, but I think it's going to become commonplace as we move further into this format.
Yep. And it is one of those things. I think we also saw the Valiate camp on the spawn beacon, Cameron. I don't know if that's the first time that we've seen an aggressive camp in this event so far, but it was a great way to try to lick up a few extra points. And so I got to, again, respect the willingness to... Would you, like, BM another team? Is that BM? Do you think teams are going to get mad about that? No. Like in the old days when they get mad about dropping and stuff?
But
okay, but
they
that's
get mad all they want. It's strategy.
Two-part question. Will they get mad? Yes. Is it BM? Yes, but no, because it's part of the game.
Right.
So
and
it's not BM. You get your points.
And can you really be mad at Valiate, right? Like, if he does that, you're like, oh.
Yes.
Gosh darn it.
Oh,
Valiate.
you absolutely can.
Yeah.
Valiate is like... Valiate is most wanted #1 for the why were they there rage after death.
Probably. Actually, yeah, that's fair.
That's actually very fair.
I think I've said that a few times dying to him, so that's fair.
Why were they there? I mean, that honestly, though, was kind of the narration for the last match. The amount of times, I forgot who it was, Yi maybe, that got potentially dangerous in transition and took out one of their players. Just a lot of kind of surprises by teams because of these early fights. If you can't get your blue off, if you can't get those chips back, you are sort of limping around to the late game. As we go into our final match of the day, we're headed to the grassy pastures one more time. Great playing, Cameron. Great start.
Pretty good, yeah. If we get 3 of 4 Erangels from the first 2 days of non-Sosnovka, I will be very, very happy. I will be very, very happy. So until that's confirmed, I'm still holding my breath just a little bit. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like there's going to be any hot drops off the bat either. So another sort of standard drop. Who knows? We'll still see some camps. Also, I lied. There is Fana flying next to Rezav. Rezav not going to Zarki this time around. So that is a little bit of a switch up.
Yeah, I guess that's fine. I guess we're just lying on broadcast. Huh?
We're just lying on broadcast. Rezav playing with 3 as
They're
well
not
as
hot dropping,
Corridores.
though. I didn't lie. They looked at each other. They probably shouted some mean words.
Now he's backpedaling, Steve. Now he's back.
Backpedal. No, that's he's.
Ooh.
It could have been a hot drop.
A little Everest circle? Okay, I'll take these.
Oh, Liquid, good spot for them.
These are probably, whether it was pub or comp, these are probably some of my favorite circles to play. I love the area around Everest.
I do too, but I mean, Everest is so powerful in TPP. Like that peak of Everest on the left side.
That's actually very true.
You have to get there right away. If you're one of the teams that dropped here, you almost got to have one or two people do speed loot and just go, right? And then everyone else bring them what they need, because that left side of Everest is going to be impossible to dig people out.
Both sides.
Yeah.
Both sides are hard. You know, I was thinking in respect to FPP, I actually didn't even... Yeah, Everest on TPP is probably a completely different beast. In fact, I bet it is.
It is a monstrosity.
Well, I will say, one thing, we talk about people scouting for quote-unquote free in TPP. You can't scope in TPP, like using the third-person angle. So that actually does kind of put a hard limit on how much information you're actually able to get. So scouting in third-person from the top of Everest isn't nearly as strong as like holding a compound in the center with third-person, that you have like a more limited range.
I actually disagree, because you can still scope in at the top.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you do get shot, that's fine. You just pop back into cover. What makes it actually so disgusting is if you're getting pushed.
Yep.
Because if you're getting pushed, you can pop up. There's so many ridges on Everest that it just like the amount of crevasses that you could hide in is pretty absurd. So and peeking, like you can still sit up there and peek. If anything, you want people to push you because you have the advantage. So I don't know. It's
I see what you were saying. Yeah. So like you can't. By the time that you're in threat of giving your position away, like you're not going to be doing. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I get that.
I mean, think of it this way, Cam. Like in a competitive game, like you're playing pro and someone sees you on Everest, it's FPP. Does that matter? Not really. Does it matter in third person? It's the same thing, right? If they see you up there, that's fine.
But there's no way for them to close that gap. They can't cross the moat, they can't get over the wall, and they can't close the gap before you can absolutely put them in traction. So we'll see who gets up there first. Team Liquid spread out around the entire area. Everyone else on the far side of the map going to have a long transition ahead of them, but no one is not used to this in our PUBG here on Erangel. We saw one BRDM in the last match, I believe. Not as much use last time around, or people finding the flare guns. We'll see if that changes this time.
I mean, yeah, that's actually a good point. We didn't see a single BRD. I feel like we've almost seen one every game. But we didn't see one in the last game. And I'm sure BRD actually would have been a huge help, whether QAD or another one of those teams like PD had it in that open field, because that would have been just more cover. But
I just think there weren't enough teams outside the circle. Right smack in the middle. Everybody, by the time you found your flare guns, you're already in a spot that you like. You know what I mean?
I'm just waiting for the game where one of the teams, like Falcons, is winning so hard, and they just chain flash the last person and then just try to kill him with a flare gun. Just shoot flares. I don't even think it does damage.
No, it does not. I 99%. I shouldn't confidently say that because I was pretty confident the BRDM wasn't.
I'm fairly confident it doesn't do damage, but yeah, we'll leave it on the safe side. As Martin now, speaking of safe, is about to get potentially dangerous with the team in front of him, as he's actually going to land nothing. I'm sorry, I overhyped it.
I'm 90% sure I've shot Poro with the flare gun to see if it works, and it doesn't do anything. So should be good. GB on rotation, potentially dangerous, has been very dangerous in this event so far. 57 points on the leaderboard. They're going to be pretty comfortable with 5th place. They continue to grind up as fast as possible. Fora with their rotation, nothing crazy happening. Everyone seems to have a little bit of a last game. Let's try to shore it up, play tight in this final round.
Something I've noticed, Steve, is I don't know if Falcons is just looting, but they've set up at Crossroads right north of West Bridge. So I'm curious if they're actually trying to cut off a rotation or if they're just trying to get some loot. But you can see them right there just outside the circle at Crossroads. That's actually a nasty spot for them to try to cut off rotation, especially coming down that road, if that's what they're trying to do. They could also just be looting.
Fora making the bridge cross early. No one's gone up on Everest yet. I guess we're going to wait for this first circle and see if that one matters. It's got to. There's no way Everest isn't end up in this thing. It's got to be an Everest circle.
It'll at least end up in the next circle, right?
It'll be in like 2, 3
or at least part of it. Maybe. I mean, we've seen some crazy shifts today,
That's
so
true.
I wouldn't bank on anything.
I'll always bank on Everest. It's too big of a mountain not to bank on. Remember when Toby tried to convince us not to call it Everest because it's not as tall as Stalber? That was a
I
decent
actually
argument.
don't remember that,
Yeah.
but that does sound like something.
He was like, if we're calling it Everest because it's the tallest.
that Toby would say.
And I was like, I
Well,
get,
actually,
I get your point, but it's Everest. It is what it is. It's just too hard to climb. All right, now we got Martin. He's coming into a dangerous spot. Bureau likes to be aggressive. Already opens up with some shots. Martin's going for it. And Haven is
going
not
for
having
as well,
it.
But Haven says, "Pump the brakes, Playboy."
Ooh, baby.
You forgot about me. Oh,
You forgot about Haven.
Look at that.
Is that a 1, a 2, and a 3? But no, 1 was stolen by Alo.
No, Alo stole one.
Cheeky.
Like the thief in the night that he is.
Classic. The thing is, I feel like I can, in my head, see the smile that Alo gets whenever he steals a kill. Like, I feel like it's a little bit sinister, but also,
here's
joyous
where
at the same
I know.
time.
Here's how I know you don't know him that well. Alo doesn't smile, Steve. You should know that actually.
I do. Yeah.
He has one emotion, and it's just gorgeous. That's it. That's his only emotion all the time.
You know, the first time I met him in person, I walked into a hotel lobby, and he stands up from his chair, and I've never met him in my life. And he walks up and he goes, "Do you know who I am?" I went, "No." And he was like, "Okay," and left. I was like, "What?"
I love Alo.
I never
He's
forgot
actually a total teddy bear.
Right?
He's an awesome dude. Savage player, but yeah. Again, one of those who you would expect to be rather hard around the edges,
Right.
but he is.
Reads like a grump, but a
Very
wonderful guy
sweet.
to hang out with. Very true. Emmy's trying to get out of the fire of Gats here. Gats is honestly feels like he's having the best time of his life. It's like just practice. Pez gonna go ahead and smoke Val, get Val up here. Benha in the distance, gets his grenade ready. That's surely you don't have that kind of range.
I mean, they're getting kind of close.
Yo, the jump throw. That was about the maximum you can milk out of that thing. That was beautiful. Benha tries to get to the car, wants to save Emmy. Not gonna happen.
The good news here is that they are right outside the circle, but also there's nobody near them, right? So they can just take this fight as a straight-on 4-on-4. They don't have to worry about getting third-partied as long as this fight doesn't drag on too much. But even then, there's literally no one by them. And it looks like Pierre is finally taking the fight straight to Toyo as they're making the aggression. Valiant's still down, but that's okay because they have 3 down. 2 down from Toyo.
Very nice. I like this aggression from Pure as they come up over the top. Benha's going to be left hanging out. Gats is playing defense. Capitan driving away. Gats is going to follow. Wants to get there before he gets a chance to peek out. He said, make sure Capitan is actually leaving. And
Yeah.
Cappy
Oh, what's 3 down?
Ooh, he did it!
Oh.
Gats, you are a madman! 1,
Give them all
2,
4. All
3,
4 down.
4 piece! Nicely done. That was a great play by
Very
Gats.
nicely done.
That last kill was
beautiful.
stupid, bro. That was awesome.
He was getting squirrely. You know, he was kind of getting away, and then Gats is like, no.
That last shot
is now LG.
It was that last shot that we all do where you're like, it's the Hail Mary. I'm going to take these last 3. He probably gets away, and you hit the one. Oh, beautiful. All right, Zako doing some good defense here as the boys get rallied up to get out of here. They've got Valiate back up and running. Was it all of this to
as
save
a full
Valiate in the first place?
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was to save because we BRDM from Vox. Yeah, I don't know if it was to save because we hit that fight late or if he was already knocked, but either way it worked out, and that is a shift and a freaking half. Look at that all the way to the west.
That yoinked.
Fortunately,
real
most of
hard.
the teams had already kind of set up in that area, Steve, but that is a lot of water still in there.
A lot of water. A lot of water.
A lot of water.
A lot of water. I think that's got to be an SNL skit at some point. All right, so QAD has taken Everest. Furia is interested in getting up there as well. Team Liquid chose not to go up there. They chose to stay down at Crossroad, I guess. I think it's not a bad call, especially with this 2-2 split that they're running. That shift away from Everest does imply that there will be a very powerful position in the late game if the circle plays the averages.
Right. And eventually it will, again, cut off water in phase 4. Falcon says, we're coming in, get ready. But now we're actually without Katsia. We're everywhere.
Wow.
As they're going to go against Furia. But the picture-in-picture now shows us that fight that Falcon has gone into, and Furia is gone just like that. QAD coming in strong the final few games of the day, Steve.
I mean, but that punctuates what we talked about with Everest in third person, right? Like, Furia got there a little bit late. QAD had position, and they just melted them as they got to the spot. It's too easy to hide up there and make it impossible. Like, they probably had no idea until it was too late. Meanwhile, Shrimsy kills Mira.
I mean, even if they had an idea,
Yeah.
like where
Well, you can't run either.
There's so many. No.
If you go up Everest, you're pot
There's so many
committed.
cracks.
Exactly. There's no way,
Yeah.
and I think that's why some teams aren't going up there. Because you're right, especially in this perspective. There's no turning around and leaving. You're just stuck. So beautiful play. QAD gets themselves the points that they have desperately needed 4 up as they continue their climb. We pitched the idea, and they're living up to it. Congratulations. Yeah, right, Everest.
Sorry.
No, it was good. It was literally.
I figured I'd throw in a toffees every now and then.
As
know?
you should. They're the best. Low hanging fruit is the finest of fruits. That's my humor.
True.
In case you were curious. Low hanging.
No, it's good humor.
Thank you.
Yeah, low hanging fruit usually are heavier fruits. They're bigger, so they're juicier. Taste good. Yeah.
Can't get canceled for a dad joke. NCLS jumps in the car
Don't think so.
and drives away. I got like
Mickey
that.
Banditos also actually had a better day today overall, right? Like that's the thing. A lot of these teams on the bottom actually have had some decent games. But the problem is the teams on top are also just not slowing down, right? Like Furia clearly is just full pedal to the metal. I don't even think they have a break right now. Team Liquid as well really haven't had too many bad games at all. Mira with a huge come up today overall. As Animaniacs is one of those teams also looking for a come up, still stuck down at 26 points in 15th place, and they're going up against Foradora. This is actually a huge fight for the bottom to see who's going to be able to get some more points this game, and so far it looks like Foradora is going to be that one. 2 member left for Animaniacs.
Ooh.
Oh no, he did it to him, Steve.
He did do it to him. That's just the Animaniacs, right? Do you remember the actual...
Meanwhile, you just hear BRDM just slowly, hey, what's going on over
Vox is
here,
like,
guys?
you guys having fun? I'm just going to come steal a kill and
genius.
drive away. You
Actual genius by Vox. He's like, oh, excuse me. Pardon. What's going on over here? It's so ridiculous. I'd be so pissed if I was Animaniacs right now.
Well, like it's a BRDM. You can't do anything. That's
What are you gonna
incredible.
do? Just spray it while it drives away? There's only 2 of them up right there too, so there's no way they destroy it.
What you would assume?
Let alone get it to half.
You would assume with that cockiness, it was a push, right? Like it just rolls up, so they tuck in, they get ready to defend. He steals the kill
Right,
and then
exactly.
leaves. You're just
They're like, oh god, BRDM, full team of 4. It's like, no, just me, Vox. What's going on, guys?
Just Vox here for some tasty kills. See you later, boys.
Dude, fakes it now. 2 members. Fakes it in Haven. There's Mirrors just continuing on this invisible compound to just dominate everyone else. Shrimsy goes down with a nade in his hand. It's just down to win. They know where he is. He's got an M249. Can he get one? He does. They have to be careful now. Mira just down to 2. It's just a 1v1 now. As you see, Fakeson's been knocked, and recovery here for Tig. This is big if he can get this. The Molly's going to miss, and Tig's up. Actually, they can recover 3 here, Steve.
Let's go. What do we call the Falcons? I had a fun nickname for the last one. Tiggleton.
I don't remember.
I love that MG.
Oh, he flashed himself? No, he didn't.
No, I think it was I think they flashed each other.
Yeah, they did.
Flashes for everyone. You get a flash. You get a flash. And you get a pocket full of lead. Oh, no.
Oh, no. He stepped in front.
They both... He did. He gets knocked down. They're going for full
top.
volume games here.
Oh.
Nice move by
This is a
Haven going to
crazy
the high
fight.
ground. Yeah, it is.
Go for it.
No.
Pros never fake. Pros never fake. Pros don't fake. Oh, he's getting help. He's getting help from 55.
Oh, wow.
Oh, and he hurt, dude. That's crazy.
Nice.
Quinn heard the shots from 55. He heard it back up. He went back for the res, and Mira just completely deleted him for Falcons. And I think they're going to be able to get 3 up here.
They are, because I don't think they were in a place to really get the Falcons out. It was just beautiful, because he did. He gave up the res. He thought it was, all right, I got to let Tiggleton go. Excellent. Well, I mean, for Falcons, not for Haven. Bad for Haven. All right, we got another blue chip tower being activated as Solds wants to bring back RBN. Second time we've seen RBN come back. Sam Crow gets
Crow and 55. Yes, sir. Steve is going for it. Oh, no, Penta. Oh, and Penta's going to get flushed for that. That sucks. Nice nade from Zico, though.
Come on, Sam. God, everybody's here. Explosions are everywhere. There's just no options. And now the Falcons have shown up to this party. The shindig is out of control. Someone call the police.
Steve, look at the southeast, man. Look at the southeast. You also have Rock rotating straight through. It's actually perfect timing, Steve. And Bestia now is making the push on a 55.
But that's what Rock does, dude. Rock is so good at just slipping between other teams as they fight and getting to a good spot. Like that's like their MO. Now, Sparking did take Fantastico out. Animaniacs is eliminated as Roth continues to put in a little bit of work, a lot of work, to be completely honest. But the kerfuffle at the hill still underway. So they not only made that move, Rock, but they did it before RBN returned. So RBN was able to scout the move, and now he lands on top of them.
Yeah.
That was a great use of their blue beacon.
Yeah, Bestia, though, is doing a really good job of slowing it down now, right? They've gotten rid of most of the threat that was directly in front of them, which was most members of 55. You now have, Falcons on the east side trying to get rid of Beachy. I like calling him Beachy. I know it's not their name, but it's a Beachy.
It's a Beachy.
So they will go down as Falcons now continuing their sweep. But remember, this is off the back of Hwin. He saved them. He was the last one alive. He was able to thwart that push from Mira, and with the help of 55, he was able to recover both of his teammates, and now Falcons are 3 strong.
Winning.
Huge job there from the IGL.
Yep. And they are using very large firearms.
Yes, an MG3, an M2.
Yeah. Haven was like, they just never stopped shooting,
PKP
man.
in there, and they're good to go.
So Tig is trying to figure out where is Sam Crow, the last member of 55. He's locked up his spot next to the burning car. They have to push this as a 2, maybe toss a flash over the top. Rock going to use the bunker and just hunker down. Smart. I'll tell you what, those mortars are accurate as heck, though. Tig does manage to get Sam Crow out. Okay, that's good. That's done. So 55 has been eliminated. Falcons come away with the hilltop, and now they got to fight through Bestia. That said, those mortars were dead on. If they can land it in this hole, if they can golf this perfectly, it would wipe out all of Rock. Oh!
What are you saying?
What? That was so good. Look at how perfect it is.
Thing. Oh, and they're screwed. No. They're actually done. They just need one nade, and it's going to land in there. I promise you.
Are you too good for your home?
Yeah, it's over for Rock.
That felt like a scene from a movie. I'm just going to throw that out there. That mortar was amazing. Was that Liquid's mortar?
It was Liquid's mortar. Okay. Yeah, it was pretty. This is what I wanted to say, though, about that position, is it was definitely strong at the moment, but if a team knows you're in there and you're not you're not proactively defending that position with like a car fort outside or something, all they have to do is drive a car into it, blow it up, and you're done. I mean, you're not making it out of there, let alone the mortars, the extra mollies. So I understand why Rock went there, because that was really the only place, especially after that very, razor thin margin rotation. But it was just a trap the second they got there.
But those are the choices that you have to make, right? And there was a great rotation.
I don't think there was anywhere else they could have gone, honestly.
I do think maybe RBN parachuting into the hole might have given them away to Liquid a little, because I don't think Liquid had eyes on them on the rotation. I think it was RBN landed
they had vehicles out there, but if they saw him just like...
Because he did. He landed right on top of them.
Okay, yeah. Rough spot, but either way, hell of a mortar and great push from TL. Liquid on it.
I wonder if RBN even had a gun in there. It's not the greatest place to be brought back to.
Doesn't matter if he had a Lynx. Exactly. I don't think he was making it out of there.
All right, we got Bestia facing off against the Falcons. The Falcons won the last fight against 55. Now they have to come out with the blue to their back. Potentially dangerous, going to backstab Bestia just a little bit, which might be what the Falcons need to get a little bit of a gain. Taggleton still playing with the MG.
And Bestia just has done such a good job of stifling any push coming out from the Falcons from the southeast side. So Bestia, again, with 4 alive as well. PD on their back, though. They have to be careful because they know they can't push up. PD will get them in the back, but the util is going to be almost more than enough. It's just down to, once again, Hwin to save his team.
Come on,
Did it once before. Can he do it again?
2 in a game is a tall order, but he's got kick back up.
The circle's moving in, though, and they're on the edge.
Yep. Crawl.
Phase 5, they can kind of heal through it. It's not great. Shrim's, oh, man. Or Kickstart goes down.
Cowboy,
It's just when he can't go for the res.
Alcacia putting in the points. Up to 10 kills already.
Oh my god, this jumping above smoke
is ridiculous.
Reminds me of PGI 2018 and Profi. It was Profi, actually in this area against Ibiza, if I'm not mistaken.
I miss
So
Profi. Against Ibiza, the king of smokes. Never forget the smoke line just south of here. All right, and Zito's got a nice little flash. They know exactly where he is. I don't know how you get out of this, man. Yeah, you don't. So Bestia gets Falcons down, but that leaves Bestia alive and in a really, really crappy spot. Unless
unless they get a knock or two on on potentially dangerous, then their spot is wonderful. But yeah, they are kind of being forced, pigeonholed, if you will, into the southeast edge. But
also,
we'll see how they deal with it, specifically when PD is so wide split. Sorry, Steve, go ahead.
I say if they don't pull a super yoink on this one, though, like I don't know where you go in the next circle. A hay bale and a box and hope for the best. I mean, everybody's in that position. You can see QAD right here with literally the water tower and a car holding them together.
And a nice mortar from Snakers there to get one of them down. That's going to be a shift. So they do have Roth as a forward operating base, if you will. He's taken that position in the circle, and now can they get to him is the question.
That was cute. More boxes coming down. No one going to be touching that one, I don't think. Team Liquid still in a very
highly unlikely.
Right? I mean, nah, definitely not.
Actually, I mean, it's
on the way, right?
Decent spot for cover, right? So it could be used. But what is PD? I think PD is just resolved here because they have no kills. They know they're not going to get anything as far as placement. I think they're just resolved to just ruin Bestia's game and more importantly, get themselves points.
What was Bestia driving? It looked like a BRDM from the distance. No chance.
UAZ.
They wouldn't be in it, right? They would be in it right now. Don't.
Oh, they'd be in it inside Liquid's compound most likely.
Yeah, and they'd just be, actually, I don't know, man. I think at this late stage, you haven't seen anybody with Lynxes in the kill feed. I might just drive around and run some kids over. Like
a lot of could be stinks in the grass.
All right, LG's rallying.
Actually,
it's a rally. They do have a BRDM.
Not the worst. They have a BRDM. They also have some disposable or I'm blanking on the name. Emergency cover.
He's C4. He's C4 in the car. It's going to be a chase.
Oh, Bizler, come on, baby. Don't mess this up.
It's a long way to drive, Biz. That's a long way to drive.
Wait, that's...
Oh, they shot him out.
No way
it's going to work. It's going to work. No, it's not. It might work.
It's going to work.
Oh, my gosh.
It gets reload.
It gets reload.
Vince runs over Cowboy. No. What the hell is going on?
Oh, LG is cheeky. QAD makes the play, but it isn't to be. Bizler getting shot out of the car actually made it a more effective C4 attack. They're like, oh, we stopped the threat. We got here first.
Steve, I was genuinely worried he wasn't going to make it there in time and his vehicle was going to explode, but that actually worked out kind of perfectly for LG because then they got the run over and... Wow. I think they might even be able to get the res. No, I don't think they can get Bizler. Actually, never mind.
That's too greedy. Let Bizler go.
That'd be super greedy, yeah, for sure.
If they win, Bizler gave everything. All right, Bestia's coming in. They saw the booms. They want to get part of it. Flood, no bullets in your gun, big dog. Sneak attacks, charging.
Reload.
That's a bad time to catch a reload. DraftKings trying to make a move here. He's got to put the reload on as well. Sneak's coming up over the top, spraying at the UAV. Here comes Vox, though. He brought the big car. He's got another run.
No way. This is not happening right now.
What is going on with Bizler in the back? He got another one. Vox jumps out of the flaming vehicle to try to get Vinny. It's a 1v1.
I'm going to lose my mind.
No,
he doesn't, Steve.
Oh, my God. And the car's still going.
But look at the damage he did to Bestia. Are you freaking kidding me?
That's
they are
insane.
Now down to just Vinny, and Liquid Luke is on his way. There is no time to waste. Bro, I don't even know what I just watched.
I don't know. Oh my gosh, that was great. I mean, from a viewer's perspective, that was hilarious.
Yeah, from a casting perspective, that was a blast. What a mess that was.
I can't believe
Bestia now is in shams.
Also,
absolute shambles.
Vox is a menace with a BRDM. That's like the amount of things that he's done in that is hilarious. Give up his guns. Just give that man a vehicle with armor plating. All right.
The fact that he also got the backup one
Yep.
too, like as a third, I was just like, come on, this nice spray from Slabby. Oh, it's gonna be Luke to find the knock.
I'm still laughing about the kill still from Animaniacs with the thing earlier. This has been out there.
Yeah, that was pretty hilarious
Jacking
as well.
stuff left
Yeah.
and right. Beautiful. All right, Luke 12 going to go ahead and get himself healed up. Liquid down to 2. PD down to 2. Bestia looks like they're going to get the res and make it 3, but this is a very difficult final circle with not a lot of cover, and most of the vehicles have now officially been completely exploded.
Liquid still as a duo, just 6 kills, an opportunity to win this game. In fact, it's a 2-on-2-on-2 realistically, because PD is. Are they going to get, or Bestia? Oh no, did they get the third up? They did. So it's 3 for Bestia. Okay. Even still, fairly even odds overall, but the position you'd have to imagine probably favors Team Liquid for now.
Yeah. Yeah.
But they're so far split.
Well, like, Bestia can't hard push them because PD's got the Overwatch, so I don't really know what the options are.
Luke now has to be worried about the potentially dangerous members on the back of Alo's building. That's going to help a lot, but he's still just taking so much utility from the other side, and that's going to be coming from Furia, who, again, as a 3-man, need to push just ever so slightly in to get in the circle, and they make it in, but they have to go further, and Luke is he's the cutting room board right there. Cutting room floor. He's the edge. He's the line, Steve.
He's the line. Hold the line. Oh, well, you're dead now. Shouldn't have picked that up, I guess.
He was.
It's like they were
Went
just
too
waiting.
hard on Luke.
Oh, nice shot there, Alo. So Luke's going to do a little
Alo
scouting.
Alo and his teammate Glock now taking it to Bestia.
Right.
They're both just working together here to get in. Why not? Smart move. Oh, the nade was so close.
Wait, did he turn against his teammate?
He did.
He was like, "You're gonna try to steal my kill. I'm gonna bomb you." Respect. Gosh, people who hate Panzer or who hate BRDMs are gonna absolutely love this match. I can't get over how much fun that was to watch. So silly.
It's probably one of the biggest clusters I've ever seen in PUBG, but it was fun as hell to watch.
We needed at least 3 more Panzerfaust involved with that cluster. All right, Alo still playing cover, 115 bullets in the mags, nothing to worry about. Just locking it down. Glock says, time to rotate away. He wants to join his teammate, and sneak attack will not allow it.
This Bestia now find themselves inside the circle edge, and this is going to come down to a phase 8, and I like this. Alo's just trying to throw cover somewhere where he can maybe get to a wrap on the south side, but he still has to get rid of sneak attack, and he does. He may not even need the distraction or the cover.
Dude, Alo is a menace. He's playing out of his mind right now. All the shots he's hitting have been very, very impressive. Not much he can do. Look at the holes. He knows it's almost gone. The cover's got nothing. GB, however, looking like grass. And just crawling his way in.
I was going to mention this earlier, but GB has had this for a while, and he was prone even before the BRDN shenanigans. So he's actually crept so far forward due to that ghillie suit.
Man,
in the tall grass.
Ghillies are underappreciated, especially on Erangel. That Erangel ghillie is monster. Sure. With the P90, as long as he can make them fight each other and try to sneak in on this, like, this should be his win. All right, there we go. 1v1.
The problem is, does DraftKings have any idea where the other player is? Because he clearly knows where Alo is, but
no, I don't think so.
I don't think he has a clue.
I'm not sure Alo knows where GB is.
No, I don't think either of them do.
Get to the bush! Get to the bush!
Oh my god, that's disgusting. There's no way he's seen. That's the freest
silence
kill
too.
of GB's
It's silence
entire career.
too. It's not going to give Alo almost any information.
No, this is. If I would be surprised if Alo wins this, not because he's bad, but because this is an unwinnable situation.
Yeah.
As I say that, okay, he almost made that spray, and me eat my words, but PD is gonna clean that one up with a beautiful second place by Liquid. But what an absolute mess, but fun mess of a game that really was.
Hey, Cameron, welcome back.
Hi.
I'll bet you wish you were casting that one. That was
I'm
bananas.
gonna have to. I really am gonna have to rewatch that game because so much was going on. I need to go and like look at the minor details. I just think it's so funny that like, and it's so fitting that of all the teams to do those things, it's Luminosity. We know how crazy and wild Snakers can be when he's let off the chain.
Yeah.
Flood, despite like seeming like some quiet type, if you meet him, he's kind of exactly the same way. We love Richie as well, but like Vox specifically. He's been in the scene for so long, and he's never really been a star player, but he always has that secret sauce, and that includes doing stuff like with all these new tools. We saw them do the C4 things. Like, it just feels so Luminosity for them to do stuff like this and like basically get away with it.
I had so much fun watching Luminosity in that game that I cannot stress enough how enjoyable it was to just watch Vox play however he wanted, to watch Snakers strapping C4 to stuff in multiple games. That was very exciting, but also potentially dangerous. Bookends this day with a chicken dinner to start and a chicken dinner to finish, and it's going to move them, I think, continuously up the board off of a very, very good day. I think for me, though, the big story, or there's a lot of big stories, but another big story is, Godspeed, we talked about Al Qudsiya coming into these last couple of games, saying they need to start making their moves. They're on the right side, but this is a team that could potentially change their stars because they have that skill level. And with 12 on this game, I think there's a good chance when we go to the overall leaderboard, we're going to see them up there in the top 5 finally.
Well, when we initially spoke about them after finally having like a really solid game, they had 8 points. We talked about 8 points per game.
Yep.
And is it feasible? Can they do it? Well, 8 points this game. I think they got 6 or 7 in the last game, and now 12 in this. They're actually averaging over an 8-point game, so 8 points a game. So yeah, big glow up for Al Qudsiya as they're now in 6th place. That is more.
You know what? Let's call it 4th. Let's call it 4th, because at the end of the day, 4, 5, 6, all the same. And that's where the breakup is, right? We talked about 1 and 2 is kind of pulling away. Everybody else trying to play catch up. The fact that Al Qudsiya has gone from kind of weird chase to fighting for 3rd without any questions is impressive as we prepare for tomorrow.
Yeah, look how close that is between 3rd to 7th.
Yep.
3-point gap,
That
3rd
close.
to 7th. That chunk is just. It's going to be all over the place tomorrow, and I don't know.
It
how
depends on
many
how
of them
big
are
your
gonna have that much
monitor
of a
is,
shot.
I'm on an ultra wide, baby. So
Guys, I'm trying.
big.
Listen. We talk about Game 6 in scrims and games. I don't know if anyone's recognized Game 6 on the cast. I'm trying to make like some sort of narrative point, and you two are just. It's fine. I'm sure I've done the same.
Cam, please make your point. I'm so sorry.
It's okay, Cameron. We're excited.
You actually had a great point.
I'm over. It's fine. I'm over it.
You know what you should do,
I don't wanna
Cameron?
do it now.
Look what you did, Steve.
I did. That was my fault. You know what you should do?
Chopsticks bullied him.
Do you know there are chopsticks that go on your finger like this so you can eat with
Yes,
and
I
still
know
play
what-
video
yes.
games? Oh, it's such good for fat guys. I love
Fully
it.
aware of what those are.
At the bottom of your screen is a QR code. Scan it and give us your thoughts about TPP. It's much more effective than chat. I assure you of that. Okay? So go do that right now. What else? We've got great games. We got another group of games tomorrow. So make sure you guys come back and watch us live. Now, if you'd like to stick around, I'd like to keep you because it's time for us to kick off the official post show. The Masters Mic America has begun. Let's get into it. Let's talk about the topics that matter most to you as PUBG fans. All right, I'm here with Godspeed. I'm here with Cameron Davis. This is Toffees. Let's get into question number 1. Gentlemen, question number 1 for you tonight.
Yes.
What percentage of teams... What percentage of hot dropping teams win the game by your opinion? Does it affect the game more than FPP when it comes to TPP? So I can only fit so much in the bottom thirds for the record, guys.
Yeah.
And they ask what percentage of teams win, and is it more prevalent in TPP?
Right. Shout out to Decatronx for that question, but I thought that was a really interesting one to look at because we know that ignoring the points swap, even if we pretend that it's the same super of 10 points for a win, does TPP versus FPP change that interaction? In fact, even remove the recall system, like just purely FPP versus TPP. And I can't think of a reason why that would be the case. In fact, I actually think it would be even worse to hot drop in TPP, purely because that slows down your timing, and you need to be in a strong position earlier in TPP versus FPP.
I agree with that. I think what percentage of teams win the game when hot dropping?
I would say it's a pretty low percentage. I think most teams that hot drop actually don't win the game, but they do get a decent amount of points.
And I would argue that it's not, the question in this situation is not, does it happen more in TPP? It's, is it more feasible with blue zone recall or blue recalls available?
Well, it's just, it's because the points are in there, right? Like you have now an incentive because there's less placement points to actually go for placement points. So why not hot drop, especially if it's a team that you know you can beat, right? If you're hot dropping a team in practice, you're kind of shitting on them. Why not just actually go for the hot drop in game, right? Especially if that confidence built up. But I mean, we've seen it where a team will win in hot drops, like they'll win hot drops in practice and scrims, and the game comes and they actually get just destroyed in game time. So I would say the percentage of teams that actually come out of a hot drops and win the game is fairly low. But also, is that question asking what's the percentage of team? I mean, I would say the percentage of teams that hot drop and win are pretty low.
Pretty low.
I win their hot drop. Is that what he means?
Well, no, I think he said,
or win the game itself.
Hey man, listen, I didn't write the question. I just asked. I just read them. Okay, and so we take it however we can take it however we want. And I think that the point is percentage of hot dropping. Like, does the aggressor tend to win hot drops? I don't think there's a huge benefit to that because of two things. One, it's not like you're getting in sneakily, right? Like they see you coming. And two, I think the bigger issue is if you're hot dropping someone, the team that you are hot dropping has loot efficacy and practice. They have spent most of their time training in the site where you are hot dropping them, whereas you are sort of a newcomer to their territory. So I do think there is an onus that is challenging for the hot dropping team to come out ahead. And we would never support hot dropping most of the time, but I think in this rule set, it does make a little bit more sense. And it
makes more sense here,
justifiable.
For sure.
All right, I don't want to go too long, so let's move on to question number 2 so I can give out as much G-Coin as possible today. Question number 2. If the casters... I think this is the right question. Let me see that. Okay. I'm going to read the question as it was sent in. This is a good plug on the bottom. This is from Kat Conti. I don't know who that is. Never heard of this person in my entire life. If I did have heard of this person, I think that they sound like the kind of person who should date Shrimsy. If the casters, Toffee, Godspeed, and Cammy, plus a player of their choice, were to play against a 4-stack of pros in a final circle to win the game, who would they want to 4v4 on Erangel? If the four of us...
easy. That's actually the easiest question I've ever had asked me in my life. So as far as the team I'd go against, it would be Falcons because they're free. And then as far as the fourth that I would pick, it would be my old duo partner, Kat Conti, who I went to TwitchCon with. And I mean... she's like one of the best fraggers in the world. Okay. So that's my answer. It's free 99.
My answer is also Falcons, and only because, as far as I'm aware, I have a winning record against Tiggleton. So that's all I need. We don't even need a fourth. The three of us versus the 4 Falcons, statistically, we're more likely to come out on top.
Normally, I would say Liquid because they always finished in second, so it guarantees that I'm going to win this one. But I think I'd pivot. I'm going to go with you guys, and I'm going to say Falcons because what I would do is put Shrimsy on the team as my fourth, which means the Falcons are now playing with Gunner, which means easy win in the final.
Hey, I'm just going to put disrespect on my man. Wow. That's
Listen,
crazy.
Man. They edited the tattoos off his arms in the pictures. I'm going to edit him off of the map in the final game.
So bad with it.
All right, good answers. Let's go on to our last question so we can give out a little more G-Coin here. What are your overall thoughts of adding negative points when teams deny? Oh, that's a good one.
I'm against it purely because how can we decide if it's a deny versus like a mistake? And I think it just makes the point system a bit too complicated. But I do think that the question is a little bit different in this new point system where every single kill is that much more valuable. I haven't really, let's think. I don't know. I still don't think I'm in favor of it. But I think with the ratio of placement to kills, it's worth a reconsideration.
I think it's just, I don't necessarily hate the idea of it because I get it. Like you want people to fight instead of just denying. But at that same time, like then you're taking away agency from a player to like actually hurt a team that is trying to chase. I would say I don't feel great about it just because of like Cammy said, just like kind of making things complicated with points. But overall, I don't think it's a bad idea, but I'm not super keen on it. I think that's my take.
My personal position is I have been doing everything in my power to keep less math happening in everything I touch my entire life. So keeping negatives out of this is a win.
Yeah.
But I also do think there is a very big difference between removing points and sort of changing the way that points are gained. And I do think adding negatives into a game with as many moving parts as PUBG has, specifically even in the scoring system, is a recipe for disaster. Like, one of the biggest things I want to see is us simplify, bring the game closer together, not make it more complicated. And I do think adding negatives just overcomplicates that system. I do think you could talk about different valuations for late game things like that, or whatever. We explored options, but the negative, I just think it adds a whole nother massive mess into the system that you were already dealing with a whole lot of moving parts. So that's my stance. I would love to hear.
Idea, though.
Right?
I have a final note.
Yes.
On that real quick, just like I think a way to incentivize clutch attempts better is if someone's knocked when the game is over, it counts as a kill point for the person knocking them. So when you're in a 1 versus 4 at the very end, you're not incentivized to do like all 4 or nothing. You can go and get 1 knock here, 1 knock there, and you still get rewarded for it, because otherwise you might as well deny, because the chance of winning a 1v4 are virtually impossible.
So you're saying because if the game ends with a knocked player, that knocked player counts as a kill for the player who knocked them. And that's not,
so
it's
they
not
at least
a negative.
get 1 or 2 points in the clutch attempt.
I can see that an interesting idea to at least toy with. All right, that's all the questions we have for today. Congratulations. That was Avi88, by the way. Thank you. That was a really good final question for us to wrap up on. A lot of fun. Appreciate you guys being here, hanging out with us on a Saturday night. It has been a wonderful day of play. We have one more day of action, same time, same place here tomorrow. But on behalf of all of us, myself, Godspeed, Cameron, the production team, Krafton, and all of the players, thank you so much for spending your evening with us. And until we see you tomorrow, play more PUBG.